Their middle to lower order, England, did really well in Melbourne to get them to 270. It was a great effort, but the top order can't leave them all that work to do time and time again.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see how Alistair Cook plays. He only made one in that Prime Minister's 11 game a couple of days ago, so he's really been struggling. I heard Mark Nicholas, you mentioned he might be a little bit more aggressive today, and that's probably not a bad way to go. He's got to get himself going to help England get going at the top of this order.
Thanks, fellas. Let's get up to the commentary box and say hello to Michael Hussey, James Brayshaw and Michael Slater.
Thanks, Mark Nicholas, and it's a good afternoon to everyone who's tuning into our coverage. The second one-day international in the Carlton Mid-Series, and a great opportunity for England. It's a very hard thing to stem when a side are on top of you. That's the way Australia have been over England all summer, but England have an opportunity at the Gabba to turn things around. And Cook facing Clint Mackay. Away immediately. I'm not sure it was a committed stroke, but he's off the mark, the England captain. And he's opening the batting with Ian Bell. This afternoon to Mike Hussey and James Brayshaw.
Good afternoon, Slats, JB and everyone out there. Another big game here for Australia and England. It's interesting to hear Alistair Cook might try and be a bit more aggressive. It's not easy when things aren't quite going your way, just to say you're going to come out and be more aggressive. To be fair to him, he's been a little bit unlucky. He got a very good delivery from Clint Mackay in the first one-day international down in Melbourne. And then Brett Lee bowled him a beauty in the PM's game. So, you know, it's a bit tough sometimes, this game batting.
Yeah, that's right. They played on Tuesday, didn't they? Against Brett Lee's team. Brett got 2 wickets in the first over, I think. A little bit of swing there from Clint. But those sort of games can be the form finder. But it wasn't for Alistair Cook. The good thing on the day was that England won.
Yeah, they did. I think they've got no excuses out there either today. The batting conditions are absolutely beautiful. It's like an absolute belter of a pitch. Nice sunny day. Perfect conditions for batting, so they've got every opportunity to get a good start to your innings and then go on and make a big score and get your team into a good position.
It's a wide. I suppose what will help the cause is if Australia aren't on the money like they were in Melbourne, JB.
What interests me, England got in with the same team, which you can argue whether they should or not, but I just can't understand the way they're lining up here. You've got root and balance in at 3 and 4. The need for a stroke maker at 3, I always think is important in one-day cricket. But the real juice in this order is in the middle here, 5, 6, 7. They're the boys that can do the damage.
So Bell's away. It'll be 2. Just had a little bit of a slip on the turn, but gets back comfortably.
I can't help but feeling that one of them has to get up into the top order and do some damage, sit some pressure back on Australia. They've been able to have their way with this English top order all summer in all forms. Morgan's a really good hitter of the ball. Papara we know about. Joss Butler can really go. Could he be an Adam Gilchrist style keeper who opens? I don't know. But to go into the same lineup, I think the Australians will enjoy it.
There'll be another wide, so a couple of bonuses this over for England, and it just helps when you're out there. A couple of wides, one down the leg side, wide of the off stump. They're all sighters when you're taking on the new ball.
Yeah, you make an interesting point there, JB, but yeah, I think England's strategy, particularly with 2 new white balls, they like to be a little bit more conservative at the start, which is different to Australia. You know, Australia sends out Warner and Finch and get on with it straight away, boys. Whereas England, they like to just build their innings, set a platform, and then the way they set up their team, they've got their hitters and their power stroke players coming in later, and they always like to try and catch up and get a competitive total on the board.
It's old school one-day thinking, though, that now who's going to be successful we'll see in 3.5 games' time, but certainly in Melbourne it didn't work.
2 slips. That ball, a couple swung away. It's the first over down. It's no wicket for 5. With 1 ball remaining. 1 ball remaining. There we go, the 2 wides. We've got a fairly warm day here in Brisbane. There was early forecasts of a couple of showers. I don't think we'll see those. But the sun out and it's quite hot, as as you'd expect, but behind the clouds, it's very comfortable for the players. Different to Melbourne at the moment. Another 44-degree day down there. It's no wicket for 5. I think they're from Despicable Me, aren't they? Minions. Yeah, so it's very interesting, this get-up. We've got Bumble dressing up for the Sunday game, and somehow I've got involved in that, and James Brayshaw is not getting away with it. Maybe he'll come as Smurf. JB, any clues how you'll be dressed on Sunday?
I've left it to the production staff, so I'd imagine I'll be looking as stupid as possible.
Yes, well, that would be... well, if you're stupid enough to leave it to them, then you've got the worst outfit coming your way. It'll be a lot of fun. Everyone's getting into the dress-up. Here's Mitchell Johnson. Welcome back. No moustache.
Yeah, I'm going to be very interested to see how Mitchell Johnson goes for the remainder of this one-day series. He's obviously had a magnificent test series. But now there's so much expectation. I think everyone around Australia and the world is expecting him to bowl 150 k's an hour, hit blokes on the head, take wickets, and his confidence is obviously sky high. So will that confidence carry through in this one-day series, or will he just feel the weight of the expectation of the Australian public? It's going to be interesting to see.
Well, he should be refreshed. He would have appreciated just having a little bit of a breather. It's the white ball occasionally is hard to control early on.
The boys at the top made a really good point, and that is that short form cricket's what got Mitch back into really good test match bowling form. The word out of the IPL, Huss, was that he was bowling rapid speeds over there and had great control, and really dominated that competition. We saw in the one-day series in England how well he bowled. So that speed and control came to him via a white ball game.
Without doubt, and getting some swing with that control is a huge asset. That pace, it's very difficult to face as a top order batsman.
Oh, that's the swing, that's the movement, that's the pace. So low 140s straight away. I just feel with Mitch, he's on such a roll. 8 days off. He probably did a little bit of bowling in that time, but not much. 37 wickets in the Test series at 13. It's an incredible average. It's one of the best performances ever, really, through an Australian summer. It's giving it its deserts. I mean, he's just had one of those seasons out of a box.
Well, he did. He was absolutely brilliant to watch, but he got all those wickets as well, which was so good to see. But I love the bounces as well. How many? Those bounces were right on the money.
He's just bailed out. There are 3 slips in play after that away swinger. So coming away from Cook at the moment, struggling for runs, as Bell has, as they all have, bar the middle order, who have not been playing the Test series. So the top 3 in this England side are scarred by what happened in the white clothing game, and the feet are a little bit anchored, and that's what happens when you're not in form. You don't move as freely, you're a bit tentative, you go at balls you shouldn't, and we've got a swinging ball now.
Yeah, when you are struggling for runs or things aren't going your way, it's very important to stick to your game plan. Stick to what you know has worked for you in the past, and you've just got to understand these things always move in roundabouts. It'll always come back eventually, but if you start overthinking it and trying harder, then sometimes you keep digging, really, hoping to get your way out of this hole. But if he just sticks to his game, sticks to where he scores his runs, then he'll be fine. What about you, Slats? If you were in a bit of a struggle for runs, what did you used to do? Hit your way out of it, or just keep playing?
Well, I think the hitting out of it is a dangerous way. I suppose it was more of a natural game playing shots in terms of what I was trying to do. I'm not sure that's Cook's natural way. So it'd be a very dangerous mindset to come out and think, I'm just going to crunch everything to the boundary and that's the way I'll get out of it. You've got to stay pretty well intact with what you would normally do. Try and dismiss the anxiety that gets you following the ball, trying to get bat on ball. A couple of good leaves can help that. You've got time in this form of the game. Mind you don't want to bog it down when you've got so much batting later on. So it comes back to trust. All your thinking time's in the nets. And if it's in his zone like that, he's just got to play accordingly. That's a good stroke.
3 slips now for Mitch Johnson after that play and miss. So nice and aggressive Michael Clarke, and that's nice and aggressive from the English captain, just on the back foot, allowing the ball into the middle of the bat, but not trying to overhit it, not trying to crunch it, just get it into a gap. There's more gaps, obviously, as soon as you see 3 slips and a couple of runs.
It might actually just work in Alistair Cook's favour. If Michael Clarke's really attacking, looking for that wicket, there is going to be more gaps in the field, and it might just help Alistair Cook to get a couple of runs away early, get his confidence up a little bit.
Nicely played. That was nice and secure. No wicket for 8. Jack Sparrow. It's a good movie. Johnny Depp. Let's see. We're talking about playing with a little bit of trepidation and not maybe trusting what you're good at in terms of overthinking things and not playing naturally. This is the footwork from stump cam. That was last over, and you just see there, Cook, that was a terrific delivery from Mitchell Johnson, but there are a million movements there. He's made the initial back and across, the bat's waving up and down, and the feet are all over the place, and that's not quiet. To have a quiet sort of setup is less movement, and if he's out there in 20 overs time, you'll notice a big difference in that footwork.
Yeah, I think I'd be hopping around a bit too with Mitchell Johnson's bowling at that pace, swinging the ball away. You're early in your innings. It's not easy. But yeah, it'll be interesting if he is still there in 20 overs time to analyse the footwork then, to see if it is a little bit more assured.
Yeah, that's the Australian paceman that's had the England batsman jumping all summer, so it's not easy to settle yourself. And there's an appeal. There was almost an instant shout of catch it.
Modern thigh pads have been having a graphite inset now for quite some time, so maybe not quite so modern, but can often sound very wooden when the ball comes off them. But I think instantly Ian Bell said that it's just flicked the outer part of that thigh pad on the way through, and it wasn't a really heavy appeal anyway.
There's nothing there. There's another one that's swinging back at Bell, so good movement. You just feel that if Australia can get the ball in the right areas, there's plenty of swing.
This is one of the strengths of Clint Mackay. He's normally very disciplined with his line and length, but you saw in his first over he got a couple to swing away, and then a couple this over has swung in. So Ian Bell's immediate strategy is to maybe walk a little bit towards Clint Mackay, try and get him to bowl a little bit fuller, or try and negate some of that swing or seam movement.
Looking at the Australian lineup, and there's really good inclusion, and a man full of talent who's no longer a youngster. Shaun Marsh, he's been around for some time, 30 years of age, only 42 games, but he is so talented and one of those batsmen that can hit the ball crisply, all the fantastic strokes around the ground. So Shaun Marsh will be looking forward to this opportunity. Of course, Mitchell Johnson back in the side, and I'm sure in Australia they're ready for a challenge. They're ready for England to turn up the heat a little bit on them and really push it to the end, and maybe today's the day for England. No wicket for 10. Iron Man, they're all out there. And who are the guys in the back with the long hair? Another beauty from Mitchell Johnson.
Great areas these. Parked on the crease, Cook, he's going nowhere. How many times in the Test series did we see that? Either the ball crash into the stumps or he nicked off. But again, those feet, look at that front foot, that's behind the crease. He's not getting out to the ball at all.
Yeah, that's a good ball though. Late movement there from Johnson. Cook would have lined that ball up as if it was going to go nice and straight, and it just darted away at the last second.
clipped away nicely. There's good pace on that one. He's boundary, the first one of the England batting, and it's come from the captain's bat, so that's a beauty for Cook. Just will settle things, although Mitchell Johnson, does he ever let you settle? That's when you can use the pace, just clipping it, and that's the pace that took it to one of the shorter boundaries. And straight boundaries, particularly down towards the commentary box, is very short indeed, and that's a good place to target when you're looking to hit the Marios. Good control from Cook.
Just going back to the Australian team, with Watson going out of the team, it really shows me how important he is to that team for the balance of the team. You can look at the attack there. You've got Coulter-Nile, Johnson, Faulkner and Clint Mackay as 4 out-and-out seamers. And then they need to share the last 10 overs between Maxwell, perhaps Aaron Finch and maybe Michael Clarke. So if you know you've got a Watson in there as well, you know you've got your 50 overs pretty much covered. But without him there, you sort of get the feeling that that fifth bowler could be targeted a little bit more, although Maxwell does a very good job.
Yeah, and I wonder whether they've had that chat after the first one, Husk, because they lost 3 early wickets, which made it really difficult for the middle order, but then balance finally got going. Morgan was the one that set balance off, and that was a really good partnership, and then Butler at the end. So I think they've got to target the bowlers, and I don't think these top 3 can be too stagnant. I think they've got to play a bigger game and a much stronger launching pad for the middle order, because they bat so deep, and that's what the Australians are always looking to do with Finch and Warner at the top.
There he is, Finchy, coming off 120. And then a second bowler. Isn't cricket one of the great levelers of all time?
Now back to 2 slips.
It looks like a good surface. I've only seen 4 overs or as good as bowled, but you can already see that there's nice pace on the ball, good carry, the bounce is very predictable. Already you'll be seeing England and Australia thinking, she's 280, 290, 300. You've got to be getting on this. It looks really good.
Yeah, without doubt. There's not much grass on this pitch at all, having a look at it before the match. And it's quite dry, and I'm always worried if there's a little bit more grass on it, because at night time you can just nip around a little bit more and swing a little bit more. But with no grass on that pitch, I think it'll actually just skid on beautifully in the night time. It'll be just as good to bat on tonight.
You don't have to stress anymore, Huss. You said that as though, oh, it's going to be nibbling around for me later.
No, it's much easier from up here, I can tell you. No stress whatsoever.
Cook had to hold himself back. He almost tried to launch into that one. No wicket for 16. A good start to England. Oh, a couple of beauties there. We've got Mrs. Robin. Where's that on the right? She's British. That is the English dress-up deck, and then you've got the Aussie dress-up deck. And so what's happening on these decks, that it's certain for a period of time, they'll be hand-picked, those. And they get a chance to get up there and dance around and might win $1,000 today, Huss, and $10,000 at the end of the summer. Now there's another competition. It's the Man of the Match competition. You at home have the chance to win $5,000 as part of the Man of the Match competition during this one-day series. All you have to do is log on to cricket.com.au/Man of the Match and register your details, and you could win $5 grand. We'll announce the Man of the Match at the end of the play, so log on for your chance to win this great prize. Coulter-Nile is the new bowler, and that one straight to the man at point. Good stroke.
Yeah, maybe a bit of a surprise move there from Michael Clarke. Clint Mackay just the 2 overs in his first spell before bringing Coulter-Nile into the attack. Good young prospect for Australia. Bowls with good pace. Very good competitor, excellent in the field, and can hit some long balls towards the end of an innings as well. Good all-round player.
nearly got it away. Yeah, so I think you can see what Cook is trying to do. It's 9 from 16 deliveries now. 3.77 the current run rate, but a focus to get through the newish ball, make sure that it's not doing so much when they really offer an assault, but still you don't want to miss out when you've got the field restrictions, you've got 2 catches, there's plenty more gaps.
See, this highlights really the difference in the thinking between Australia and England in this form of the game. Australia for so long now, and Adam Gilchrist was the pioneer with Matthew Haddin, used to really take advantage of these first 5-6 overs and sit the opposition hard back on their backside with 4s and 6s and aggressive play. And you know, you've got to have the field up. You've got no choice early in these games. Whereas England go about it a totally different way, a much more conservative way of playing. You know, by now, what are we, nearly 5 overs in, to be only 18 is very different to what Australia will be trying to be after 5 overs. They'll be much more like, let's get up to 30, 40, and suddenly you've got chaos to deal with as the opposing captain.
Yeah, and you line the opening pair up on both sides, and they're completely different, aren't they? The way they go about their business. It's all a technical game. Bell is a wonderful stroke maker, same with Cook, but limited to a degree. It's an old school opening combination. And it changed back in '96 with Jayasuriya and Kalu for Sri Lanka. Yep. They've sort of gone back to an old formula, and that's keeping wickets in the bank for that final 10 over assault. No wicket for 19. No wickets down. That's the difference from the first one-day international. And proof will be in the pudding at the end of the night. So they're just trying to get through the Mitchell Johnson onslaught as well. He's only into his 3rd over. No wicket for 9. Good setup the one days this year. There are 5 in total, and they're every Friday and Sunday. So on Sunday at the SCG with that new stand that we all love during the Test match. We then head to Perth for the following Friday, a week today, and then it'll be the Australia Day long weekend. We're in Adelaide on that Sunday. And was there a feather? No. There's a little bit of a shout behind the stumps. Mitchell Johnson thought he heard something, but he's let loose with a ripper short ball.
He was really the only one who was right into it, though, wasn't he? You sort of had half a Hads, and Swampy Marsh and Finchy sort of backed it up, but not really with that much venom. Let's have a look. No, just missed that on the way through. You can see Brad Haddin, he normally goes nuts, and he's going, no, there's nothing there.
If he got hold of that, that was 6. That's one of those that you get a little bit of bat on it, short boundary, and that either flies over Clint Mackay's head or just finer than that. So Ian Bell is very good at that stroke. In the air, over the top. And it'll be a boundary, so a bit of a risk taken, and he's been rewarded.
Well, that's what they've got to do. You cannot allow Mitchell Johnson to continually dictate terms. You've got to eventually take him on and take this field on and get Michael Clarke thinking something other than comfortably. Got it on the rise, decided to go airborne with it. Middle of the bat, very nice boundary.
Yeah, I think Bell's tactic is to try and use the pace of Mitchell Johnson. The ball before, he was trying to work that one over the slips before. And this one, again, it looked like he was trying to go a little bit squarer than that, where he actually got it. He hit it brilliantly, raced away for 4.
And again, but straight to the man at mid-off.
So trying to use the pace and angle of Johnson to get the ball square of the wicket for 4, or down over around the 3rd man region for 4 as well.
Yeah, and I think with the angle of the left arm, he tends to take it on a bit squarer as well. It's just a natural sort of byproduct of the angle of the left armour. You'll tend to be hitting a little bit squarer. If he gets the length, it's so true, this pitch, that I don't think he should worry about hitting it in the air. Just take it on, as that one nearly clangs back into the peg, so indecision.
And indecisive running between the wickets there. Been able to sneak through for a quick single. It's important to keep rotating the strike. Get the left hand, right hand. Oh, that's very close to leg stump. A little bit of luck there for Bell.
That's the luck they need, Huss. They haven't had any. You know, now you make your own by having your right mindset and intent and all the rest of it, but they have been devoid of it, let's be honest. So for Ian Bell, who's a high-quality player, had a poor summer, maybe that's a little bit of the luck he needs.
Yep, you always need a bit of luck, that's for sure, as a batsman.
That's better. Good movement with the feet. And he'll keep the strike, Ian Bell. No wicket for 24 England. He's really tried to play that one as well. So things maybe just getting a little bit easier for Bell. He's taken on a bit of a calculated risk. He hits that one over or through extra cover. And you just sense that he's trying to get himself on a bit of a roll.
And Coulter-Nile is someone that they should be going after. It's only his 3rd or 4th game, young, inexperienced. You know, and part of that inexperience is the mental anguish that you carry because you're not quite sure yet. So he's someone that they should be going after.
There we go. That's what he's good at. That's his area. And I think there's a real trust in the pitch all of a sudden. It doesn't get to the boundary. There is a pitch out here that the batsman can trust and play big shots if they want to.
Yeah, it's a good move from Bell. Also sends a message to Nathan Coulter-Nile and the Australians. I am going to be positive. I'm going to be aggressive. So then they start double guessing where they should be bowling. Because if you've got a player that's just looking to survive and just hang in there, then they know they can just come in and just bowl away, bowl dot balls, build up the pressure. Now he's thinking, okay, do I bowl a bit straighter, a bit shorter, a bit fuller? What do I do?
That's a nice stroke as well, just waiting on it. Shorter distance to the boundary rope, still doesn't get there, but 2 really good shots. And it's a shot that we saw a lot of a few years ago when he was in this country. Alistair Cook just could not help but score runs.
What about big C-Mac lumbering after this one? The big man, he's have a look at him. 105, 110 kilos. I'll just get that back and then I'll destroy the padding.
Oh, I think you're underestimating his pace.
It's not that heavy, is he?
Got to be 105.
It's a bit harsh, I reckon, JB.
It's gone from 110 to 105. Can he take us on 99? Oh, they're athletes these days. That'll be 4. That'll be 4. And that is class. So Bell now starting to stride. All comes off the back of a big shot the over before. And the run rate up over 5 all of a sudden.
That's a very good shot. And the intent is starting to come into this English batting. And this man's driven it. Cleared the front leg. First ball of this over, which gave Coulter-Nile a real signal that, right, I'm after you now. I trust this surface. I've been in long enough. And suddenly he's getting what he wants. Half volleys, leg stump.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happens in the English dressing room, but there's a bit of a break here. This first slip's coming out into a catching cover by the look of it, or a square cover. Yeah, I'm not sure what goes on in the English dressing room, communication-wise, but I know in the Australian dressing room, they would have batted the first 6 or 7 overs here, and a message would go back from the batters to the dressing room. Okay, I think 250 is a good score. I think 280 or 300 is a good score, and you can start getting your head around that.
That'll run away fine, so this could be another boundary. No, third man gets there. There's a flow on. All of a sudden, runs seem a little bit easier, and James Brayshaw's mentioned maybe targeting someone like a Coulter-Nile, who at the moment is not getting any movement and banging it on a good length to hit through the line.
It'll be interesting. We spoke before the match about closing out an over. Brett Lee was talking about he might go for a slower ball bouncer or a wider Yorker. See what Coulter-Nile goes for here to try and close out this over.
Well, 12 from it. No! And that's the way it'll remain. Very productive over. 7 down, no wicket for 36. We'll have our first change in the commentary. Brett Lee coming off the long run. I'm not sure he's hit 150 yet in the BBL, but he's trying. 149, he says. There is a bet on that he can't get to 150. He says, yes, I can. A few games remaining. Ian Healy, who's never been above 100, and Mark Nicholas, who was a very handy 125.
Pretty good summary, really. Bit of laid out swing. It's an excellent pitch. Even bounce, even pace, and that'll allow stroke play. And a beautiful day in Brisbane, almost perfect. Ground by no means full yet, but they're talking about 32,000 here before the evening is done. So I think we can expect a high-scoring match. At least we should see a high-scoring match. And Alistair Cook through the mid-wicket area. Nothing for Alistair Cook to celebrate in the game at Canberra against the Prime Minister's 11, primarily because Brett Lee did for him.
Good afternoon, Mark. Good afternoon, everybody at home watching. It's nice to see Alistair Cook. 16 to his name there, only 20 balls, so he's trying to find some form.
How did you get him out?
It was a bouncer caught behind, fended off his face.
Those old legs still got some life in them, bit of upper body strength. And I imagine the fact that you're not playing that much cricket, just BBL cricket, you're nice and fresh.
I'll tell you what though, bowling, well, 10 overs in a 50-over match, it's completely different to 4 overs. 40-degree heat.
So got nothing on Tom Healy, Ian Healy's son. He's playing in a state festival for under-17s in Adelaide. They were at 46 degrees yesterday, weren't they?
Yes, it was not nice. They produced a good idea though to start the games early, 8:30 in the morning, and just play 2 sessions, not 3. So they were finished by 1:10 and into the ice baths. But yeah, very tough.
How's Healy Jr. going?
Well, he's going all right. They're in a bit of a tussle. They haven't had a text for a little while. They had Victoria 8 for 179, needing 210. Sam Harper from the Mornington Peninsula is just out for 100, so he got 100 out of those 179, but they got him out. So I haven't heard for a while, so if anyone's listening, let me know.
Text Healy with the score. I suppose they won't be listening, they'll all be watching that match. They'll
Yeah,
be gripped to it.
I reckon no news is bad news for Queensland. Oh, hang on. 8 for 197. It's through.
Looking like the Vicks are going to get up.
Another 12 or 13 to win. 2 wickets in hand.
Turning our attentions to this match and the need for England to find some thread of performance. That means batting consistently through the order, getting a good start, allowing the middle order to play their strokes, fielding much better than they've done throughout the tour, holding on to catches and bowling with common sense. England have to find those basics if they're to compete with the Australians and not bowl balls like Clint Mackay has just bowled furious with himself. Number 44. There's an angry Clint Mackay with a poor ball off the final ball of the previous over, which provides some succour to our point before play began, and one that Brett Lee focused on, the need to complete an over. You bowl 5 good balls, you have to bowl 6.
Well, you do. I think the reason why he was so disappointed, so angry at himself, was because you hear him say, oh no there, but he just knew he just got the length wrong. His fine leg is up, he's gone for the shorter ball, probably try to bash the wicket. That's the thing too, sometimes the balls can carry through a bit more than what you'd like, and that obviously got a lot more bounce than what he first thought.
It's a great sign for Alistair Cook too that he put it away. Heaps of times this summer they haven't taken advantage of bad balls or sessions of the Australians, so got a short wide one, got it away. The man was up and he got it fine enough to beat the man at short fine leg, so decent little sign for him as well.
And the other thing too, from a bowling point of view, look, it's tough out there for these guys. It's, you know, they're bowling with only 2 outside the 30-yard circle.
He's a good stroke. It's not quite timed. Oh, it wasn't as good a stroke as I thought. In fact, consecutive deliveries, Bell playing strokes he might wish he hadn't. He didn't focus on the first one, but he really hasn't got any of the middle of the bat on that.
It'd be interesting to see where it hit the bat. Like it died through the air there. He just didn't get the wood that he'd like on that bat. The shot will tell us it's a... Yeah, I think the bat just turned in his hand. That's what cost him.
He's certainly trusting the wicket, like Michael Slater mentioned. He's standing, delivering. He knows and feels the ball is coming on consistently. It's time to launch.
There's a beautiful line from Coulter-Nile, and that area, that full area just outside off stump, is the one that continues to trouble Alistair Cook. Though on this occasion he at least did get a forward stride to the ball.
And the thing about that last ball too is that, as we can see there, the ball naturally goes on with that arc across Alistair Cook. We see Coulter-Nile's the type of bowler that can swing the ball back, but on this occasion it takes its natural line.
But also the stride is not as big as one thinks it is. His back foot is a long way in the crease, and the stride only takes him just out of the crease. Interesting cricket here at the Gabba, none for 45.
And Alistair Cook's continuing to practice that drive. It was wide too, which means it had to be a cover drive. Didn't quite get the foot out to where the bat swing was going, and he knows that, got away with it. That's a good thing for him today. Then the next one, he was a little bit more confident, but the foot didn't move as well. So can he get both things together? Can Coulter-Nile put one right where he wants it?
Yes, ideally that trigger movement back should be a little back and across, get him into a slightly better position to understand his off stump. It's number 45. If you're near enough and fancy coming down, there are tickets for sale. cricket.com.au/tickets. You could just turn up, actually. Buy one on the gate and see if Australia can chase down whatever England set them this evening. It's set fair, and I have a hunch we might have a contest.
Yeah, well, Liam Bell just pulled his head back in for that first ball of Clint Mackay's over. Two wild swings, or wildish swings, in the last two balls he'd faced, but he is looking to get at the bowlers. Good follow-up by Clint Mackay. Saw him coming, got his length right. Bell re-practices the walk, the crossover walk. He's looking for some power down the ground. Mackay's got to get a length that doesn't suit the shot Bell's trying to play.
It's a good opportunity too for the guys around the sort of gully and point region to let their bowler know how far actually is, how back in the crease that he is. It's so important that they understand that.
That's a wide ball.
He really laboured into the crease then, Binger. He lost something in his run up there, Clint Mackay. He was pushing really hard, then lost his action.
It could have been a swirl of breeze out there. It was quite blustery when I was out there before, but as though just the front foot might have splayed out a bit more than normal.
It's over square cover and runs away across the outfield. It's the width of the ball that allows the stroke. The arms can swing freely. 50 up with this pair at the wicket, and we're in the 10th over.
It's good to see that. That's what England needs to do. They need to be aggressive. It's good intent. Yes, they're not classic conventional cricket shots, but it's what they need. They need to put the pressure back on the Aussies.
They haven't gone to sleep. They've got through this 10-over period so far wicketless. Important, crucial.
There's a bunt down the ground by Bell. It's okay. It's okay. He's not quite timing it as he would like as yet. It's George Bailey who was giving chase.
Yeah, one thought it had gone straight up for a little while, and Bailey thought he was under it. Then he had to put in the big ones again. Again, just stand and deliver, let the ball come onto the bat. Ian Bell doesn't quite middle it though, and Bailey looks up, thinks he's got it, then puts in again. Yeah, so when the ball is new, when both balls are new, that's when it's most danger here at the Gabba. So it's important that England stayed wicketless, especially with Bell and Cook. Cook on 20, Bell on 27. And now they're getting into the friendly territory where the ball's not doing as much. And this big ground is hard to defend by Michael Clarke. And their run rate's good while they've been doing it, 5.28.
None for 52.
It's over.
It's the England side, unchanged from the side that lost in Melbourne on Sunday night. England supporting Joe Root, who's had a long time in an England shirt in the last 8 or 9 months. Just a young fella, a lot of talent. Gary Ballance in at 4, another of the young faces that are part of the future of English cricket. Now, James Faulkner, who was expensive the other night, and I think part of the reason for that was the lack of cricket. I mean, he's been following the side round as 12th man for the Test match team, and he just hadn't had a gallop anywhere. 68 he went for. Right, here he is to Alistair Cook. First 10 overs, mainly England's. Alistair Cook's got his balance nice. Ian Bell has showed plenty of intent. That's his best stroke so far, though that wasn't so dusty. England look so far at least as if they have the bit between their teeth. When the game finished and I interviewed the captains the other night, I asked Alistair Cook on the back of the Test series if losing this game was just getting too hard. Could they do anything about it? Could they turn it around? And he looked at me indignantly as if to say, of course we can turn it around. It's a 5-match one-day series. We've just started. We made 270. We didn't bowl with the new ball like we could. We didn't field like we could. We have to improve those areas. Yes, we can turn it around. A very certain man, a dignified man, who's dealt with the horrors of this trip pretty well, although he's struggled a little bit with the bat. He has 21 today, mind you, from 28 balls.
Maxwell does well to keep it just to 1. James Faulkner's got a job to do here. Today's a time to get a wicket, break a partnership. The wicket is beautiful to bat on. The ball is coming onto the bat extremely well and very consistently. Not extremely fast, not very fast. You see the dry surface that they've scuffed up already. It's good for batting.
Now Cook with a bit of adventure. No, there isn't a second in it, and Cook knows it. That's a great throwing arm, that.
You're definitely right there, Heels. I think it looks like a beautiful batting wicket. And I guess what the Australian bowlers will need to do now is try their variation. It looks like it's sliding nicely onto the bat with a new ball, as you'd expect up here at the Gabba. Not a lot of sideways movement, but what they want to do is try to sort of vary their length, vary their pace. I guess make the batsmen work for their runs.
Yeah, that last delivery, not good. It's very pullable. Needs to be higher. Get it up to shoulder height rather than midriff. If you're going to be short, it needs to be good. Then that slower ball bouncer that everyone's got. All those variations need to come into play. Faulkner's got them all. It's time for him to get it out. He's averaging 45 with the bat and 32 with the ball, James Faulkner. He's world class. No better time than now.
He's sort of frightfully excited to be at the Gabba.
That is a magnificent effort, isn't it, by those 5? But if they end up winning the series dress-up prize, it's only $2 grand each. So 10 grand between 5 of them. But a magnificent effort. 56 after 11 overs.
England going at above 5 and over. Bell 29, Cook 22, won the toss, chose to bat, and Glenn Maxwell into the attack. You feel England won't let him bowl. Australia are arguably a specialist bowler light in their choice tonight. They don't have Shane Watson playing as an option, which was a loss because of the balance he provides. Very smart one-day bowler too. Gets wicket to wicket, changes pace and length better than most around. Therefore, the overs have to be shared between Maxwell, maybe Aaron Finch, maybe even Michael Clarke, who we haven't seen with the ball this summer. And England will know to target him, or should know to target him.
That might be what he's going to do to him, Bell, jam it into the leg side and the feet of the batsman, because he hasn't protected the offside, which is Bell's favourite very much at all. The deep men are on the leg side, so now he gets the bowl to the left-hander. We'll see what he does. But for Bell, we'll have a look next time.
Well, England have struggled with the off-spin from around the wicket. Nathan Lyon pulled it off, not just here in Australia, but in England as well. Not England's best players, not even the Petersons and the Bells, really mastered that line of attack from Lyon.
Oh, caught it! Very good catch too. Sharp as you like from Maxwell. Oh, Alistair Cook disappointed, turns and walks very slowly to the sheds. Can't believe he didn't do more with that ball. It was there to hit. Half hit it. Am I going to keep it on the ground? Am I going to hit it in the air? And it just scoops enough for Maxwell to take a ripper. First wicket falls to spin at the Gabba, and it's Maxwell. 1 for 57.
Well, you're obviously with Alinta Energy.
Yeah, of course. Especially with their great energy deal.
Shall we test them out?
Turn it off, mate. Join over 1 million Australians. Switch to Alinta Energy, supporting your home team.
Joe Root out the middle, taking guard on a good pitch for batsman. Alistair Cook, distressed, one imagines, back in the changing room, and we finally found the middle of the bat on a few occasions, and now gone. 22 in 30 balls. Superb return catch by Glenn Maxwell. Side, onside is actually so's the offside. Basically, Australia have closed in on Root here. They've got 7 men saving a single, and that's one of them. They want to keep Root on strike. They want to prey on his uncertainty at present.
Great pair of hands, Glenn Maxwell. Fantastic catch of his own bowling. He's fantastic in the deep, in the outer field, but it's a sharp catch that.
Go!
Oh, bit of luck for Root. Maxwell's disbelieving, holding his head, and thought he had his man.
He's well known for that. He thinks he's got a dismissal or a review every ball. What was it? Just a fast ball. What's Joe Root done with it? Just got it before it yorked him. 2. Yeah, Joe Root's got to rid himself of that insecurity too. It's now time for him to step up as an international cricketer. I'm sure he's done it in the nets. He would have been practiced hitting the ball hard along the ground, into gaps, over the top. Now it's time to do it in the middle.
Well, he had 3 very full balls there, and only one of the 3 did he properly time. 1 for 59. KFC Classic Catches. Channel 9 and KFC give viewers a chance to win $2,000 and a year's supply of KFC. Each segment, we show you 4 catches. We ask you to vote on the one that you think's the most popular. To enter, call 1902 559 222 and follow the prompts, or SMS the letter that matches your selection, plus your name and address, to 19959 222. 4 catches here. We wind back the clock 7 years, the summer of 2006-07, when Australia last completed a whitewash in Test matches over England. Although England came back to win that one-day series, oddly enough, under Andrew Flintoff. Some tremendous performances in the second half of the tournament. And Mitchell Johnson returns too, the scourge of England this summer. Here he is to Ian Bell. No Mo, but no suggestion the Mojo had gone. Right, catch one. Little cracker. Matthew Haddin at slip. Andrew Strauss, the batsman. Haddin, such a good athlete, good hands, good hand-eye coordination. Always more difficult to move to the inside of the keeper. So if it's a left-handed batsman moving to the slip fielder's right, is always a tougher catch. It was a good grab.
Yeah, he's a power athlete, Matthew Haddin. He's able to cover good distance quickly and low. And see for Joe Root now on strike, and then deep backward square's gone back. There's a single around the corner if Mitchell Johnson wants to get short and at the body.
Next up, catch B, Ricky Ponting. I'm only laughing because you've seen Ricky take so many fantastic catches. That ball hung in the air a bit actually, and he had time just to press the lift-off button. Brilliant all-round fielder.
Both of Nathan Bracken.
It was a heavy landing too, wasn't it? Sand came up, the elbow dug in, but he still managed to hang on.
Yeah, Nathan Bracken. Boy, Root got a lot of that. Punched it almost as far as mid-off. Right, moving on from Ricky Ponting and Nathan Bracken to Brad Hodge. There's a super catch. One of the most underrated, maybe undervalued cricketers in the Australian scene for so long. Still going in the Big Bash.
Yeah, and he was in the PM's 11T the other day. Moving very, very well, Hodgie.
What are these? The best evers? What have you got?
Just winding back the clock, really. I'd like to try to explain it, but
there's some good grabs.
2067 they are, yeah.
Get back to that PM's 11 too, actually, Ben. You were the captain. What happened to your batting?
Oh, Root very lucky here. Come on, Joe. Knuckle down, Joe. And finally, an Englishman, Paul Collingwood, who made 200 in the Adelaide Test. Brilliant all-round fielder. Caught one of the greatest catches you'll ever see at backward point in a one-day international at Bristol when he caught Matty Haddin in 205. But that's pretty good in itself.
What about the colour of the ball? When you're allowed to go the whole way through, at least the 34 over, 36th over.
Yes, the ball change came for the 35th over then, but I think that series might have even been before that ball change. People simply couldn't pick it up unless the light was... Oh, in swing, at pace, but not out. Oh, no! The longest decision you'll ever see. The longest finger of fate.
That's a wild. Got a feel for the batsman there. His heart would have been in his throat. Is he going to refer it?
There's a big chance of it being too high. Yes, referring. How often have we seen Joe Root in this situation?
Joe's the great referrer. Particularly when Stuart Broad isn't around. There's a few players in the world game, actually, who just can't face the fact they're out. Right, is it a no ball? No.
What a ball he then delivered. It swung in late. Root was looking for something short and at the body, and he gets something in at the pads.
So will height save him? Is the line right? There's a few things to think about. It's hit high. It's hit at the base of that inner thigh pad. He's well back, though.
He's well back. I think it's at least or at worst hitting leg stump, but potentially the height.
How slow is he on the shot? His mind is mixed, there's no question. That's hit his pad, hit his back leg, and look where he's front pad onto back leg.
Oh, well, hang on. Has it clipped the front pad first? Umpire's call will kill off Joe Root. Seems cruel, but Joe must go.
Oh, they love it, and guess what they've got now? They've got 30,000 people behind Mitchell Johnson, steaming in. That's a brilliant piece of bowling. Back into the attack and does the job for the skipper. 2 for 60.
And it's a good place to be if Mitchell Johnson's on, swinging the ball, bowling rapid. Too good for Joe Root, who is suddenly having a terrible time of it. Gary Balance played well the other night at the Melbourne Cricket Ground, made 79. Also a young cricketer at Yorkshire, where there are a lot of very talented batsmen. Youngsters who might in time attract the attention of the England selectors. But Balance has to deal with Johnson, which is another thing altogether. We've got an unusual field, no slip. Most unlike Michael Clarke, 2 short mid-wicket fielders. Johnson. They've seen something, haven't they? It's wide, but they've seen middle and leg as an area.
Yeah, or maybe just he hasn't had a dose of Mitchell Johnson in the armpit. Short and at the armpit. I'm not sure they won't mind that wide because they get another one at Balance.
Isn't that a Jaffa? That's what you come to the Gabba to watch. Mitchell Johnson, full flight, swinging the ball back, taking the front part of his pad, going on a crash and leg stump.
How's Kumar Dharmasena? How long did he think about it? How short did he have to be? I guess when Hawkeye or Eagle Eye suggested it's umpire's call, the umpire was right to take his time. Balance waits. Every ball like an exploding bomb at the moment. 2 for 61.
He had a bit of a sore voice there. He'd been screaming for about 3 seconds. And there it is. Excitement, finally.
James Faulkner, 1 over from that end and dragged Mitchell Johnson. In the mind of the captain, much better equipped to get that wicket. Now Maxwell, the other wicket taker.
Completely different game of cricket now. Bell allowed a single by Clarke. All the field back on the leg side. And now Clarke wants to tighten up on Gary Balance. And what do England do now? The original tactic before this innings began will have been to go for Maxwell, to expose the 5th bowler option. But now he's taken the wicket, Johnson's taken the wicket. The balance of the match has swayed back towards Australia. So do England try to break away from that or just hold on for a few overs?
Oh, definitely. There's so much time in this innings and it gets easier and easier. So they've just got to take no risks at the moment, but be positive, push some singles, chip some if you like over the top. It's a trustworthy pitch. So when the big shot's there to play it. But other than that, just work it around. There's massive gaps here at the Gabba. You can get 4, 5 and 6 and over without risks.
Square leg and extra cover, the 2 places that Balance will be looking.
And minimise those type of shots. You know, that's a full ball. You can forgive Balance at the moment, being so new to the crease, but that ball's thrown up. That needs to be worked into a gap left of the man that's there because there's a big gap.
That's where there's a single.
He's changing pace well, Maxwell. He's tossed that second last ball up a fair bit, and that was a little bit straighter and a bit quicker. So using his pace nicely.
Balance has got to get on the coattails of Bell too. Got to help Bell keep it going. He hasn't had much strike of recent times. You can see this offside on the left of screen. The man that's running in, that's Ian Bell's favourite hitting zone, and Maxwell will steer clear of it.
Bell has to stay in. Bell has to be the man who bats the innings here. He has the talent. He now has a sign of some form. He has the temperament. In Melbourne, he had a wahoo across the line. Got bowled out against Xavier Doherty, who's not playing tonight. Went for 41 in Melbourne, has 32 tonight. Needs something more substantial from a player of his quality.
He's demonstrating his want to do it, at least, Ian Bell. Big shots have been played against the quicks, and he's got himself in on this Gabba pitch, so getting accustomed to the pace and the bounce is step 1.
Just wonder, guys, if Sean Marsh didn't hurt his hamstring on that previous ball. He grabbed at the back of his hamstring. I saw it just on the left-hand side of the screen, but it might have been a cramp, but ability to cramp.
Two for 64. reminder of that England side. Owen Morgan played well the other night. Josh Butler played some fantastic strokes, so to appreciate... Oh, body change. Michael Clark comes into the attack as James Brayshaw, Michael Slater and Mark Taylor come into the commentary seats.
Thank you, Mark Nicholas. Yes, so Michael Clark. Big cheer from the crowd. Haven't seen him bowl for a while, Michael Clark. Oh, nearly gets a wicket first ball. That would have capped off a summer for him, wouldn't it? Just tossed it up. It was really slow, 81 k's an hour. And Ian Bell almost chopped it back on.
Would have been a handy start to the Australian skipper. He hasn't bowled all summer, has he, Michael Clark? I was wondering whether the back would allow him to even bowl in these.
He's only just getting there at the moment. That is seriously slow finger spin.
Yes, you wouldn't say there's a lot of energy on the ball at this stage, would you? Working into it, tossing it up. But what Michael Clark is doing is exactly what he did with his bowling side in the first game at the MCG. He brought on Doherty and Maxwell straight after the 10th over. He tried to take the pace off the ball, say to the England batsman, all right, you've got to make your own pace. You've got to hit the ball now. You've lost a couple of wickets. That's nice use of the feet from Ian Bell, but you've got to make the pace. It will also allow him to bowl a lot of overs quickly and get in front of the over rate, which the Australians did very well the other night in game one.
Yeah, and he's without Watson, so he's got Maxwell and himself to bowl the 10 that'll make up the 50.
And Finch, I guess, can have a look at it too. The key with that fifth bowler is not to show the English batsman too much of the same thing, I reckon. He'll bowl a couple, Maxwell, Finch maybe two, to make up that fifth bowler.
Nicely bowled. They might look for two here. Bell's going to go here. Gets back. Good running. Good running. Just played it slow enough to get the two. It's 2 for 70 after 15. So 2 for 7 England, 15 overs bowled. So we've got the Centurions bat to talk about just in a moment. And you've got 15 of those left. Here's Maxwell. And another single. Yeah, so our official memorabilia has gained access to the last 15 of the Centurions bat, which is a deluxe frame, personally signed bat by the 12 Australians to have played 100 test matches. They're names like Clark, Border, Boone, the Wars, McGrath, Ponting, Haddin. So there's a special offer available today at the close of play, well, by the close of play. So you've got to call 1300 676 020. Officialmemorabilia.com.au for the Centurions bat. Only 15 left.
Don't suddenly bring humility into your act, Tub. You know that you're one of the people in that bat, so just mention your own name.
That's right. We won't tell the people what you were saying off air, which was, well, I get a little cop for this one, seeing as I'm involved.
That's hard work signing them. Took me a good 15 minutes to knock those over.
Here, oh dear. Only 15 left.
It's nicely played, but knocked down by George Bailey. That's well done. He probably saved 2 or 3 there, Bailey. Not only did he knock it down and save possibly a boundary, then got up very quickly, got after it, and kept it to a single.
Yeah, good stuff from Bailey. Big partnership this for England. The fact that Bell has got himself going, he needs to be the one to get close to the 100 or the 100 and be really selfish. But do it at a fair clip. He's rotating the strike. There's a lot of singles there, only the 3 boundaries. To balance Morgan, Papara, they've got a massive role. England need 300. That's certainly the sense I'm getting from the deck. It's just a belter. So 16 overs gone, it's 2 for 75.
Oh, yes, Michael.
2 for 75, England. And Michael Clark, he's trying to rip through these overs. That's what he's hoping. He'll probably get 2 or 3 dot balls and over.
It's further to Michael Slater's point, which is a really good one. Ian Bell has got to be the backbone around this innings because he's got so many funky hitters at the other end like this bloke. Balance, gets the ball to really weird parts of the ground amazingly well. Owen Morgan I love because of his ability to do that. Papara, Butler, Stokes. So he's got that array of strikers at the other end.
Get it, Bull!
It's a good piece of defensive fielding there. So that's why 39 from 47. If he can bat for another hour, England will be really well placed.
Yeah, and Balance has got a big job to do here. He can't be bogged down either. He's got to keep it moving. 5 dot balls this over. Ian Bell at the other end. This is where England, I reckon, really missed Kevin Peterson. If he was coming in now, he'd be looking to get after Clark and Maxwell. That's nicely bowled from Clark. Just 1 from that over. 2 for 76. Maxwell to continue in Australia, really trying to get through these overs now. That's a good shot. He's found a gap out there. They've at least 2, maybe 3. Bell's comfortable with 2. You know, just watching Gary Balance play, he's got a correct play, but he's not a great manipulator of the ball. Looks to me like more of a hitter. So that's why you can see Australia taking the pace off the ball. Maxwell and Clark bowling quite slowly to him. Oh, got him here. Yes, I think he probably has. Bit of a fumble from Haddin, but eventually got down, and I got a feeling he's just beaten Balance back to his crease.
Well, that's the reaction from Haddin. He feels like he's still got there. It was not gloved as he would have liked, so it wasn't as clean as we've seen Haddin, but I think he has got the job done.
So they'll have a look at the front foot first to make sure there's no issue there. And there isn't. And then we go to the stumping. He ran past the ball Balance. He was miles down. Bounce. Hads gets it. Goes, right, I've got it now. I'm off. Foot out. So that's the end of Gary Balance. And he won't want to see that on replay. Neither will Brad Haddin. 3 for 78.
England have lost 3 for 21 in the last, or just under 6 overs. It's been the spinners. Maxwell has got 2. Mitchell Johnson got the wicket of Joe Root. Just that lack of pace on the ball.
Oh, Morgan.
Now it's Owen Morgan, the new man for England.
And more pressure on Bell to keep going. Here's another look. Really bounced on Haddin. That was the difference. There was a bit of spin and it bounced, and then he was able to gather just in time to fulfill the stumping. Good work in the end from Haddin. He hasn't missed anything all summer, but it's a big wicket. It's very similar to Melbourne now, 3 for 70 odd. I think it was 3 for 60 odd in the 18th over down in Melbourne. So there's always a rebuild on. Very hard to play with confidence when you've lost 3 for 20.
Actually did pretty well there, Brad Haddin. It did bounce a lot, but he didn't panic. The ball bounced above his gloves and it hit him on the chest, but he didn't snatch at the ball. He let the ball run back down into his hands. So see, they didn't panic, waited for it to drop into his hands and then remove the bails. So even though it wasn't a clean stumping by any means, it wasn't full of panic. And that was why he was able to secure it. 3 for 80. Michael Clark continuing. Once again, continuing to bowl very slowly. That's at 83 Ks that. He's bowling anywhere from about 78 Ks to 83, which is extremely slow. Oh, he nearly got him. Michael Clarke would have had him there. He tried to flick that ball onto the stumps. Morgan was expecting Bell to hit it through mid-off. It was an inside edge. Clarke was aware of it, tried to knock it onto the stumps. Look at this. Oh, he was gone for miles.
Properly horrific way to get out. One of those ones where you keep walking through the rooms and get in a cab.
If there's not one available, you get on Uber and you can see it coming.
Just walk.
Talk about awareness, though. Michael Clarke knew that he'd charged out, backing up, and was an inch off getting it right.
This is high, but there's a man there. He hasn't got enough on it. Maxwell got him. Survives the run out, but not the catch.
He doesn't drop these the big show. In fact, he wants the ball to come to him. Let's have a look at what's going on here, Tom.
Yeah, I think what Morgan is doing, he's saying count the number of men outside the circle. That's why he's played the shot. He thinks that Michael Clarke and the Australians had too many men outside the circle. Now, I think what the umpires might do here is ask the third umpire to check. Bear in mind they're only allowed to have 4 men out, not 5.
Jeez, that's great game awareness. You want to make sure you got it right.
Well, that's in the face of me, isn't it? I just said the awareness of the skipper trying to knock it back to the stumps, and maybe there was an extra man out in the deep, and that has probably just been one of the fieldsmen not coming in when they should have done.
Well, the fact that the Australians have gone back into their fielding position tells me that that's exactly what happened. Here it is. Let's have a look. There's got to be 5 inside the circle. There's only actually 4 there. You've got to have 4 fieldsmen plus the keeper and the bowler. So if you look inside the circle there, you've only got 4 fieldsmen plus the keeper and the bowler. So therefore there's going to be 5 outside. So I reckon Morgan's got it right. It's risky though. It's risky. In the end, you'll get a run and a no ball. Bear in mind, there's no free hit because it wasn't a front foot no ball. So no free hit, just a run and the no ball. So 2 from that. But it's a risky ploy, isn't it?
Certainly is. He middled it. It went straight up in the air. It was a good catch. Maxwell, he had a long time to think about it. He had to shuffle himself around to get under it. And he took it really well in the end. So I'm pretty sure the men out in the deep, there's 1, there's 2, there'd be another one out there, a long off, and then you've got a man out in the deep there.
Wait, down. Good show.
Well, what you can try and do, as I said, is count the men that were probably inside the circle. So, as I said, there was a keeper and a bowler, but you've got to have, if you only got 4 others, it means you've got 5 out. And that's what Australia had. They only actually had 6 men, which includes the bowler and the keeper inside the circle. So that was too many out. 3 for 85. Well, Australia absolutely flying through the overs at the moment. 3 for 86 is the score into the 20th over. A little bit behind their over rate at the first drinks break. Australia like to be around about, well, I've had at least about 17 overs bowled by that drinks break. Only 15 today. This is the problem of losing those wickets together in clusters. Now I'm sure Ian Bell, who's got to 42 again and seen a bit of carnage at the other end, feels a little bit restricted. He wants to, I suppose, accelerate his innings at this stage, but knows he can't afford to get out by playing a big shot.
That's the other problem with not accelerating from the start, is you're stuck now with 3 wickets down and a run rate of 4.5 and over, and you're reluctant to accelerate because of your wicket problem.
almost got to trust the depth of batting, and that's probably where England don't go with the game plan from the outset that really backs that up. We were talking earlier, JB, just the start the Australians can get through Finch and Warner is completely different to the start that they'll always get from Cook and Bell, just because of the nature of players we're talking about.
Yeah, and then you're 3 down, but you've got another 20 or 30 runs on the board at least at this stage, and therefore your middle order batsmen coming in don't feel under the same pressure to score as quickly straight away.
Leave that away to the gap. That's okay. Just get 2 for that. That was well placed. There is 3 men on the onside, but he picked the gap nicely there. 20 gone, 3 for 90. So the run rate's 4.5 runs per over. That's okay.
Again, there 78.9 k's an hour for Michael Clarke. They are really backing off the pace and making the English batsmen do all the work. As a batsman, he'd be thinking right now, geez, I'd love to be facing myself.
It was interesting talking very briefly to Darren Lehman today. He said, what did you think of the pitch? And I said, looks like an absolute beauty, and it is. And he said, oh, maybe a bit slow, is what he said. He thought it might just lack a little bit of pace, which is probably splitting hairs, because it looks like an absolute excellent wicket to me. But that's probably why these guys are bowling out. They're just trying to give England no pace at all.
Well, it's interesting you bring Darren Lehman into this discussion, Tub, because this is the exact sort of pop he used to bowl. You'd never say that about Michael Clarke because he's high quality, but Darren Lehman used to serve this stuff up on a regular basis, and somehow Slats get away with it.
Well, you're too nervous to get out to him, and you got out to him. He had the roundest arm of any bowler with no pace on it, a lot of turn. And it made you nervous facing him because you thought, oh, I can't give him my wicket.
He could almost got pinged, couldn't he, for no balling, for having the arm below the horizontal, or almost bowling underarm. There wasn't much turn, there wasn't much bounce. It was hard to get under the ball when Darren Lehman was bowling. It's nicely bowled from Clarke, but also well played.
Easy.
Get 2 there. 3 for 95. So Morgan on 9. He's doing a good job. This is what he does really well, when he manoeuvres the ball around. And I've got to say that I'd like to see one of Morgan, Papara, Butler or Stokes bat up the order a little bit more. I know they're trying to bring balance and root into the side and become regular fixtures at 3 and 4, but that really are stagnating in those overs 10 to 20. Morgan comes in and straight away he's a bit like the Mike Hussey or Michael Bevan. He knocks the ball around really well. He's already got 8 runs from 10 balls, 8 singles. Doesn't face a lot of dot balls.
Well, it's like what Michael Clarke does in the Aussie team. He's very busy when he comes to the crease. Maybe they've got to be a bit more manoeuvrable in a floating sense, depending on the start. You either go with your stock standard, or all of a sudden, I'd be looking to get Stokes up there. He is a good striker of the ball, and he can come out with a bit of a licence and just play a natural game, which will be one of finding the boundary, I think.
Well, we often say up here that what you want to do as an opposition team is do the things that the opposition don't want you to do. Now, Australia will be very comfortable at the moment with that batting lineup because they know what they're going to get from Joe Root, balance, and straight away you can see Australia just trying to get through overs. If someone like Stokes or Josh Butler or someone like that, it's 53 and Bell. That's really well played. It's 63 balls for that 50, 3 4s in it.
Yeah, well played. There's a big role to play from now on. If they're going to get anywhere near the 300 we suspect they need, that man on screen's got a huge role to play. His next 50 balls are very important.
It's just finishing off that point. Yeah, I think Michael Clarke will be comfortable bowling to this batting order, but you throw in Stokes or Butler or Papar up the order to be more aggressive. That's when you ask questions of the Australian captain and of their bowling. That's the 100 up for England. It's taken 22 overs. So 22 overs bowled, 3 for 100. We're going to have a change out in the middle. Clint Mackay is going to replace Michael Clark, and we've got a change at the commentary box as well. Mark Nicholas and Michael Hussey with Ian Healy.
Thanks, Mark Taylor. Yeah, must have been tempted to keep himself on again, Clark. 4 overs for 17. Could have squeezed the 5th one out, but Maxwell's bowled 6, so there's 10 for that part-time option that they have picked in the team today, or not picked Xavier Doherty. So they've covered the Doherty 10, with Finch still up their sleeve if they have to go back to spin as well. Owen Morgan works his 11th run. And Clint Mackay going for 5.25 runs and over. He's looking for a breakthrough. It's a big partnership. The two personalities are Morgan and Bell. The partnership is 23 at the moment. And he's in good touch, Huss. You've been playing with him in the BBL.
Yeah, he has been in good touch. And this is where the England tactic of building a platform has been put into play. They're not too aggressive at the start. They build the platform and let their hitters try and finish off the innings.
Ball leading edge into the gap. They get a single. Definitely get a single there.
So Bell's played well. He's moved to 51 off 64 deliveries, but it's important that he goes on. Makes an 80, 90, 100, and then the rest of the English players can bat around him. That's when they can build a really big total, around 300, which will really test the Aussies.
80 balls without a boundary. And I guess the Englishmen have to really work to the 30th over. If they 3 down in the 30th over, as Morgan almost slips and sent back, would have been safe. So a lot happening. If they can get to the 30th over 3 down, double that score and you'll get your total. So in the next 7.5 overs, another 50 runs maybe, start to head towards a 300 total.
Now, most players don't bat with full spikes in their shoes. Most bat with half spikes, some with rubbers. And I wonder if Morgan just slipped on his heels there, where there isn't a spike or a spring.
It doesn't really make sense, because when a disaster is pending, you need your heel. You pull up on the heel, that's where you need your spikes. He's got 2 in the back there, and the wicket is that hard they didn't grip.
And I'm interested in the dive here from Morgan as well. In his last Big Bash game for the Sydney Thunder, he was run out when he was over the line, but his bat bounced up.
You just wanted us to talk about your last Big Bash game, didn't you? The Sydney Thunder. You're up.
It's finally off the mark. But, no, it's all about the Aussies and the English today.
You better change the subject, because we might talk about the 19 before.
England going well here, 3 for 105.
That's my boy.
So the last ball of the 23rd over. Ian Bell just works it left of the fielder and off they go. So 106. The next 7 overs pretty important. Australia need a wicket. 3 for 106. So Michael Clark didn't keep himself in the attack, but he's keeping Maxwell there. His 7th over. The reason being he's got 2 for 25. Really struggling to get him in the middle of the bat.
The spinners have done a good job against England in both the matches, really. Doherty did a good job down in Melbourne, backed up well by Maxwell, and today Clark's done a good job as well. So it's taking the pace off the ball to the English. They haven't been able to go at any more than probably just over 4 and over against the spinners.
Well ball, mate.
Yeah, it's the big pace onslaught you think you're going to get in Brisbane. And what happens? Maxwell and Clark do some damage. Mitchell Johnson came in for 1 over and got a wicket, and he was out of the attack. Michael Clark keeping all his guns up his sleeve for when they might be really needed in the last 20 overs, 10 overs, when England can start to unleash Papara, Butler, Stokes, Bresnan.
I think you made a good point last over, that the next 6.5 overs is very, very important part of this game. England can't afford to lose another wicket. If they can be at the 30-over mark, 3 wickets down, if they can be around about 140, 150, then yeah, the old rule of thumb is you double your score at 30 overs with wickets in hand, and then they're looking at a really big score around 300.
They took 6 off the last over without trying. There was just 4 singles and a 2. They've had a leg by and 2 singles this over so far. No risks. And then a ball will present itself and maybe a big shot can be played. But don't miss gaps. 4 from that one, 3 for 110. So 6 and over from now. The last 26 overs of this match will bring 266 to England. They made 270 in game 1 and were chased down quite easily. So there's lots to do. And again, a very engaged crowd.
Yeah, Australia's kept it pretty tight. As we mentioned, England will want to be 3 down at that 30-over mark. But I just wonder if Michael Clarke might be thinking about bringing back one of his strikers, either Johnson or Coulter-Nile, to try and pick up a couple of wickets before that 30-over mark. England are wanting to build a nice platform here and a solid partnership to have that final onslaught. But if they keep losing wickets through the middle, it puts a lot of pressure on the lower order.
And the obvious choice would be Johnson, who's only bowled 4 overs, 1 for 16 in his 4. You could have a 3-over burst from him and still leave him with something to do later if you needed it. But I think it's a point that's worth examining. 7 overs now, or 6 overs, 5 after this one, leading up, I reckon, to about 35. I reckon the next 10 or 11 can shape the game.
Morgan bounces it over the cover field. It's a single. Good over by Clint Mackay so far. 2 dots and then that single. Bowling beautifully to the field that's been set for him. Tight men in front of the batsman, not allowing anything easy. Now for Ian Bell, who, even though he's faced 68 balls, the numbers of boundaries in this first half of the innings, 24.5 overs, very low.
And you'd expect the Australians to be a lot higher in their boundary count.
Or top edge. He's got it away though. Will it top spin its way for 4? It does.
Much slower ball from Clint Mackay. We talked about the slower bouncer. Kind of run their fingers over the ball and they drag that short ball down and it stays in the pitch. The batsman threw it much too early. Almost toe ends that. Bell gets 4 from it.
No luck for Mackay and plenty for Bell. It could have gone anywhere. They could have gone straight up to either Haddin or the short fine leg, but got away with it and got 4 to his total as well.
And that ball just over 10 kilometres per hour quicker. The bowlers have all worked so hard at being able to change their pace without any discernible change to their action. So Bell early on the ball before and late on that ball.
Was that the front glove? No, looks like it missed everything. Clint Mackay thought he'd heard something. He was the only one. Good finish. And Ian Bell finds a way to get a single. He's on 60 not out, 3 for 116.
For over 20 years, CommBank has been supporting women in cricket so that thousands more girls can. CommBank, proud supporter of women in cricket.
Some sort of beer bottle or something, is it? Banana on the right. It's the brown one. A stubby or a tawley. Ian Bell again, not out of the middle of the bat, but picks up a single. First ball of Maxwell's 8th over.
Maxwell's done a good job again today. 2 for 29, just over 4 and over, picking up the 2 vital wickets. Gets through his overs so quickly. It just helps at the back end of the innings, where it gives Michael Clarke more time to be able to get his fields right, talk to his bowlers when the pressure's going to be really on. It's the English batsmen try and go hard towards the end of the innings.
Going inside out, the left-handed Morgan at the moment. There's no protection at mid-wicket. So towards this camera over the top of Dave Warner. See the massive gap there. If he wants to go with the angle, he might. At the moment, Maxwell's keeping it outside off and having him play to the other side of the field.
Yes, he doesn't want to get it too much outside off, because that does allow Morgan the chance to free his arms up and hit it over mid-wicket. In fact, mid-wicket is now going over the edge of the circle, so it's just a little deeper, and finally Morgan gets a single. But by this stage of the over, Maxwell is settling on singles, and if he has a single off the last ball, it means the over's gone for 3, and that's a real result. Maxwell's figures are excellent, 2 for 30. This is the last ball of his 8th over, with crafty off breaks rather than magical spinning things.
Jams it on the leg side again for Ian Bell. He's starving him of his favourite offside. So he too's just been picking up ones. 3 from that over, 3 for 119. So England packing up their partnership at about 4.5 runs per over in the last 8 or 10 overs. They want a little bit more. They know this is a scary Australian batting attack. They need some security in the bank at the lunch break, at the dinner break. Can they get it there? At the moment, 4.58 runs per over for the total innings. Clint Mackay starts again. Inside edge, Bell is pushing, but not realistic, thinking he might get 2 there. It's a single. Trivia time, fellas. The KFC trivia. Who's scored the most runs in one day internationals played at the Gabba?
Oh, I don't know. Ponting? Haddin?
Both good options.
Jones? He seemed to score a lot of run day ones wherever he went.
Oh, that's beautifully struck. He wanted to go at 6. He wanted to go early, Owen Morgan. He hung in there, waited, and then went through with the shot beautifully.
Just a little shimmy down the track. You sort of got the feeling, you know, England were happy just taking their ones, but where were they going to find a boundary? And Morgan took the initiative there, and that's brought a change in the field. Mid-on's now coming back onto the fence.
But they got in by rotating the strike. That's what was nice about this partnership. From a potential crisis, they've scored at nearly a run a ball just to keep England in the game, and now they're both seeing it nicely. And now I'll go Jones or Ponting.
Righto, all right, you've got a good little trio there. That's a short boundary that Owen Morgan attacked, and that should be targeted here at the Gabba. So you've got Ponting, Jones, who else? And Haddin was the 3.
Can't argue with those, really. Maybe Michael Clarke as well. I'm not sure.
Well, come on, hold the answer. Give us an answer, Huss. Mark Waugh, maybe.
Gilly?
I'm
going to go Dean Jones.
Righto, very good one-day record at the Gabba. Oh, yes, you're right. 513. Massive 145 he scored against England here on a Sunday, hot Sunday. But he turned it on the ledge.
Well, hot work for him, didn't it? I mean, Madras is famous, of course, but humidity worked for Dino. Incredible one-day cricketer. Brilliant use of his wrists and his feet. And incredible staying power in a one-day innings.
Yeah, I used to watch him as a kid when I was growing up, and the things that really stood out to me was his use of feet to the spinners, that one there, and also his running between the wickets, so aggressive.
We played in an Ashes golf day the other day, didn't we? Dino fell in a lake.
Yes. He did. He doesn't like losing balls, does he? He's just overbalanced and down he went. Yet to score one on the offside in those highlights. It's all onside, Harry. And look at those images of the old Gabba with the dog track. So Leslie Wilson stand. And Mackay finishes that over with 8 off it. 3 for 127 after 27. 4.7 runs per over with that 6 and the 2 singles. They lifted the run rate from 4.58 just in that 1 good over. We're saying the next 3 or maybe 8 overs very important for Morgan and Bell to keep establishing their partnership. And then they put their team in a position to put Australia under pressure. All right, Faulkner is now into the attack. He only bowled 1 over from the Vulture Street end. Now he's been changed. He's at the Stanley Street end for his second. So 5, 6 or 7 and over without too many risks is what's required. The next 3 overs, that'll get them close to the 150 mark with 20 overs to go and 7 wickets in hand. That's why Australia need a breakthrough.
Yeah, it's a good platform. While England top order. Good attacking fielding there from David Warner. And this is the way England like to play their one-day cricket. It's probably different to how Australia play. They send out Warner and Finch and say, get on with it right from the word go. Whereas England like to build a platform and then really look to attack in those last 15 overs of a one-day game and catch up the run rate later on.
Sliced away, the man at third man, Coulter Nile, with plenty to do. Keeps it to 2. $25 for Owen Morgan, 33 balls, that is a platform. 50 partnership is up. Bell is 63 not out. Starting to have some fun with the blade again. Had a slice of luck in this innings, and might be his day to go on with it. Great fielding, great effort.
Yeah, I've enjoyed watching the Australians in the field today. Just the movement. That's something that the fielding coach, Mike Young, always talks about, is the movement. If a ball gets hit out into the deep, the guys on the opposite side of the field need to come up into the ring to back up, cover all the different angles. And I've been watching the Australians closely, and they've been very disciplined on that aspect of their game.
Oh, again, a little finger on it, that from Faulkner. And onto the stumps. The non-striker was stranded badly.
Well out. The little finger is almost the death rattle.
It's exactly the same one. The non-striker was expecting the drive to go more offside. The bat just turned in, and Morgan hit it much straighter than expected, and Bell wasn't ready to get back into his crease. That's a good over by Faulkner. 3 off it. 3 for 130. So Australia battling hard to keep that run rate down towards the end of that graph. James Faulkner, Clint Mackay, Glenn Maxwell. There's another change now. Mackay's finished 7 overs, done for 41. Who is it? Mitchell Johnson.
It's been a good even battle between bat and ball. Just the 1 big over, 12 runs off that. But other than that, it's been a good battle on excellent batting conditions. Now I think with Johnson coming back into the attack, Michael Clark's really looking for a wicket. You can see that this partnership is a dangerous one. 52 off 65 deliveries. Needs a wicket.
If they're going to take a risk, take it against some pace. Around our country at the moment, plenty of frightening bushfires. Perth and Adelaide and Melbourne apparently is pretty scary today. So we wish everyone well in the areas of the fires, and certainly take our hats off to the firefighters. How hard is that? Temperatures in the 40s with a bushfire raging, and they continue to turn up, whether they be CFS or the pros. But 9 News tonight for all the latest updates and details of the bushfire scenario. Man out there. Aaron Finch, Centurion. Just like Ian Bell. Ian Bell had a touch of luck today, this afternoon, and he's got a chance to go on with it. Aaron Finch was like that too, dropped. And he was on 8 in that innings. One goes through, second slip, and LBW tight review, turned down. The scorecard shows 100. And that's what Ian Bell's, he's got so much time to go. He's 63 not out. He's got 21 and a half overs to go.
Yeah, and it's important for him or Morgan to bat the majority of those overs. They can almost maybe get to the 30 over mark and then have a bit of a chat and sort of say, okay, one of us might be able to have a bit of a go here and take it to the Aussies. And if the other one, if one of them gets out, it's important for the not out batsman to bat right through the innings.
Yeah, 5 overs at a time, 1 over at a time really. But you don't want to leave too much ammo in the sheds. Finish your 50 overs, and Stokes and Brisbane haven't been used. So, yeah, they've really got to really push the button on every ball if they possibly can to get every run they need.
What about the batting power play? Would you consider taking that a little bit earlier than normal and really take it to the Aussies? Perhaps they both can go. If one gets out, then the other one needs to just knuckle down again and build a new partnership.
That was the vertical ramp shot or attempt by Bell. Get his head out of the way and try to get the periscope working it over the keeper.
It's good over this from Johnson, just a single from it, 5 balls bowled. The umpires had a look at the height of that one, but they reckon that Ian Bell in his normal stance was more than capable of dealing with it. Just a single from the over, the 29th.
Oh, it was a wide. He didn't get away with that one, Mitchell Johnson. He deceived the batsman for the lack of pace, but didn't get his line inside that guideline on the offside.
You reckon? Yeah, fair call. Fair call.
It's tight, and interestingly enough, Clark and Johnson brought the fine leg up and mid-off back for that last ball, and then consequently bowled the slower ball to try and close out the over, as Brett Lee was talking about earlier on.
And trying to get that wide line Yorker and get it very full, about a foot outside off stump. That's what he was trying to do.
Finish as well though, Mitchell Johnson. He was rope ball with the call of wide. 3 for 132. So 1 over to go to reach 30, where you generally can double your score. So maybe they're heading for 280 if they have a good over here. And they've got to have 21 good overs though. James Faulkner continues to Owen Morgan, who's been kept pretty quiet of late.
Increasing amount of slower balls being bowled. That one at 131 from James Faulkner. The feeling is that the pitch doesn't quite have the pace we thought it might have. It's very dry. Certainly the slow bowlers used by Australia, 12 overs of slow bowling from Glenn Maxwell and Michael Clark, have been very economical. You take on that fella at your peril. David Warner.
How quickly did he get the ball in his hand and then release it? Oh, that's a very quick release. Oh, he would have had him too if he had have hit.
What about that for cricket? Good ball, forced a defensive shot. The batsman tempt a single, pushed everything to the limit, and so too does the fielder.
It's very difficult to pick the ball up and release it so quickly as David Warner did on that occasion.
Bell gets it away. Behind point, it's 4. Hotspot might be interesting in this. It's like a double hit.
It's just followed David Warner a bit today. It can happen like that. He's not having his very best day, and those are high standards that he sets. He would have run out Ian Bell the ball before, and on another day might put off a blinding catch there.
It's almost like he didn't quite pick it up that early. It's like he was charging in to save the single, and the ball then flew past him, and he looked like he didn't quite pick it up off the bat.
Well, this time it's a single blow. You see the double hit, that Bell?
It's like it ran down the blade.
Yeah, and then he got the middle coming forward and got it on the ball, caught up with it. So Faulkner's hits the top, and then the bottom, the middle at the bottom catches up with it, and he gets enough on it to beat David Warner. Faulkner over pitches the man down to the long boundary. Long straight boundary that end, short straight boundary the other end. That one can be protected.
This is one of Owen Morgan's greatest improvements. He used to work all his singles with his wrists. Mid-wicket, extra cover, square leg. But he's learnt to knock it back down the ground for a single. Straight back past the bowler. It's very good.
Oh, he sends him back. He's out! He's dived in, but I don't think it's worked. The Aussies like it. Michael Clark, the man.
Hours and hours of practice. One-handed pickups, a little semicircular net, no more than 1.5 meters high, a single stump to aim at, and this is exactly what Michael practiced. Michael Clark spends hours practicing and gets a result from. Brilliant cricket from the Australian captain. And a crucial wicket.
They wanted to be 3 down at the 30-over mark. Well, Clark has changed it. It's 4 for 139 after 30. Bell, 68 from 84, and disappointing. Where is he wandering? 68, finished. Huge turning point in this match, game 2 of the Carlton Mid One-Day Series. The last ball of the 30th over, Ian Bell run out. Ravi Bopara comes to the crease in his 96th match. He needs all of those runs today, 32.3 his average. Mitchell Johnson steaming in over the wicket to Owen Morgan. He now needs to take a leading role. Defends there, a change in the commentary box. David Lloyd, who's never been to cockroach races before, I'm going to have to take you to the mud crab races as well in Queensland here. He's with Mark Taylor and James Brayshaw.
Thank you, Heels. Phenomenal piece of fielding there from Michael Clark, just winding the clock right back. Really, really special from the captain. He's always set a great example in the fielding. Now he's got a new batsman in the form of Bopara. Morgan thumps into his pads, but missing the stumps. Very evenly poised game of cricket.
Mud crab racing. He's from Queensland, isn't he, Healy? They're all mad up here.
How was that piece of fielding? It's just wonderful. Pick up, left-handed thrower helped. Measured the throw, knew a direct hit was going to work, and it did.
No luck for Ian Bell at all there. He tries valiantly to get back, and not only doesn't the bat slide into the crease, it actually bounces up. So even if he'd have made his ground, it bounced up in the air, that bat.
I think it's fabulous fielding. David Warner can do it, Clark can do it. Mitchell Johnson's a fabulous fielder as well. Yeah, you're in trouble now, it's Clark.
You could see his bat there, couldn't you? It was sliding in towards the stumps and it bounces up in the air. Look at that, it's that one bail sitting up there. He knows he's gone, Ian Bell. The head's down, you know, direct hit. You're never as close as you want to be. He knew he was gone.
Off the bottom edge. They've set an unbelievable standard for infielding over the journey, Australia. If you think of Ricky Ponting, he was unbelievably good at it. That man on screen in his less injured days, if you like, was terrific. Andrew Simons, phenomenal. Matthew Hayden, very good. You looked anywhere in the infield in a one-day international and you just saw dangerous fieldsmen everywhere.
I tell you, one of the guys who started it all in that position was Alan Border. Alan Border at mid-wicket was probably one of the best at hitting the stumps. Okay, he may not have been as quick as a Ponting or a Clark at his best, but the throw in his baseball days was as good as anyone's. One of the most accurate arms I've ever seen.
Good over, 4 for 139. So you've got another ball to go. Counting's not going too well. Bumble, I cut you off in the process.
Well, that skill that we saw from Clark, it's threefold. Get to the ball quickly, clean pick up, it bounced beautifully, hit the stumps. And the fielding coach would have been out of his seat. Good athlete. And he's got a dicky back.
It's targeting the ribcage there of Morgan. Did well to get that to ground. Hope for his sake it was gloves and not ribs. 440. Cricket Australia Live, the official app, get it free. Apple and Android devices now. All you need to do, visit cricket.com.au/live, scores and everything else you need. Big Bash, of course, in the middle of that tournament. You can get the live scores there, stats, everything. Clint Mackay now to come on and bowl. And that's going to go for 4. Good result. Caught a bit of the glove, maybe thigh pad, doesn't matter. It is glove. 4 runs the result, and much needed here for the English side.
Well, they need to get above 280. I think 300's a one-day score that you're always looking to achieve. It flicks the thigh pad. You've got to go some to get that far to 300. Boundary count's not enough.
Just a nice little bonus too for Owen Morgan. He given runs for that. That won't impress the bowler either, because that goes against his figures. If it goes down as leg buys, it doesn't cost you 4 runs against your bowling figures. That was straight off the thigh guard, down to fine leg, goes down as runs.
And he is struggling. You can see him running up. Clint Mackay, he's struggling with his action and rhythm.
Yeah, they take it personally, bowlers, when the numbers go against their own figures. And Clint Mackay, he knew straight away that that hadn't come off the bat, it had come off the thigh pad. Let's have a look. Here he goes. It doesn't matter in the end, but it does.
I sort of say to the umpire, would you give him out if you caught it behind? Hey? No, I bet you would. I bet you.
Brett Lee in the back of the box here, Bumble, and he's all over it like a rash.
Well, I'm going to ask Max, can he change that? If he knows that there's been a mistake, can third umpire say to him, look, that leg buys, don't you give it as runs, it's actually leg buys. Can they change it?
Apparently you can. Just got to let the official scorers know.
So that's where a bowler should start doing some lobbying. A quick word to someone. I want that ball looked at post this inning. It's still going to get out as 4 runs regardless to the team. It doesn't go as 4 runs against his figures now. He's into his, what, 8th over now. None for 45, and it's, you see the colour of that pitch. It's a beautiful bone colour out there. Not doing much off the seam, no swing. Not great if you're a sort of a medium quick bowler.
Not enough boundaries for England. Just 8 4s and 1 6. We're into the end of the 32nd over.
We were saying the same last match, Bubble, and once again it's about their batting. They've got all the big hitters to come shortly, but just wonder if one of them should bat up the order.
Good shot, really good shot. Ravi Bopara. There's one of the boundaries that you're talking about, Bumble, and it's a good one to finish the over. So 4 for 149 England. Good over for England. In fact, their second best of the innings. You're going to have a lot more of those. if they're going to get anywhere near the 300 we suspect they're going to need, or at least the 270, 280 to be competitive on this really good surface here in Brisbane. Very nice shot to finish that over from Ravi Bopara.
Lovely timing. Welcome boundary. Quite a wristy sort of player, Bopara. Gifted lad. That's nice.
Well, that does show you how good a pitch this is. That's the guy. That's his first ball of his innings. He's just lent on that. It suggests to me there's enough pace in the pitch to allow you to drive and to cut and pull. So that's why we feel that England do need a big score here. No seam movement, no swing.
Bouncer, and he's got it into a gap. I'm not sure he's got it well enough to get it to the padding. He should come back. That's poor running. Good arm, but I still think there might have been a third in it. There's the fieldsman out there, Glenn Maxwell. So 150 on the board for England, and it's taken them 32 and a bit overs.
I think with the World Cup coming up, both teams have got one eye on that. You want to win a series, but I'm absolutely certain with the fielding regulations as they are, the restrictions, that 300 is what you're aiming for. It used to be 250. 250, you're well in the game. You've now got to get 300. If you want to win World Cups, you've got to have a capacity to get 300 regularly.
Another good shot. Pick up just a single. Johnson 1 for 22. He's halfway through his 7th over, so he's come straight back into this Australian team and performed beautifully. Bopara gets his first look at him.
Yeah, Michael Clarke going for a slip. Looking for an early wicket here. So Mitch Johnson is targeting the body there. Bopara is looking down, thinking, well, is that a wide? He could get a long way across, but that's what I like about Michael Clarke's captaincy. He grabs an opportunity, doesn't want to give any of the England batsmen time to settle. Might have got away with a wide there, might have just been wide enough. But because he's thinking about being aggressive, the umpires know it's not an attempt at a defensive delivery. It's an attempt to get a wicket.
After him, halfway down and fast, 146 Ks.
He's still got it. Without that moustache, he's still got it.
I think Michael Clarke's got a reasonable point here. He's saying to the umpire, that can't be the second short ball of the over, surely.
Does he want to umpire the game as well?
I think he's having a decent go at it the moment. I reckon he's got half a point. The first one was sort of rib height at best, wasn't it? That might be called a wide, and is.
Yeah, and that one did keep going. That was the sucker ball after the two short ones. Throw it up wide of off stump, look for an edge. It just kept going a little bit. Yeah, that's fair enough. That's a bit too full and wide for my liking. That's a fair enough call.
You can't reach that with a sweeping brush. What's the matter with Mitch Johnson? What's up with him?
Into the gap. Just a single to finish for Bopara. 4 for 154. Hot work at the Gabba for Owen Morgan. The padding inside the helmet gets full of sweat, so you just jam it against your forehead and it squeezes it out.
You do that on a length. Just after you get to about the 46th, 47th over, do that around about a good length on the pitch. A bit of moisture in it.
Faulkner back on. Michael Clarke swinging his bowling around.
Just a few chords there of a great song. Stones, Give Me Shelter. Ooh, the storm is breaking.
Coming to Australia, the Rolling Stones, opening up Adelaide Oval and then concerts in all the major cities. Good luck if you haven't got tickets, by the way, because they were gone pretty much as soon as they were open everywhere.
Seen them 3 times. Absolutely fantastic. It's a show. That is a show.
Acceleration needed here from England. That they've got to get to 70 plus, you think, to be anywhere near competitive on a really good batting surface. So Papara and Morgan, both very skillful hitters of the ball. Butler to come, we know, can really clatter it around. Stokes we've seen plenty or enough of to know that he's got lots in the tank as well. So they've got hitting to come, Tub. They need to accelerate.
Yeah, well, look at that 7 and over from here on in. That's 270. Well, that wasn't enough at the MCG. Australia got that reasonably comfortable, the 270. And I reckon this pitch is probably better than the one at the MCG. So obviously things can change. And England missed some opportunities up there or down there at the MCG when they bowled with a new ball. They dropped a couple of catches. So if you make a score of 270, things are going to have to go your way. And you have to take everything. So I still think the 275 is probably a par at best. And I think Michael Clarke would almost sign up for that.
Well, 2 things. There's one of the top 6. Got to score a century if you're looking for 300.
Good fielding again. Davey Warner at backward point.
And the other thing, if you're only getting 270, your boundary count, England's boundary count is just not enough. You're giving the hitters down the order, Butler and Stokes, too much to do.
Bad onto that. Well, been fortunate he did, is he might have drinks coming out onto the ground. 4 for 157. Coulter Nile, just the 3 overs. Edward Scissorhands is going to watch on. He's happy. Tell you what, your boys, Bumble, the English platform for the dress-up's been sensational. Oh, no trouble. Hit. Real trouble. No, got back. Davey Warner got the throw away, but Papara, I think, realised in time that he was being sent back.
Interesting spell this run for Nathan Coulter-Nile. He's into his 4th over. He's none for 16. A bit of pressure on him here.
Call of 2 straight away, and Papara's going to go. It's a big boundary square the wicket here at the Gabba.
Well, Coulter-Nile, from what I see, is another Australian bowler with a strong action. No nonsense, straight run up, good action. Big tall lad.
James Pattinson's been in the squad for the first 2 games, not used so far. Australia playing the 4 quicks, Kai, Johnson, Coulter-Nile and Faulkner. So there will be pressure on all the bowls to continue to bowl well, to hold their spot in the side.
I should think he'll get a go, James Pattinson, coming back from injury. He'll be itching to get out there. Another terrific bowler, Pattinson.
Now, Bumble, what have we got here on the platform? Always love to dress up your mob.
Well, we got the builders at the front there, yeah. They'll be having a brew, sitting down, having a cup of tea, ringing the foreman up. We've run out of shovels. Well, you'll have to lean on each other. I've got the Pirates in the background there.
Bumble, you can't enlighten us on the builders, you call them. They've got a G on the front of them.
I thought they were just builders, I don't know. Who's this guy? That's Captain America, isn't it?
Is it Thor? Or Birdman? That's the Mario brothers there, isn't it? Mario.
Big part of this ODI summer. You're encouraged to get dressed up. You're encouraged to get up onto the platform and enjoy either the Aussie or the English. There are a couple of the boys.
Housewife's choice. Yeah. Good gracious me. There's a prize for the winner.
Tidy over from Gilton Isle, 4 for 162. Third time in a row now we've got a compulsory batting power play. Twice it happened in the game in Melbourne. Now for England, they must take it.
Well, we're talking about the two white balls that are used in one-day cricket now. Right at the start of the game, it's important from a bowler's point of view that you try and get early wickets, and from obviously a batting point of view not to lose early wickets, because what you're hoping for is that now the two balls which are used in the game are only 17 and 18 overs old, respectively, so they're still quite hard, yet there's no swing in them. So they're good for hitting. That's why I think batting sides are taking this batting power play now as late as they possibly can. They want to keep resources in the shed. Only 3 men allowed out now.
Under edge 4. That's going to run away from the big boy.
Yes, only 3 men allowed out now, so try and keep as many resources in the shed as you possibly can. And now you look to attack these 5 overs and then the final 10.
You have a mental picture of the field, and in this instance it's a deep point, deep long off and deep square leg. So those are the 3 outside of the circle. England scored 52 in the first 10 overs. Compulsory fielding restrictions.
Exactly what you don't want, as James Faulkner, is to go for 4 off the first ball of your over when you have all the field up, which they do now. Nicely played, got protection at mid-off.
Yeah, and this can where bowling figures can sometimes be a little bit misleading, because it depends when you get to bowl in this game. James Faulkner's obviously one that Michael Clark has earmarked as a bowler to bowl at this time in the batting power plays, because he varies his pace and he's got a ball that comes out of the back of the hand. He can bowl a good Yorker, but you could also go for, in the 3 overs he's going to bowl from that end, I think he could go for 30 runs here.
Michael Clark's working overtime here, just getting his fielders in the right place. It's a vital part of the game, these 5 overs of batting power play.
I just think he's so impressive, Bumble. He does not allow England to get hold of these games at all. His bowling changes are spot on, his field positions are spot on. Understands the cadence of the game. It's just a single down to mid-off. He is a very impressive captain.
He would feel that he's controlling the game. England are 4 for 169, but we're in the 36th over. Run rate is much less than 5 and over.
Morgan comes down but can't get it away.
And what Michael Clark is hoping for, that in this batting power play where only 3 men are allowed out, the batsmen are thinking, obviously, we've got to score at least 6 and over, if not 8 and over. But that can create an opportunity. If they get it wrong and they lose a wicket, it's hard for the new batsman to come in and score at that pace. So as a bowling captain, you're thinking here, I'd love a wicket early on in this batting power play.
Into the over, 4 for 170. Just under 30,000 at the Gabba to watch the second of these Carlton mid-series. 4 for 170 England. Nice platform laid. Good hitters to come. Butler, Stokes, Brisbane. There'll be some fireworks. Don't worry about that. This man can provide them. Morgan. Down he comes and misses with a little attempted dab. Right, let's have a look at the wickets so far.
Yeah, they started pretty well. England, 57 without loss, and then Alistair Cook has found a way of getting out, really. Maxwell tossed it up a little bit, just trying to push it for a single. Bit of a thick inside edge, and Maxwell did well off his own bowl. And then Joe Root is really struggling this summer. Really struggling. Caught on the crease, swings back a bit, but he's late. Done by pace and swing.
Good dot balls, these. First two of the 37th.
Yeah, that was Gary Balance. The third man, not a bad bit of bowling that. Spun a little bit of drop. Haddin did well in the end. He didn't take it cleanly, but he waited. He waited for that ball to fall back into his gloves and then completed the stumping.
Ian Bell was next. Just check this fielding. Bullseye, Michael Clark. He's in trouble now. Great pickup.
Good news for England is that they've got this potent middle order, and they're now going to get access to some of the bowling. Bang down the ground from Morgan. He's got Mackay to get past it. He won't.
Well, I'll clip Mackay there a bit off. The ball seems to be following him a bit at the moment.
This is what he brings. Morgan, he uses the crease both deep and then coming out to the ball. You'll see him expose all three and work to the leg side, and then he'll work across to the offside and give him a look at middle and leg. He's a very, very entertaining player, Owen Morgan. England need him round in the 45th, 6th, 7th, 8th over. Really create some havoc. Bopara goes all right too. Look at that. All the way. Big ball and well held.
And his mates are letting him know, aren't they? Well done, young man. Good grab. Beautifully taken. He judged it nicely. It's right below our commentary box, this catch. He judges it nicely. In amongst his mates. They didn't put him off. Well held.
Protection square, so just a single, but that's better. England starting to roll. 4 for 178. More than 30,000 we've just heard at the Gabba to watch this game, and they're going to be entertained because for the next 13 overs it's take-off time for England. 4 for 178 they are. Brett Lee has moved into the commentary position, as has Mark Nicholas, and here's Ian Healy.
Thanks, James. Bopara ready to launch for 24 from 18. He might be the one that goes hard. Morgan hangs round. And they work partnership by partnership to a total that they can build, but Faulkner puts a dent in it. Bopara caught by Bailey at mid-wicket.
The very moment I was just telling Brett Lee, or we were sharing the fact that Bopara has a great talent. He's played plenty of cricket with him. I'm afraid it's the end for Ravi. Tell you what, it's a desperate blow for England. They had a really good little journey going there, but Faulkner has the happy knack, doesn't he? Bopara made 24. It's 5 for 178.
Game 2 of the Carlton Mid One-Day International Series. England, disappointingly, lose their 5th wicket. That brings Josh Butler to the crease. Suspicions that this pitch might just be holding up a touch, a little bit slower. That might have contributed to Bopara's dismissal there. But Faulkner certainly put it on the length. That was appropriate, and he had his man positioned exactly where they needed him. 1 for 25 from 5.1 for James Faulkner. In he comes. bang on off stump to Butler, one of the best hitters in the English game.
Well, he hit well against you in Canberra the other day. You led the Prime Minister's 11. What did you make of him? As we watch Ravi Bopara chipping into George Bailey's hands at mid-wicket, and Bopara's response is a collapse of morale. Look at him, his body sinks as he realises the mistake he's made. What do you make of Butler?
Well, Butler looked good. He got all the shots. It's certainly the case. He plays with a lot of freedom. Apparently, we didn't see a lot of it a few days ago, but he's apparently a massive hitter. It's a ball extremely hard, I'm told, and doesn't mind clearing the pickets.
Well, it's good that we're back on together, Bingham, because I want to talk about the PM's batting. What happened? You're out for 92, chasing 264.
Yeah, it wasn't the best of chases. However, the boys will certainly learn a lot from that.
Well, with respect to the team you were given, it wasn't a world 11 of batsmen. They had you at number 8.
Yeah, I was more than happy to go number 10.
Well, I mean, you can strike them, but I'm just saying that you were batsman light in the makeup of that side.
Yeah, look, it's obviously we had a team that there's a lot of big bash happening at the moment. A lot of players are caught up and the opportunity to play, but nothing against the guys that we had. We had a good side, we had a strong side, and what these younger guys coming through that did get the chance to bat, they'll learn so much from that match.
Fielding by Faulkner, yeah, like Peter Hanscom, he's a good player. Benny McDermott, Craig McDermott's stepson, he was in there at 4 for you, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was, yeah. And look, these guys are all the players of the future, and that's what I mean about giving these young guys an opportunity. It's on a world stage, and it's amazing how much they can learn.
Morgan backs away, goes up and over the offside, and now the race is on. He's going to find the rope. Faulkner can't believe it. 4 off the last over, which had been brilliant up until then. 47 for Morgan, 5 for 183.
Should have gone to Specsavers. Book an eye test online with the test experts.
The CommBank viewers' verdict. How many will Australia be chasing tonight? It's settling around the 270 mark. Nico, you happy with that?
I think England would be happy with that, yes. I don't think it's better than a par score. We said that in Melbourne the other night. 270 was about par there, and England didn't bowl at all well with the new ball. So assuming they improve with the new ball, yeah.
Oh, that could be a bit harsh. Got the message there from the square leg umpire that it's gone over the head height, so that's 1 above and also a wide. Yeah, fair call.
Interesting. First up, bouncer to Butler. Have they seen something in his technique? Doesn't like it up there as much as a fullish length, because Coulter-Nile steaming in straight away.
Nothing totally the opposite. He's a compulsive puller, he is.
It's short again, almost gets him fending. The pull shot not in evidence yet. So he's resisted twice. One through height, really, and that one through decision. 141 Ks for Coulter-Nile. He's got none for 30 from 5, so he wants to tighten this up, although at the moment he might be just throwing everything in for a wicket. They can break another wicket here, Morgan or Butler. Really handy.
It's almost worth a slip.
Half chance, he's going to get there. Stuttered and stumbled early, did Butler, but made it comfortably.
The call came early and very quickly, and George Bailey's not the strongest of arms. Good run there for the English.
Yeah, well, in an age of hard one-day hitting, that was good batting, because he let the ball come to him. He just stunned it into the ground. He took all the pace off it by playing it so late with an angled bat, and so he knew the single was on. If he'd hit it firmly towards cover, there might have been a problem. And that's one of the things about Buttler, I think, that he has got some range.
Just wonder now with that field that Michael Clarke has changed. He's brought his fine leg up, so he's got what we call the short fine leg. So you can see there, and the great thing that Owen Morgan does, he's so fiddly with the way that he plays. He's a deflector. He gets inside the ball, and what he does play is his classic lap sweep. Don't be surprised if you see off a good length try and lap one over the short fine leg's head.
Coulter Nile hasn't been full just yet. That's fullish. Donged down to long on or mid on. He's halfway to the boundary.
Yes, well, it's the one short boundary at the Gabba is the boundary straight towards us, to the members, to the dressing rooms, to the commentary boxes. Mid on and mid off is staying right tight on the edge of the circle, and Coulter Nile is determined not to give anything over pitch. That's why he banged in a couple of Buttler, and now he's trying to get it back of a length to Morgan. His deep men are square of the wicket, so he really shouldn't over pitch.
And that's exactly what Clarke wants. He wants the batsman to try and hit on the square side of the wicket, place where it's harder to score cross bat shots. And you're right, Nico, the ones down the ground are a lot easier because obviously the shorter boundaries.
Just 3 singles. Well, 1 wide and 2 singles off this over. Can Coulter Nile finish it well? We've seen half a dozen times today, probably a 4 off the last ball of the over. Check too what length he bowls at Buttler. He's been short and short. Finishes with short again. Doesn't get up. He's going to push for 2. Probably get there as well. Well run. Finch, the fielder. Almost an overthrow. But David Warner backs up well. 11 overs to go. 5 for 188. Well, they have to go 8 and over. They really do have to go 8 and over. And how safely can they get that for the next 4 or 5 overs before a more powerful and expansive onslaught can happen? 48 not out, Owen Morgan. 69 balls. He's got plenty in him. Tight offside field. He's gone up and over that ring on the right of screen last over. First ball, Faulkner. Timed beautifully. The man at long off, plenty to do. Morgan picks up 2 as well as his 50.
Yeah, good innings. Back-to-back 50s, and that stroke is an excellent illustration of Owen Morgan's skill, because a lot of players will hit that full ball down the ground for a single. And he just opened the blade a touch, found a little space to win himself a couple. If England have him in for the last 10 overs, they will make a total, because he can get the ball to places where water can't.
They seem pretty happy to let him have a single there. That ring, that offside ring, is on the white line, which is 30 metres away, and just an easy single. So that's a bit of a sign that Australia probably content with 260, 270 as a target.
Absolutely. I think now that with Buttler, he's only faced 6 balls and 4 not out, but just get the sense that he's just waiting his time. A few more overs, get his eye in, and then launch. We'll see all this big hitting that we've heard about.
So in the left of screen, Michael Clarke ringing the changes, but tight offside field. So 5 men in the ring. He's moving fine leg a little finer. Got 3 men out, all on the leg side. Buttler works to square leg. Maxwell comes in and prevents a second being taken.
Certainly a new age field now with the 3rd man up. Would have been done a few years ago. It's that sort of common cricket thing that you've always done, a fine leg and 3rd man, the traditional sort of fielding spots. Both are up at this point in time.
Backs away, gets the full ball. Just a single.
Yeah, well, the rules have changed. You're not allowed more than 3 men outside the circle. That's pretty difficult. It used to be 4 at this stage of a power play. And what sides do is they leave the people up on the offside. And they say, can you get inside it? Can you back away the leg and get inside the ball and hit over the infield? Because if you can't, there's nothing more than a 1 or 2 on the leg side.
Is that into the gap enough? It is. Butler will pick up too easily.
And that's the thing too, if you can get a batsman to only hit one side of the field, at least then you can actually protect that field. If you're bowling sort of leg stump line, then the next one's out the wide line York, and then your slow ball bouncer. Variation's great, but you have to have the right field to do that. As we see there, the offside is up. It's packed, but it's up.
Down the ground, and it's just a single to Butler. That's the end of the compulsory batting power play. 34 runs with 1 wicket. 5 for 196 overall. 10 to go. Great conditions for cricket, that's for sure. Temperature good. And nice blue skies and sunshine at 4:12 local time here in Brisbane. 10 overs to go. So Mitchell Johnson coming in, and he's going to start his 8th. So he's got 3 left. Mackay 2 left. Quilton Isle still with 4, and Faulkner 3.
Feel the boys enjoying a day out the cricket.
Good baggies. Hats look good. He's been pacey today once again and picked up the important wicket, and he's been economical. He starts again. Butler's got his head down looking for 2, but Clark foxing it square leg.
He has looked good, Mitchell Johnson. Spoke to him before play today, and he mentioned about his moustache and how he's hoping it grows back gradually. Shaved it off last week or the week before, and obviously did it for charity, so that was fantastic. It's just starting to come back, I think, so he's looking forward to that.
Well, he got to $50,000. Movember Mitchell. What's that hit? Is it gloves? It has been something, because it's not called wide.
Has to be a wide, doesn't it?
Well, if it's not a wide, did it bounce before the keeper then?
Yeah, it did. I thought it hit something, but the batsman sort of suggested nothing.
Must have been glove. No. Morgs isn't happy.
Righto, he's got to get, if he gets another one like that, slow ball spinning down leg, he's got to do some damage. It's a fast one over his head. Oh, I'm not sure about this either. Johnson is cranky. He is really firing up here, and Kumar Dharmasena is pestering him all day. Fair enough, I'd reckon. Binger?
Yeah, look, it's tough, isn't it? You've got so much. There's only a little margin there as a bowler, and he's going down. Look, that is a fair call by the umpire. I guess when you're bowling and you're feeling it live, it feels a lot closer than what it actually is. Here he is. It's Jesse's wife, and geez, you wouldn't want to hack the lip there, would you?
He's not looking too comfy, is he? He's not trusting her very well at all.
It's blood. Great effort there by Mitch. He's fantastic lad. Always been a great team man, and help a lot of people there.
This wicket doesn't really look like it's helping him, Binger. It's just a slow top of the wicket. He's really got to work hard to have the batsman jumping on this.
Yes, certainly. It's not really conducive to fast bowling, so you've got to go then with your other options. You can't just run in every single day and bowl quick. You need variations in 50-over cricket. That's what Mitch has now brought to his game in the one-day format. Got his slow balls and everything, but You still got to run in, bash the track, but you have to have variation.
It's the pad of Morgan that time, and that's what genuine pace does to you, even though Morgan is missing something that's on leg stump with no fielders around the corner, because he's waiting for something that might, you know, be around the melon.
Well, it was over 10 k's faster than any of the 3 previous deliveries, which range between 130 and 135, and then he bowls at 145.
Well, that's what Mitch can do. He can just up the ante, as we see there. Spot on, Nico. 145, that last one. Rocket into his pad.
3 of the 4, I should have said.
It's about all Butler's been able to do at the moment. It's been a good over by Mitchell Johnson. 5 for 202. Well, in Melbourne in game 1, they did more than 8 and over in the last 10. They got to, that will get them 274 here in Brisbane, game 2. So I think it might be time for the batsman to go, start looking for boundaries, whether they be 4s or 6s. If someone gets out, then the other bloke goes, and that builds the next partnership. But one batsman at a time from then on starts looking for boundaries and length. They're pushing for 2, and they'll get there easy.
He says, just depart from the cricket a minute and mention the extraordinary weather all around Australia, and particularly focus on the major bushfire emergency in Victoria. More than 70 fires burning with a 9 rating, an emergency warning from the CFA. And the worst is in the Grampians in the state's west. 1 person's dead, and the entire town of Halls Gap has been evacuated. More than 1,000 firefighters. And how hard is it for them in these extreme temperatures of battling many fires, and many of those, of course, are volunteers. Anyway, watch 9 News at 6 o'clock and in updates throughout the evening for all the breaking developments on the story. And our best wishes go to all those affected right around the country by this latest round of frightening bushfires.
Come on, the cool change. Settle a lot of things down. Josh Butler's come in and doing it with singles, no boundaries just yet. 6 1s and 4 2s. Backs away, gets something over cover, a tight offside field. And this will be his first 3.
Yeah, good option there by Butler. He obviously with that off field, right up inside the circle there. His only option was to go over cover. That's a good shot.
The absolute key is to keep watching the ball. You don't want to go too far away from the ball. You have to hold your body shape and watch it, and Butler does that well. This is a very important period. 8 overs after this one. And he will have to get themselves to 270, I reckon, minimum.
The luxury that Michael Clarke has developed for himself by bowling Maxwell and himself, Michael Clarke. Short bursts and get plenty of spin overs through. They can now take his time with field positions and get it right. Power plays quite often keep men up and make it harder to score. This is Bapara and how he started in his batting power play.
Such a beautiful time with the ball, but that one there, it might have been just a bit of a change-up. A couple of inside-out shots there, and that's where we're at.
Butler wanted that right from the word go. We haven't seen too many beautifully timed shots, you know, for 6, which suggests the wicket is not perfectly to their pace and their liking. Tonight there's the expected dew which will come in and slick the pitch up a little bit. It'll be a good batting pitch again tonight, maybe even better. Off that one. Oh no, they're still In to go. No, that's it. 5 for 213. 11 off that over, actually. So that's exactly what they need to do for the next 8. 90 runs in the next 8 will put them where they need to be. Mitchell Johnson continuing.
Hey, just going back to that point you made last over, Heels, about they could skid through on this wicket later on tonight with a dew factor.
Oh, it's bludgeoned over mid-wicket. There's no one out there. That's 4. Short boundary. Great intention.
That's what Butler can do. He didn't quite get that, but I've heard so much about he can hit the ball a long, long way. So I'd love to see him get onto a couple, but good enough on this wicket. Not a half hitter to reach that boundary straight. Yeah, we played here a few nights ago, and the ball did tend to skid through second innings. Tends to happen up here. There's a little bit of a dew factor. Interesting to see what happens tonight later on.
That's that slower bouncer down to 130 Ks. There are places in the world where the dew in the evening is a help to the bowling side, and places in the world where it's a help to the batting side. And the Gabba has been both at various times.
Certainly, I definitely agree with that. Bowled here at a number of occasions at the Gabba in one-day cricket. At night time, and it's been an absolute nightmare. You can't really get your footing. The ball's a bit like a cake of soap, hard to hold on to. And then other occasions, it actually helps you. Gets the ball to skid through and you pick up a few early wickets.
Morgan 55 not out, 77 balls. There's still plenty of time for him, and he helps himself to a 6.
That is the shot of the innings. If you can hit Mitchell Johnson over extra cover for 6 at the top of the ball's bounce, you can play.
Oh, I love watching this guy play. Teammate of mine from KKR, and I've seen that many times in the IPL in India. Just does it so easy. Beautiful time of the ball, and such a great eye. Spot on there. If you hit Mitchell Johnson for 6 over his head, it's a pretty decent shot.
Well, we've seen a response from England to Mitchell Johnson's length. We've seen Butler hit him over mid-wicket and go with the length he's been delivering, just short and bouncing chest high. And now Morgan slams one over cover. On the up. Same field in place now. Mitchell Johnson, what's he going to do? He's going to adjust his length. He does. He gets it full. It's squirted away to a man that's been put out there.
Could 300 be on the cards, Nico?
Well, given the present rate, yes. 29 have come from the last 16 balls. I'd say definitely yes if he stays in. That's Owen Morgan. A fair chance if Jos Buttler stays in, but there's no better way to slow a run rate than take wickets. With the modern game, with the way the guys have reacted to 2020 cricket, 10 and over is seen as very doable. That gets them to 298.
Jordan, what's he like with the bat? He's okay, isn't he?
Oh, he can hit him, absolutely, but you know, it does depend when you come in.
Yep, Stokes and Bresnan and Jordan have to be ready to come in and go from the woe. Go from right first ball they face.
And this is where Australia really need someone to put their hand up and bowl to death. We spoke earlier today about closing in and over and bowling at 5th and 6th ball and making sure that you limit the scoring opportunities, but also to bowling at the death. Australia really needs someone to make sure that they hit the box, make sure they hit that wide line Yorker. Really have that ownership of standing up to the plate. Who's it going to be?
Faulkner's got a huge reputation in 2020, hasn't he, for finishing? So he might be the man. Or something like that for 7 overs would be handy. They still find a way to get a single. It's Faulkner who fields it. 7 overs to go, 5 for 227, 14 off it. Smurfs are in the house. And in the commentary box come Mike Hussey, Mark Taylor and Michael Slater.
Thanks, Heels. There's a dress-up for you on Sunday. Smurf. Oh, and it's been caned out to the deep. It gets there with pace. It'll be 2. Here's the charge to the end of the 50th over for England. And they'll need to keep going at least 8 runs and over to get 270 plus total. saw a similar total at the MCG, and Australia got there with just under 5 overs to go. So you could see that with this pitch, the way it's playing, that 270 mightn't be enough, but it certainly depends how Australia bat and England bowl.
Yeah, they got 14 from the last over, 2 from the first ball this over, so they're certainly on the charge. And these two have now added 51 off only 37 balls, so they certainly are targeting that 280 score line, which will be more than competitive. Don't worry about that. So Australia got chased 270 the other day at the MCG.
Oh, it's hit. It's high. Is it long enough? Yes, it is. It's dressing up on the English side of things. It'll come back as Batman.
Sixes in the last 2 overs for England. Exactly what they need. Slower ball the previous ball. That one was the normal pace. I think it attempted Yorker. Morgan nailed it. Absolutely nailed it. Used his feet. Got it where he wanted. See you later.
There've been 4 sixes so far, and he's on a charge now, Morgan. Quality player. Got a half century a couple of nights ago. He's doing it again at the Gabba.
And this is exactly England's tactics. Set the platform early in the innings and then look to catch up and be very, very aggressive towards the back end of the innings. Australia go about it slightly differently. They set out Finch and Warner to go hard early, and are prepared to maybe lose a couple of wickets by going hard in that first sort of 10 or 15 overs, whereas England like to go the other way. They like to try and not lose many wickets early, set the platform, and then really go hard at the end with some big hitters like Morgan, Butler, Stokes.
12 from the over, change of angle, and a good Yorker. Yeah, there's no doubt they've got an older style format, and they really rely on these final 10 overs, which is fine if they win more than they lose. And they've got a great opportunity here, England. It'd be fantastic to see it go down to the wire. And I agree with you, Tubby. I mean, runs on the board, if they get to that 280 mark and bowl well, they can win with that, there's no doubt. Goes again, Morgan. And nearly was able to pierce the gap between backward square and fine leg. 14 from the over. 6 to go, it's 5 for 241. So early wickets were costly in this zone, and steady as she goes, wicket, then wicket, and these final few overs have been the big skyscrapers. So all of a sudden, maybe they can get 290 to 300.
Well, 10 and over from here on in gives them 301. So that's what they'll be thinking about. 14 from each of the last 2 overs. A bowling change, another one, Nathan Coulter-Nile. So Michael Clark searching for an answer at the moment. England batting's been good in the last sort of, well, probably half hour or so. They're attacking Australia's bowlers. Clark still searching for a wicket.
And interesting field placing as well here for Coulter-Nile.
Had himself room, and the man was up in the ring, so he was trying to target the offside. You've only got third man. And he was looking to go over the top. Butler, he's a tremendous hitter. He's got 26 from 20.
Yeah, he's got a third man back, but then he's got 3 men back deep on the leg side. So that sort of tells me he's going to try and bowl perhaps the odd wide Yorker, but then I thought he'd bowl some slower balls into the pitch and make Butler try and get him to hit to the deep side of the field.
It's flat batted to Dave Warner in the deep, so onside strong when you come to the men in the deep, and it's a ring through the offside. There'll be a change here for Morgan going.
Yeah, and so he's bowled short there to try and get Butler to hit on the leg side where he's got the protection, and it's also a big boundary out there. He doesn't want to get hit straight because it is the short boundary here. So it's good bowling, good clever bowling.
It's not often that you bang him in halfway down, is it? And inviting a pull shot or a hook shot in a one-day game. That's exactly what he was doing there. Different field now for Morgan. Deep point, deep square leg, deep mid-on. So one back and deep third man.
Well, he's good over extra cover, so mid-off is up. He likes it through that zone, so that's a risk. Michael Clark fields it himself. So many tactics at this stage, and not the armoury that a captain used to be able to have with men out. So different fields for the left and right hander. And this is where Australia, they need the execution to be spot on, otherwise there may be a chase of 300 or somewhere around there.
Yes, you can see there that offside field that you're looking at there. You've got 4 men inside the circle there. Backward point, forward point, cover, mid-off. No one behind them, though.
Shimmies to the onside yet again. Good fielding of his own bowling. All about reflex. And Coulter-Nile loving the fact he's out there.
Yeah, it's good bowling. I think Coulter-Nile saw Joss Buttler give himself some room. He wants to try and get something to work with to get through that offside, or over that offside, and Coulter-Nile followed him.
It's one of those where he's so focused on the offside field that he's maybe thinking about other shots, or not thinking about other shots. We'll come back to the man of the match competition after this. It's a high ball. Someone's got to call it. The bowler wants it, and he drops it. It's one of those where there were 2 fieldsmen running in. Bailey, I think, had called mine early, then was pushed out of it, not literally, but by the call from the bowler, Coulter-Nile. And it was Butterfingers in the end.
Yep. Now, they got it right in the end. I think you're right, Michael Sato. I think Bailey wanted it, but then Coulter-Nile put his hand up and said, no, it's mine. So Bailey backed off. And in the end, he thought he had it comfortably, Coulter-Nile. He really annoyed with himself because he's got a good pair of hands, he's a good athlete, and he backed himself to catch that ball well, probably 49 times out of 50.
Yeah, well, that's the one you don't drop at practice, do you? But then the roar of the crowd, first wicket. That's massive! Where's that gone? That's gone top tier. .250 up, 5 down. Oh, straight after the drop, Morgan has pumped one down the ground. So here's the drop. It went a million miles in the air. Coulter-Nile without a wicket. This was the opportunity. Oh, no. And then the very next ball, slot for Morgan. And flew away. That is an outstanding strike. All of a sudden, England 250 with 5 overs remaining. Morgan, 84, doing a wonderful job for his country. And that's another 6. That is another 6. He's racing to 100. All of a sudden, the runs are being piled on. Morgan, what a show.
Yeah, 6s in all the last 4 overs, including that last ball. Hitting them nicely, staying reasonably still. They're just waiting for the right ball. Got a full toss there, helped on its way. Really good batting. It's clean striking. It's also good batting.
It's just amazing how quickly you can catch up the runs. Morgan was 50 off about 77 balls. He's better than a runner ball.
And the pressure's on the bowling. The pressure's on the bowling. And the pressure is allowing England to get going. Australian bowling just faltering at the death. 96 he is.
That is a massive hit. That is the biggest boundary on this ground. He's cleared Finch easily. Faulkner changing his attack. He's going to come back over the wicket now to Owen Morgan.
And he's struggling with the length, isn't he, James Faulkner? He just can't get the length right. I think he's tried. The last 2 balls have been attempted Yorkers. That one's the old hit length. The ball before was the full toss. They just can't get it right at the moment. 6 last 2 balls, and now Morgan 96.
Well, we were saying 10 runs and over. That's more like 12 plus. It's 13 off this over. He's on 96. He's scored 5 one-day international hundreds till now, the Irishman. England looking for a win finally. He pierces the offside just for 1. Such good batting.
You don't often see a player with 3 4s and 6 6s next to his name. He really has caught up well here. 5 for 264 now, England. Still 4.2 overs left. So 300 definitely on the cards now, and maybe beyond.
He scored 99 one-day international debut, Morgan. Guess who for?
Ireland?
Ireland against Scotland. And I think he was run out as well. He is immense talent-wise, and he just shuffles the middle order. It's very Hussey-esque, I would say, what he's doing.
I can't hit him that fast, lads, I can tell you. I tell you, Faulkner has got the Yorkers right to Butler, but not to Morgan.
Until there. That's almost a hockey slap. He somehow got that over the infield, and that's the area he's been looking up for the last couple of overs. 4 to go, it's 5 for 268. Team total outstanding all of a sudden, and their ploy, we can say that they should have been urgent or shown more urgency at the top of the innings, but their plan is now working. So England 68 to Bell, 24 Bapara, played a good hander from 19, 33 Butler off 26, but this man Morgan 97 from 91. His strike rate has just gone to over 100. He was behind the number of deliveries faced, and this is how he paces it. And is that going to be 3? No, just 1, or they'll come back for... No, they won't. No, 98.
I was wondering if Morgan, just 3 from 100, might... as Coulton Isles getting cramp. I was wondering if he was just going to knock it around to get his 100, but backing away and trying to smoke that one over mid-wicket as well probably answered that question.
Coulton Isles just losing grip. He had a bit of a cramp and got up, and it's a cramp in the calf, which is not good. Not overly hot here at the Gabba, not like it can be. Certainly not as sweltering as Melbourne and Adelaide at the moment. So Butler on strike, the right-hander, and he's swinging as well. He's not been able to really free those arms. So good length to Butler, but Morgan's been able to keep things going. And here are the sixes. That was a very correct stroke down the ground, targeting the right area of the Gabba. That was without effort. That was massive. And equally as big on the onside. Oh, yeah.
I think what he's done is he's obviously played some big shots, but he hasn't premeditated where the ball's going to be. He's picked the line of the ball right and hit that area.
Straight to the man. How well did he hit that? So from the 40th over, the 41st over, went for 6, the next over 11, 14, 14, 9, 18.
Yeah, this one's been a good over for Coulton Isles. This one, dot, well, 1-1 dot. There's all those sixes. Now, he could have easily been out. This was on 1. He hold out to Maxwell in the deep. He took a pretty good catch. But Owen Morgan was aware of the fact that Australia had too many fielders outside the circle. So that was way back on, very early on, about the 12th or 13th over. Now he's on 98 off 93 balls.
Can he get the 2? He's looking for something. Oh, how clever's that? Awesome innings from the Irishman, sure to be sure.
Take a bow, Morgan. That is a sensational innings. Steadied the ship early, built a partnership, and has just gone absolutely nuts back end of the innings.
Wow, stunning display from the middle order player who has this role to come out. The game dictates what he has to do, early wickets, and he'll just get that ball working around as he did today, as he did at the MCG. The difference is he's gone on with it, and is it a match-winning innings? Quite possibly could be the case.
Yeah, once again, even on the score of 98, he plays the ball on its merits. He's looking for the big shot. He's looking probably a big hammer down the ground or a length ball, but he gets it short and he just goes with it. So he doesn't try to swat it back over the bowler's head or something like that. He realises that it's short. There's my spot. Beautifully played. Superb batting.
Yeah, that's really good skill. And interestingly enough, his first 50 came off 70-odd balls. And his second 50, just 24 balls.
Yeah, he's missed out on that one. That's really followed him. So as he's gone to the leg side, Wilton made sure that ball was tracking him. 3 to go. It's 5 for 276. Morgan will be hard to beat, and of course even harder if England can win. And it'll take some accurate bowling, good fielding. They didn't look that athletic in the field, England, the other night, so they need to up the ante, really find the energy. But a good innings like this can reinvigorate a team.
Yeah, absolutely. 300 plus on the board, that can fire a side up. So I think we're in for a good run chase tonight. Good game, this one.
Here's Johnson. It's a waltz across the stumps. So the innovation of the game, it's startling sometimes, the shots that they play.
Well, that was a strange one because there's actually a fine leg in place. It's normally a shot you see when the fine leg's up inside the circle because you're looking for a boundary. But I think even if he misses or hits this in the middle, it probably goes down to Faulkner down there for a single. Fine leg.
You're just getting Morgan on strike, wouldn't you? Get something on it, hit it somewhere and get Morgan down the batter's end.
So mid on in the ring if you want to get that bottom hand involved. He's got the bottom hand involved, but it's going a long off. Over the head, a long off. Nearly. Some good acrobatics on the fence. And saved a boundary. So Sean Marsh in the action. He did well. Well, that's got to be 6, isn't it? He's made ground with.
I think that should be a 6. Your last point of contact.
Yeah, I think it's changing now or not. Hasn't he touched his foot at the other side of the rope and well, hit the boundary rope and then handled the ball? So that's very unusual. There's a wide, so that's a bonus, and that'll be revisited. Can they revisit it now?
Well, they can revisit it, but I'm interested to know what the actual law is there because he wasn't actually touching the ball when he was standing over the rope. Sure, his last point of contact was over the rope. As you can see, he's on the rope there, then he's over. But then he jumps up off the ground and then taps it back in. So I'm not really sure what happens there. I suppose if you do that, though, that means a player could actually stand over the fence. So as long as he knocks it back in, it doesn't actually... He's not touching the ground at any stage. I'm not exactly sure what the law is there.
I would think that's 6. Met, and there's no one out there. Some good fielding. It was deep mid-wicket running around Glenn Maxwell. So some real desperation. It was hit to the vacant space, and Maxwell did well to charge around.
And what about the rocket arm? It's a big boundary out there. He's thrown that ball flat and hard. It's gone over Johnson's head.
Another good strike from Butler. He really is showing his skills at the end. He's the 2020 specialist, isn't he? Coming in late. He had 7 overs at the MCG. A bit longer today, and that one runs away. That's handy. More runs. They will be looking at 300 now, England. And all of a sudden, that is the magic number. We've been saying it's a 300 pitch, and they're going to be scoring somewhere around 300.
And I think you'll find there'll be someone from the England camp racing up to the match referee's office or the third umpire and saying we should have got 6 from a couple of balls before as well.
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, my take on it is you've always got to make contact with the ball in the field of play, and then you run outside while you've tossed the ball back in, and then you pick it up. So I'm sure it'll be changed. That one gets traced down the ground now. So 6, 8, 9, 11 from this over.
11 from the over, and then it includes the one that he's only gone for 2 that could go for 6. So we'll try and track that down and find out what the actual playing condition is there. Yeah, it's a strange one because Sean Marsh was never actually in touch with the ball while being outside the ground or outside the fielding area, but he took off from outside the fielding area.
Yeah, he's fielding outside of the playing area, theoretically. That's another good strike, just the one. So Australia get away with just the one at the end. Let's have a look at the wickets with 2 overs remaining. There's Alistair Cook, who got himself going, 22, and it was 1 for 57 when he got out, and he just felt that he was unlucky. It wasn't that bad a shot, but it just gets to Maxwell on his first over, and it was a bit of a gift really at that stage for Australia.
Yeah, just one of those runs where you find a way of getting out. Isn't it? Slightly thick inside edge. It was just an attempted push, and Joe Root, he's terribly out of form. No doubt about that. He's caught on the crease again, LBW. Once again, he reviews the decision and it doesn't go his way. Brad Haddin here keeps his cool to stump Gary Balance after he just fumbled it slightly, but he waited for the ball to roll back into his hands. Balance was well short of his ground. At that stage, it was 3 for 78. England in trouble.
Back to this last dismissal, that was Bell running himself out. I'm not sure that even if they'd gone, they would have been able to get through, but Bell was sent back by Morgan. It was a quality 68 from him, and he was very disappointed. But Michael Clark, left side, bounced, and he does not miss them too often. Something that he's been mighty skilled at from a young fella, and he continues to be able to hit the stumps at will. There's been many in the game. Alan Border comes to mind, and you've had some terrific fieldsmen in that area. It'll be a wide, and Haddin with his acrobatics, he saves a boundary. Bapara, the next man to go. Huss?
Yeah, he'll be disappointed just chipping this one to mid-wicket. I was talking to James Brayshaw off air, and after you get out something like that, you generally go back into the dressing room and think, why didn't I just try and smack it out of the park rather than just try and work one off my pads for 1 or 2.
Yeah, I was thinking about that Ian Bell wicket, 68 he made. Now, Morgan at the time was 29. So it just shows you, since then Morgan's made another nearly 80 runs, 75 runs. And that's why Bell was so annoyed when he sent back and Clark throws the stumps down. He'd be thinking to himself, now how many could I have made? I was 68 at that stage.
Desperation, you can hear the Australians, they're yelling at one another, trying to cut down valuable runs here that'll make the run chase a little bit easier. So 5 for 291, it quite possibly is 295, because I'm sure that that will be overturned, unless we've got the rule wrong up here. Who will top score for Australia tonight? There's a pretty handsome list to choose from.
And George Bailey didn't make the cut-off, eh? He's not there.
Here's another high ball. Michael Clark, the captain, comes in, and for a moment, thought he misjudged it. He had to put the final spurt on to get there.
There was no way Coulter-Nile was running for that one. Clark had to put in the big yards to get there. It was a good catch in the end.
You reckon Coulter-Nile was going to get yours this time? Bangs it in, up it goes. I reckon you're right, Michael Slater. He just momentarily misjudged that, Michael Clark. Jogging in a little bit, then had to put the afterburners on. But he's got a good pair of hands. So once he gets there, he doesn't drop too many. 6 for 291.
Coulter-Nile to Morgan. And Ben Stokes with a very tough job to come out. But I don't think he'll complicate it. He's that sort of player where Stokes comes out and he just plays what he sees in front of him, and he knows that he's just got to hit. Here's another look at Butler, who hit out nicely, 45.
It's been a good over from Coulter-Nile. Had a bit of cat and mouse with Butler. He started with a wide Yorker, then went for a straight Yorker, and managed to dismiss him with a short ball. Clark, you can see him put the afterburners on there the last few steps.
He gets there. Well, therein lies a bit of a lesson, I suppose, running into the ball, like Bailey would have been running into that one that Coulter-Nile missed out. First ball, Stokes down the throat of Maxwell. So this just slows things down slightly. The 7th wicket, and Stokes, with only one way to play coming in the 49th over, has done exactly what the team required, but didn't hit the gap.
This is where you go off the field as a batsman, so got a good one early. First ball out for a duck, half volley on leg stump, and he clipped it pretty well. And that's exactly what he has to do. He's got to go for it. He walks off with Daddles next to him, the golden duck, but That's the way Ben Stokes has played all summer, looking after the team. It's good to see. Holds out to Maxwell. 7 for 292. Still 7 balls left here. And, I think Tim Bresnan will take Stokes' place. His job is to get Owen Wilson on strike as much as he can.
Owen Wilson.
He's a good actor, isn't he? Yeah, I like him. Him and that Sandler.
No, it's because you think you've got the blue steel. You're thinking of that movie where you go, the blue steel.
Yeah.
You're a classic. Here he is. Owen Wilson on strike now for Tubby. Where's this one going? To the onside. And Maxwell in play once again, only the single. There should be 6 deliveries left in the innings. 7 for 293, maybe 297. We can't report anything. We've tried to get into the match referee's room. They're unsure as to the ruling, so we will find out shortly. So I'm pretty sure that there is communications with the ICC calling the bat phone to find out what the ruling is on that one. I would think that it will be overturned. So as we mentioned before, there's a major bushfire emergency in Victoria. There are more than 70 fires burning, and with 9 rating an emergency warning from the CFA. The worst is in the Grampians in the States West. 1 person is dead, unfortunately, and the entire town of Halls Gap has been evacuated. 1,000 firefighters doing their brave work. And this should be out as well, and is. So Morgan, his startling innings comes to an end in the 50th over. 5 balls remaining, and Faulkner the bowler.
Oh, what a superb innings. Morgan, that's really well bowled. It was a slow ball. It's one of the few he hasn't hit the middle for about the last 2 hours. In the end, he chips it. Comfortable catch to Michael Clark, but that's a brilliant 100 from Morgan. 106 off 99 balls. 4 fours and 6 sixes in that.
Yeah, fantastic innings there from Morgan. He's got his team into a good position in this match. Warmly appreciated by this crowd at the Gabba. His low full tosses can sometimes be hard to hit at the end of the innings.
So that was his 6th one-day international 100. Owen Morgan, what a champion. 2nd against Australia, 1st in Australia, and one he'll remember as Jordan has a job to do. If they can get to 300, that will just have a ring to it. They're just in finishing. Watch 9 News tonight at 6 for all the updates throughout the evening as well, and any breaking developments on the fires that are burning out of control. We wish all those involved and the best, and let's hope it's a good outcome. The weather has been desperate down there in the last few days.
Yes, well, here at the Gabba, we've got 4 deliveries left in England. Can they get to that 300? 8 for 294. They need 1 more good hit, don't they? 1 more boundary to do the job. Not easy, though, for Bresnan and Jordan. Coming in, trying to hit a boundary first ball.
Yeah, not easy, but a simple equation, isn't it? They know what they've got to do. Watch the ball and hit it. Try and isolate the areas that we were talking about at the start of play, Huss. So try and simplify it that way.
Yeah, it's not easy to come in and hit your first ball or 2 out of the park. But yeah, clear mind. See that ball clear out of his hand and give it everything.
There's a dot ball. That works for Australia.
Yeah, Australia have done well in the last couple of overs. And in T20 cricket, you always talk about momentum at the end of the innings. And England certainly have had a lot of momentum, but Australia have just stopped it in just the last couple of overs. They've managed to slow the run rate down a little bit and pick up a few wickets. So it's going to be a brilliant run chase. Wouldn't be going anywhere tonight watching the likes of Finch and Warner, Sean Marsh in action later on.
There's another short one. So the short tactic is working. He's looking at the square leg umpire, Jordan, and hits one over the shoulder. So that's been reported as such. So he knows that this one might have to be, well, will have to be a little bit fuller.
Yeah, I see umpire Dana Sona there at square leg saying that's 2. That's all we allowed for the over.
And short again. This one is a little bit lower. This is a terrific finish. So the competitive nature of Faulkner, it's 1 for 1 in the 50th over.
There's a 6, don't they? 6 for the 300, 8 for 294. I think you're dead right, Mike. Actually, this should be a really good run chase. We're looking at this pitch right from the word go. We thought it's about a 300 pitch.
Finally gets hold of one and they'll push for 2. Final ball of the innings. They come back. And I think that's run out at the bowler's end. Brisbane, was he switched on for the second? Did he think the ball was coming his end? I don't think so. There's no way he should have been run out.
No, he wasn't. It was cool to Niall, the fieldsman, but he got there. He's got there.
Yep, so he's got there, and that is a really solid innings from England. They needed to produce it. They won the toss, they batted, and 295. We'll see you back at the Gabba in half an hour for what will be an outstanding run chase, I'm sure.
Obviously, one of the game's great fast bowlers. I think the raw skill and the raw power was unbelievable.
Bowls him. So it's all happening at the MCG.
It's tough to bowl fast and take wickets and get those short balls up around batsmen's noses, and it's just a joy to watch.
The aura he brought in from his run-up to his action to just his presence at the crease, I think, he brought a lot of intimidation to batters all around the world. I think he's done it better than most people.
It's not just only the ball coming down at you, but once you hit it, he's coming down at you as well. So that's what I loved about Mitch.
Yeah, obviously his bowling feats over his career have been unbelievable, but that Ashes series, for him it was a sort of a comeback after a bit of a stint away with injury, and that series, everything just clicked.
Probably the fastest sustained bowling I've ever seen.
Smashed the middle stump out of the ground.
Every innings for 5 tests, there's nothing you could do. He's swinging the ball, he's bowling fast, reversing the ball, quick bounces.
Like that. That's fast.
He had the pace, he had the consistency with line and length, and he just kept taking wickets as if he could just throw in the ball at any stage, and you just know that he was going to get 1 or 2 wickets and get a breakthrough for you.
The crowd are with Johnson. This is like the days of Lillian Thompson. In comes Mitchell Johnson now.
I remember that ball he knocked over Cook with, that just nipped away.
Knocks him over with pace, real pace.
I just think he had such a purple patch for about a year or so leading up to that, that it was just all the planets just seemed to align at the right time for him, and
that Ashes series. He just hit the ground running, started well. He was bowling fast, he was swinging the ball, he was strong, he was fit, and he just had a really good idea of what he was doing with the ball. He had just real ultimate clarity.
He's gone as well. Root is out of there. Johnson, isn't he menacing today? And never giving anything up. Now leg slip, what a catch! Nathan Lyon!
To watch it unfold, the way it unfolded up and close was, yeah, exceptional.
Australia have beaten England by 5-0.
The man of the series is Mitchell Johnson.
What a Test career, what a domestic career, and yeah, just what a great bloke.
Quite relaxed off the field. Cricket just seemed like something he did. It didn't consume his life, and just whenever he bowled, it was must-watch viewing. You felt like something was going to happen, so you just couldn't miss it.
And he took me under his wing when I first came into the Test side. He's obviously like my big brother.
Just a super player, super bloke.
It's just great to, I guess, learn a lot from him as a left-armer as well, and whether he thought so or not, he was definitely a mentor of mine. He was obviously the senior guy in the cartel, and we learned a fair bit off him, Mitch Stark and myself, and I think that one memory that I'll remember is carrying him off in that last Test.
Well, it's edged, and Haddin takes it easily. Oh, has that been an inside edged? If not, it's real close. And the umpire concurs. There's a lovely strike, clean as a whistle.
Well, bowled him right through him. Well, the tactics have worked for Michael Clarke. They've kept it quiet, and now they've got the big wicket of Ian Bell. That's true. There's no one out there. Down the ground, nicely struck. That'll be all the way.
There's no one there. That is a quality stroke. 50 to Morgan. And gone. So finally a wicket, and it's straight after the half century.
That'll be 50. That's really well played. His first 50 in one-day cricket. That's out. Glove in that. Yes, he's going to have to go here, Bapara.
Got him. Smashed into the stumps. He's a good boy, James Faulkner. This time Doherty comes in, and this time he hangs on.
Oh, it's well hit. He's not back far enough. That could be 6. It's a pretty good return for England. In the end, they make 7 for 269, and I reckon that's about a par score.
It was in the air. It was a catchable height. And gone, no! Through the hands at mid-off. Yeah, that'll race away. Look at the power.
It must be out. Oh, it isn't. Got all of it. Beautiful strike. Wonderful straight drive. Hello. Hello.
A little bit more intent, and Butler does well to catch that. It carries through. In the opinion of Butler and everyone in the England side, everyone knows that he's hit it, and David Warner's walking. That's out. It is out.
These are not out. He's coming back. Way!
Pulls that in front of square, and he's timed it too. Now over mid-off. That's a lovely shot.
Oh, no. That's got ice on it. This will take some catching. Catch it does, yeah. Bowled him! Perfect start. Oh, go get that. 100 for Aaron Finch.
Oh, good shot. That's in the air and going to be caught. Just.
Fantastic innings there by Aaron Finch.
And gone, Michael Clark. He couldn't get hold of that. 2 needed. And that'll be it. So it is Glenn Maxwell who hits the winning runs for Australia. Successfully chased down 269, 270 required. And they've achieved that in the 46th over. Very solid start to the Australians. And while England will be disappointed, they'll probably just look back at their missed opportunities early in the Australian innings that might have made a big difference.
Someone's with Alinta Energy? Yeah, of course. Aren't you? Yeah, especially with their great energy deals.
Either of you guys seen my wicket-keeping
gloves? Get a great energy deal. Switch to Alinta Energy, supporting your home team.
I'll be riding shotgun underneath the...
For over 20 years, CommBank has been supporting women in cricket so that thousands more girls can. CommBank, proud supporter of women in cricket.
That should have gone to Specsavers. Book an eye test online with the test experts.
England won the toss, batted first and played extremely well, especially in the middle order. A total of 300, a modified total after some controversy over whether a ball had gone for 6 or not. The score's now been modified. England did get it to 300. Thus Australia need 301 to win this match. What an evening we have ahead of us as Boyd Rankin gets ready to bowl to David Warner. And Warner's away, a slap through extra cover off the back foot is the perfect start for the Australians. With me in the commentary box, Mark Taylor and James Brayshaw. Before we turn to James and Mark, we welcome all our viewers from Melbourne with the news that England made it to 300. What had appeared to be 296 was then changed because of some controversy over a strike to the boundary, and 4 runs have been added to England's total by the umpires. Have a quick look at it. That's Joss Buttler. And running backwards here, Glenn Maxwell, I think it is. Shaun Marsh, indeed, very cleverly leaps back, but because his feet were grounded before he leapt in the air to parry the ball, it has been judged as 6, and I think we're all of the opinion that that is the correct decision. Another look at it, very sharp thinking by Shaun Marsh, but in the end, not as effective as he might have hoped.
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, I think justice has been done. I'm not really sure in the laws of the game if that actual example is catered for, but the bottom line is he took off from outside the area of play, from the wrong side of the boundary.
There's a fine stroke by Warner. Gentle fair at the moment from Boyd Rankin, who has to fire it up. Has to find some fire in his belly here. If Australia got away as they did the other night in Melbourne, when Warner, but primarily Aaron Finch, played so brilliantly, then England will have a real problem.
Just looks like he lines Rankin up pretty well, Warner. He feels comfortable facing him. The speed isn't right up, the length he loves, and halfway down length he just eats.
And Aaron Finch 100 in game 1, and then what, a second ball duck in the Big Bash League a couple of nights ago. What are we going to see tonight?
That's better from Rankin. Gun barrel straight.
Yeah, and hitting the pitch a bit hard. 141 Ks that one. Occasionally, watching Boyd Rankin, he doesn't look like a natural bowler to me. So lumbers in a little bit, and I think tends to put the ball there rather than really bowl it hard there. That's much better. 141 Ks, that's quick enough at his height. 133, 135, not so.
batting too from Finch, who's in an excellent position to knock it straight back whence it came. None for 5. .296 needed to win the match for the Australians, who are now none for 5. Chris Jordan, who bowled pretty well in Melbourne, a raw talent, brought into the England side. Problems this week for England with Steve Finn finally being sent home after quite a horrific couple of months here in Australia. Such a talented quick bowler, just lost everything, rhythm and confidence, and better off out of it, they reckon. Here we go, Chris Jordan, 2 slips in place. Oh dear. What is that?
That's a balk. They call that in jumping, don't they? In equestrian riding a balk, you get to the jump, the jump or the hurdle, and you don't make it. Don't even try it. It's 3 penalty points, or it used to be anyway, I think.
Oh, what about it? Pitched outside leg stump, probably.
Might be a bit of height too, I think, but this is what England desperately need. Done the first part of the job well by getting to 300. Now they've got to get early wickets. Unlike the English lineup, Australia do stack the top of their order, so they've got danger everywhere. That's going to go over the top as well as the line, you suspect. You know, Warner and Finch both fantastic. Marsh has come back in, really like his inclusion. Clark, world class. Bailey, Maxwell. So the top of this order they need to rip into.
Well, there's immense talent all the way down the Australian list, which is what makes the run chase tonight so enticing, with Sean Marsh at 3, Michael Clark. George Bailey was in brilliant one-day form in India just a while back, just before the Test series began, in fact. Glenn Maxwell's a massive striker of the ball. Brad Haddin, James Faulkner can hit him. We know how good Mitchell Johnson is. We know that Nathan Coulter-Nile can hit them. So can Clint Mackay if he has to. There's a lot of batting there. The last 10 overs of this game could well hold our attention. And England made the last 10 count. Out as it... Oh, it is! Gary Balance, who shelled one in Melbourne, clings on one-handed.
Well, you can hardly believe that. He dropped a similar shot we were showing at the start of the day in Melbourne when Finch was on 8. Almost the same bowler, same shot. This time he doesn't look like he picks it up and throws the right hand out at the last minute. In she goes. The one he dropped in Melbourne was so much simpler than that. Australia 1 for 6. Finch gone for a duck.
Sean Marsh has taken guard and is away with a lovely stroke through square cover. What a start. Chase is on, and it will be pulled up inside the rope. Can they run 4? No.
A nice piece of timing there for Sean Marsh. A nice ball for him to walk into too. Half volley. Just Aaron Finch and that dismissal tub. He's a good enough player not to have to go airborne with that. Let's have a look at this lovely welcome to the crease.
Yes, you're talking about that stroke from Aaron Finch and making the point that with all his talent, why?
Well, you're just giving yourself an opportunity to be dismissed. You got 50 overs. You just don't need to hit that ball in the air. I mean, he can get on top of that. He's such a good player. Get it into the pitch and bounce it through for 4, or if it goes to mid-off, you live to fight another day. Early in your innings to hit the ball like that in the air, it just gives yourself a chance to be dismissed that you shouldn't when you're as good as he is, or could be.
Gary Balance is pleased he held on after what happened the other night. The one-handed effort. It's 1 for 9. Boyd Rankin to Sean Marsh.
We talked about Gary Balance hanging on to that catch. It was a good catch today because it was hit pretty well, and We mentioned that he dropped one the other night. I think Finch was on 8 at the time, fairly early on. It's on the left of screen, the MCG. Today's game on the right. I reckon he hit the one better today. Into the right hand it goes. The one on the left went straight through 2 hands. And went on to make 120 or close to it, Finch.
It's a big wide down the leg side. Yeah, I mean, it's a good catch, but it's surely not what he's trying to do. It's a last-minute instinctive thing, and his hand-eye coordination works for him.
Just swung away a little bit, that one tonight, on the right of screen there. I think he's as probably as surprised as we were.
And a whole lot more relieved.
So it brings Shaun Marsh to the crease, and I like the fact that he's come into this team. There's that shot from Aaron Finch. I just don't think he needs to hit the ball in the air. Maybe later in the innings when you're really pumping and you know where your field is and you know your own game and the pitch and all the rest of it. But it was Aaron's third ball.
Thing is, when he does so and he hits it for 6 first ball, as he has done once in I think it was against England at the Rose Bowl, he did it. You just marvel at the ability and the sense of adventure, and then you applaud him, and so it's difficult to castigate him when it goes wrong.
Yeah, but was that a T20 game or a T20 is a different game? You got 6 overs with the field up, you must cash in as an opener, and he's unbelievably good at that. Here he's got 50.
Well, there's fabulous stroke, powerful, really well constructed. What great talent this guy is. If only he could sort himself out mentally, play a bit more consistently, he's a little bit of gold that Australia could do with in the middle order.
Yeah, and probably stay fit. The other thing I'd add to that, that's been one of his real problems, Shaun Marsh, because he's a really good-looking player when he's going. Look at this for a drive. It's only the 5th ball he's faced. It's on the rise. It's lovely square drive or square cover drive. Just staying fit, staying on the park. 100 on debut, and then in Test cricket that is, and an 80 in the second Test of that series against Sri Lanka, and then he finds himself out of the team because often he gets injured. He's had trouble with back and hamstrings.
I'd have him on the tour to South Africa. He played well for the A side there, going back just a short while. He obviously is comfortable in the conditions there, and he might be the one real talent who could lift the batting even higher. Probably a single there, but not taken. 1 for 14. That's the facts and figures for the evening. 287 more needed, 47 overs to be bowled, 9 wickets in hand, required rate already of more than 6 and over. But with strokes like this, it's a butcher at work.
There was a single on offer last ball of last over. David Warner was not keen. I reckon he was sizing up Jordan. First ball he gets, it's not a bad delivery by any means. He just hammers it down the ground.
Bat speed is something. Whoosh.
Just going back to Aaron Finch a moment, James, and your point about him, and I think it's well made, that yes, he could knock that ball on the ground, or the other way he could go is say, all right, I'm going to treat it like a T20, and the first 10 overs I'm going to bat exactly the same way. So I think he gets caught a little bit in a one-day game. I think he's not exactly sure whether that's ball in the air or not, and in the end he hits it just at a catchable height. In a T20 game, maybe he goes right over the top. And that might be the other way to go and say, all right, I'm going to go aerial, I've got to go full swing aerial and get it way over the top, and then after 10 overs settle down and bat the rest of the other 4.
One licking into Shaun Marsh might have been a rib cage or certainly the gut muscles. But I applaud this bit of selecting as much as anything else, because there would have been a great temptation with Shaun to say he's had his go, let's get someone else in. He's had 2 or 3 cracks at it, and he's not able to cement a place. We'll look to someone else, but he continues to dominate domestic cricket, really in all forms, but certainly short form. And Andy Bickle in earlier, and the selectors, I think, have done well to keep him in. Good chat to his old man in Perth recently, Tub, with the 2IC of the West Australian coaching setup under Justin Langer. Also looks after their development kids coming through. Terrific bloke, Jeff Marsh, and great to see him involved in the developing of young cricketers, which he's always had a great passion for.
Well, good stop. Alert stuff from Chris Jordan. There's a lot to like about this guy. He's got a real urgency about him. He gets stuck in, looks to have a big heart. When he's hit to the boundary, he busies himself back to his mark and comes back again. Don't see the head drop.
Yeah, he bowled very well at the MCG in that game 1. And unfortunately, a couple of chances did go down off his bowling. He also got Aaron Finch to nick one through second slip early on. Could have had much better figures than that 1 for 50.
Yes, lots of chances went begging, and moments that might have worked for him but didn't, including some edges, but never once did he waver from his all-out effort. 1 for 19. Boyd Rankin. It's not a good place to bowl to David Warner. So once he doesn't reach the boundary, but he'll certainly get 3 for it.
Yeah, and that shot is why he is difficult to bowl to. We've seen him play a little pull shot, Boyd Rankin. We've seen him play a thundering off drive, and you get a little bit straight on the pads, and he works you through mid-wicket. That's probably as much to do with his test match batting as anything. They're just good cricket shots. There's no risk involved there at all. That's just good batting.
We had an amazing discussion on air. I think it was Brett Lee in the last game at the MCG about the way that ground's mowed and how it causes the ball to snake in the outfield. Just have a look here. You've got the cross mowing. Watch how this ball wriggles one way back, the other way now, and then back. And then the other way now. That's exactly what happens. And if you're an outfielder and it's coming at you and you don't know what you're doing, it's your first time. Honestly, your eyes start darting everywhere.
You're dead right. It was a point Brett Lee made. The MCG was mown in a way none of us had ever seen it. And it was a nightmare. And at first, when Brett was talking about the ball snaking, it seemed unlikely, but there you go. Proof. Good performance by England today, having won the toss and chosen to bat, and then wobbled a bit around 75-80. A couple of wickets fell back to back, and you thought, whoa, is this uncertainty in this side, this lack of confidence suddenly going to betray them once more? But it was Owen Morgan. Hello. Now it's Sean Marsh.
Well, that's just placed on the tee. He may as well have taken a batting tee out there and put it exactly where he wanted it, and then said, have some of this.
Well, he had all of it. Magnificent swing of the bat from Marsh. So many different ways to drive the ball. You get the punchers, and you get the really elegant blokes, and then you get those ones. You get down on one knee and just smash it.
It certainly was on the tee, that wide half volley, but lovely balance playing that drive. That was the key to it. He had to get after it. It was fairly wide. Big stride down the pitch, and the head's pretty still. And the balance is there. Ends up on that left knee, his back knee, to play the shot. And the fact that he's balanced allows him to play that shot and find the gap.
Now Warner just clubs it down the ground. This is violent at the moment. 1 for 31. Good start by the Australians. Yes, they've lost a wicket. Aaron Finch drove to mid-off. Surprising one-handed catch from Gary Ballance. Now, Australia 1 for 31. They need to score at 6 and over. They are scoring at 6 and over. Sean Marsh.
That just illustrates what we've been talking about, the totally different styles of innings that England play to Australia. England conservatively start and then build, and then they've got this amazing hitting ability in the middle of the order, whereas Australia like to bash their hitting ability right up the top with Finch and Warner, and now Marsh. And I mean, after 5 overs, that's a healthy difference. Obviously there's a wicket fallen in the Australian column, but 31 against 19 just shows the two different attitudes to the top of the order.
Yeah, 104 for England in the last 10, so that will be on the back of Australia's mind. They don't want to have to match that. So they'll be thinking themselves, well, OK, if we're 200 off 40, that leaves us 100 to get off 10. That's probably too many. We don't want that many. I reckon they're thinking more 220 they want to be, at least with 10 to go. Anything over 8 and over when you're chasing, those last 10 is never easy. Wickets in hand obviously play a role also.
Dean Hills, Michael Divenuto, Steve Rickson, Darren Lehman, of course. All the brains trust, and there's the brains trust there of what's happening up the field for England.
Oh, they've got to go. He's really got to go. Wow. That had to be too dangerous a run. Chose to go with the throw rather than the underarm flick. Let's have a look whether or not Marsh would have made it. Oh, he would have made it. The only rider to that point is that Mitchell Johnson and Clinton Mackay bowl with the new ball and bowled a whole lot more tightly than Boyd Rankin is doing. That's a good one. Good sniffer.
That was good cricket all round. It was a good bouncer, quicker, well directed. Warner played it well also. His original thought was to have a hook at it, have a crack at it, and then realised it was a bit quicker. Got out of the road nicely. A nice piece of cricket.
What good umpiring. The two fellas square leg, and the bowlers then had a look at each other and confirmed that they were comfortable with the height of the ball. Just. Oh, he hasn't, has he? He has. Chris Jordan has. England are 2 from 2.
Well, that's just about the catch of the summer there. That was shelled by David Warner. He took a beauty earlier in the year to remove Michael Carberry. Well, look at this. He's hammered that. Right hand goes back, sticks in the fingers. What a wicket for England. Jordan is 2 for 10. Warner can't believe it. He's got to go for 18. It's 2 for 32.
Well, exactly what they didn't do in Melbourne, they're doing here in Brisbane. Balance drops Finch in Melbourne. He goes on to make a big 100. Jordan dropped a caught and bowled. I'm pretty sure in Melbourne, I don't know who the batsman was, but on this occasion, it sticks. And that is the only way you're hanging on to that. One hand they've decided to go on both catching occasions, and it's worked.
Maybe things are turning for Alistair Cook. Maybe there's a different story to tell at the end of it. A furious David Warner. Remarkable scene as England finally, after a summer of discontent, finding a few things go their way, producing little bits of magic that have brought 2 wickets. And the score 2 for 32. Welcome to everybody in Adelaide who joins us. The run chase is on, but 2 wickets are down. The stroke play has been thrilling, and so is England's fielding. 2 remarkable catches. A further 269 needed because the Australians are trying to get 301 to beat England tonight. England batted well. No! This fella Chris Jordan has a bit about him. If you're joining us, as some of you are, those in Adelaide for sure, and others just switching on for the first time, we'll show you the 2 wickets that fell, Mark Taylor.
Yeah, 2 excellent catches. Firstly, Gary Ballance at mid-off, one-hander, cool as you like. And then the one for Chris Jordan. This is a beauty. This was hammered. That's going for 4 in pretty quick time, and somehow, not only has he got himself into position, he's just let it go enough that's caught the fingers and stuck. What a catch. And now all of a sudden you look at the England field, they're all hustling in, they're looking for the ones. The sense that for the first time really this summer, Australia are under real pressure with the bat, chasing 301 to win. They're 2 for 32. Now got a second slip. Good move this from Alistair Cook also. Another slip in. Keep the wickets coming if you can. That's good.
Well, I guess there's proof that if you stick at it, it can turn your way. And Chris Jordan is a really good example of that. We were all impressed with him the other night in Melbourne, but everything went against him. A drop catch by Gary Ballance at mid-off. An opportunity just after second slip had been taken out. An LBW shout that could so easily have gone his way. Half a chance back to Jordan himself. Half a chance to mid-on, just didn't move quick enough. All these moments making things very difficult for Chris Jordan in Melbourne, but never did the shoulders slump. Can you believe that? Yet another one sliding in between wicketkeeper and slip. Well, tonight,
yeah, they're going to hand, they're being held. I just can't believe watching those highlights then that Aaron Finch was dropped almost in identical fashion to how he was out, and yet Chris Jordan also catches David Warner in almost identical fashion the way he dropped him the other night. So 2 drop catches from game 1 turn into 2 great catches tonight. Same bowler, same batsman, same everything, bar the result.
But history doesn't repeat itself.
There you go, that was the one that went down the other night. There it is. It was probably a bit harder than that. It was 2 hands on Monday. This was David Warner.
Well, if David Warner has a contestant for catch of the summer, we've just seen it, because Warner's effort at Adelaide to get rid of Michael Carberry was out of the top drawer, and now Chris Jordan's returned the compliment back to Warner. 2 down for 34. We're coming up to the last ball of the 7th over. The required rate up at 6.1. The Australian captain, we've almost ignored the fact that he's come to the crease and played a fine square cut to get off the mark. We're all on the edge of our seats at the Gabba. 2 for 34. England made it to 300, thanks in the main to Owen Morgan. A superb innings from the Irish left-hander. And there's another boundary. Plenty being offered to the Australians, and they're taking them. Michael Clarke looks sharp out there too. It's Hussey, Michael Slater and Ian Healy take over.
Thanks, Mark Nicholas. Well, Chris Jordan wants a piece of Clarke. He asked his captain for a short leg last over because this short stuff was going to be an offer. It worked for the first innings of the Test series at the Gabba. And Clarke's counter-punched it second match of the one-day series. So what's Jordan going to follow it up with? He's got 2 slips. There's no catching man in close to Michael Clarke other than those 2 slips. Will it be corridor and full of length, or another short one? Corridor, and it's smashed to the man at point. So Australia are on the march, and they have to. 300 is a huge score, but they are a scary batting unit, Michael Slater.
Yeah, they are, Heels. Evening to everyone. The required run rate 6.16 at this stage, and the perfect start for England. They've got the 2 early wickets. The danger openers, Warner, Finch, both with their pads off, both 2 extraordinary catches, and England making the most of any opportunity. So it's been a long time since we've seen that. It's the start they were after.
No! It's uncanny, those two catches. The balance dismissal of Finch compared to the missed dismissal in Melbourne, and the caught and bowled that Jordan didn't hang on to. So Bailey, Maxwell, Haddin, Faulkner, Johnson are the men these guys want to break through.
Yeah, plenty of batting there for Australia. But you have to think that one of these two has to do the majority of the work. One of these two has to go on and get a big 100 for Australia to get close to this chase, in this chase.
Just a little pop pull shot down to fine leg. Clark's going to push him all the way and he'll win.
He's quick. Really is quick, Michael Clark. Good judge of a run. Well, maybe they had a training session where they had to just take everything with one hand. James Brayshaw alluded to it. Remember turning up to a training session when John Buchanan was coach, and you had to do everything in your opposite hand. So if you're right hand back, you now had to bat left-handed. Right arm throw, you had to throw left arm and bowl the opposite arm. We had a whole session like that. It was the worst session you've ever seen in your life. So maybe the England side have turned up, and Giles, the coach, has said, right, you've got to catch everything with one hand.
Through the gap, square of the wicket with great power. 2 4s and a 2 from this over, still a ball to come.
It's a good stroke. It doesn't take him long at all to get going. That's how good the pitch is. Anything short and wide, it just sits up. It's just begging to be hit. You can trust the pace, trust the bounce. Clark in tremendous form. Probably feels like he should have scored more runs throughout the summer. He contributed nicely at the Gabba in the second innings with that 100. He led the team so well.
Eight overs gone, 2 for 44. Look at the great work at the end of the England innings. India are out here now, eh? But, that's
next year, Heels.
Yeah, getting ready. That's twice in 2 games that Worm has accelerated and gone north at the end. 86 from the last 10 and even more today in game 2. Brisbane. Oh, that's a good shot. It's cut off at deep cover. Bapara.
Yeah, going back to the opposite hand session that John Buchanan had, I remember there was a tour group turned up to watch the Australian cricket team train. They were that excited. They started watching and they thought, are we at the right place here? These guys look like Z graders. What's going on? And one of us had to run across and explain what we were doing.
Brisbane, good length in the 9th over. We've shown it before. Chris Jordan, the caught and bowled that in game 1 he didn't hang on to. Number 31, David Warner, goes to his left. Today, game 2, smashed even harder. Sticks in the right. Finch and Warner giving the exact same chances 2 games in a row. Hits the thigh pad.
Well, that sums it up. I mean, there's 2 things there. That those that are hit very powerfully at a fieldsman, often it's just pure reflex and they have to stick. And the other aspect is if you're a batsman who hits the ball in the air a lot, you'll give these catching opportunities and sometimes they're taken even though they're hot. So that's why early in the innings, if you can minimise the risk, and Finchie could have tried to drive that along the ground.
Oh, beautiful. Just short by Brisbane, punished by Marsh.
He was onto that short ball in a flash, Sean Marsh. Beautiful shot there in front of square. It's a good point you make, Slats. But, you know, we were perhaps criticising England a little bit with their conservative approach at the start of the innings. And we knew Australia were going to come hard, but there's the chance you might lose a couple of early wickets and then the opposition's on top. So, you know, you can look at it both ways, and both sides different tactics. Sometimes it works for you, sometimes it doesn't.
Yeah, that's the whole live and die bite, don't you? And the Australians won't have it any other way. And England, if they win tonight, and they're a real chance, then they will believe that their strategy is the right one, and that's the way they should play.
Well, it's the right one in Brisbane, I reckon. I reckon Australia could temper it a little bit at the top of the order in Brisbane, because you saw how much damage you can do at the end at Brisbane. England hammered Australia at the end of their innings. 104 from the last 10 overs. So got the Australian power still in and available at the end of the innings, wow, you can do some damage. So 9 overs gone, 2 for 49. 300 in the brackets, that's the target, and it'll be a record for an Australian run chase batting second at the Gabba in a one-day international. 306, I think's the top ever. So that's the sort of performance that has to be posted.
$10,000 on offer this season for the best dressed, and we've got some beauties, haven't we? We've got some terrible ones as well. But there's been a lot of effort. The best I've seen.
I know what you're going to say.
Okay. That's a beautiful shot, firstly.
Yes, that it is good. Sean Marsh is crisp. It is Edward Scissorhands.
Well, that is one of the best I've seen in Captain Sparrow. Those two are in the final, but Edward Scissorhands. He's over there giving haircuts as we see this one, just slicing the field. He's a class act, and it's hard to believe he hasn't been a regular in this side when you see those sort of strokes.
Hits the man.
Yeah, I agree, Slats. He is a class player, and he will be chomping at the bit to make the most of this opportunity. Shane Watson's having a breather. Sean Marsh missed out on the first ODI and has his opportunity at number 3 for Australia in excellent batting conditions. And a lot of competition for places towards the top of the Australian order. So he'll be very keen to make the most of this opportunity.
Yes, so don't waste good form. So you get your chance at number 3 and you're in good form. Make the most of it. So far, 23 from 32.
Yeah, well, Huss, you probably know better than us. I mean, we've watched him for a long time. He's now 30. He's had good opportunity. He's had a lot of injuries as well. He's had those hamstring problems, which maybe comes from a lower back stiffness. I'm not too sure, but that's hurt him. But when he's had these opportunities, why do you think it hasn't stuck for him? He looks occasionally to overcomplicate it mentally. Is that true or not really?
Well, it's hard to know exactly what's going through his mind, but I actually think he's going to start coming into his prime now. He's got a lot of experience. He's been around a while. It's not easy when you're in and out of the team with injuries, trying to overcome injuries, trying to overcome form. When he's going well, he just plays so well. And he just needs to do it on a more consistent basis, and he could play for Australia for a long time. But I actually think he's going to come into his prime in the next year or so.
Well spread out, those 300s in one-day internationals. How much work and what sort of work does he do on these hammies, Huss? You mightn't be able to answer that, but is he constantly onto it with some resistance training, maybe yoga and Pilates and stretching, as he nails one through square leg for 4. Right, 10 overs are gone. 2 for 57, 248 to win. Not so long ago, it was Sri Lanka against Australia. Sri Lanka posting 306, batting second. That's the best there's ever been at the Gabba. Can Australia do it tonight? They've got 40 overs to go, and they've got to score at 6.1 runs per over from now on to get it done.
Well, every chance of getting there if they keep bowling short to Sean Marsh. He's very quick to jump on anything short and pull it away, coming from the whacker.
Hammies, back to Hammies, you're not real sure?
No, he's been pretty good this season. Obviously, in the last few years, he's had a lot of hamstring problems. But to be honest, he's got through most of the cricket this year without too many problems. I don't know how hard he works with the physio. I know the physio in WA works very hard with a lot of the guys. I think he's been working on his running technique to try and take some pressure off his hamstrings. But he's had a pretty good run this summer.
There was a nervy moment when he was fielding. He slipped one stage and it looked to be grabbing that hamstring, and we were up here going, no, surely not. And then Alex Contouris, the physio, came out at drinks, but he was fine. So hopefully he's onto something and that won't be reoccurring. Don't know whether it's genetic. The old man, Jeff, did he have hammy problems? Senior Swampy?
Well, no, not really, because they were stiff as boards, and he couldn't really straighten his knee powerfully enough to kick them out. So, always stiff-legged gait he had. A few biggies coming up 2014. So yeah, Jeff Marsh, very stiff running style, so the hammies really didn't stretch out, but couldn't touch his toes.
Well, that's why I asked when he coached us. It always looked like he had a hamstring problem. Maybe it is genetic. Big hello to Swamp if you're watching. I'm sure he will be watching his son, 27 from 37.
He'll be watching, no doubt. So will his brother Mitchell.
Well, there's a genetic. Mitchell has torn his hamstring off the bone this year. He's recovered from that this year too. So the Marsh name and hamstrings don't go too well. This was earlier today, the piece of fielding you're talking about, Slats.
Yeah, he just trips up and got himself into an awkward position, and then after it, he just was a bit ginger. There he goes. He grabs the hammy. At that point, I'm thinking, surely not. And that's often how it happens, just something as simple as that in the field.
And he probably would have been thinking the same. Surely not.
Oh, there's a stumble on and a miss. The hammy's under pressure big time. And the English missed the stumps. Marsh was gone for all money, and Bell doesn't hit. 2 for 60 after 11. And Michael Clark's call was positive right from the word go. Then he stopped and Marsh stopped. Then they went again. Hammy under great strain. He was gone. Half chance not taken.
Well, that's their first miss. They've taken the catches. That was a run out.
But when the captain calls, you've got to run.
That's right.
And then when the captain stopped, you had to stop. And then he wanted to start again. So it was Marsh that was going to the danger end. And that is the moment where your gait, your running stride can't be controlled. You just go for it. Try to beat the ball. Hope that they miss the stumps. 3 for 60 would have been big for England.
Yeah, and an interesting point. There was one good replay there where Shaun Marsh was having a look where the ball went. I think sometimes you're better off. You just look at your partner. If he calls yes, you just go. Don't even worry about the ball. Quite often there's hesitation because the non-striker is looking where the ball goes. You just see here Shaun Marsh is just looking out towards where the ball's gone rather than just go. If your partner calls, just run 100%.
We've got the English dress-up deck over there, the Aussie dress-up deck, and they're the best of the crowd, and they're having their chance. There he is. Now, how good's Jack Sparrow? He's lost his ship, as he always did. Look at him. He's had a few, old Jack, hasn't he? Well, it's similar to Jack. There's the Joker. I don't mind the Joker. Sure it's the Joker? Well, I'm confused, because I've got to do this silly dress-up on... Oh, it's fantastic, but there's 3 of us in this commentary box. Brayshaw, Bumble and myself, who have to dress up, and I'm confused as to what to come as. So here we go, viewers' verdict. Jack Sparrow, Buzz Lightyear, Batman out, the Joker. So at the moment, To Infinity and Beyond is winning. I've got a laser and I will use it.
You'll be pulling them all out. Speaking in Buzz speak all day. Is that what you're going to do?
Well, he doesn't say much. So at the moment, Buzz is the favourite. Where do you get the Buzz outfit from? Who's that guy on the left? He's got to be a transformer. Jellyfish. There's Edward Scissorhand. Now, Jack Sparrow and him are the best here today.
Oh, there's a new language on the high seas. He's been speaking to us in the ad break. Can't understand a word Jack's saying.
He's still on the boat, isn't he? The way he's rocking around down there.
It's breezy down there.
He's rocking. It's heavy seas. Hey, Jack. Hey! Oh, look out. He's going to cut himself.
Lose an eye. It's
been giving a few hairdos down there. You should go down there, Hills. Look at these fools. So in the studio on Sunday, there'll be 3 more. Hopefully we can put our name down for the 10,000. Who's he, Huss? It's a transformer. Well, I want to see him transform. He can't stand like that all day.
Some great effort goes into these costumes, isn't there?
There's a skipper from Gilligan's. The Smurfs have featured heavily today. Won't like to be in their bathtub tomorrow morning. Twelve and a half overs, 2 for 65. This partnership 33 from 40 balls. Stokes has bowled 2 and gone for 11. This is Brisbane in his 3rd, going for 10. So it's just a nice little tight period that England are producing.
Yeah, Clark's very good in this situation. 16 off 16. So good at finding the gap and getting off strike. Marsh 30 off 42. And he's someone that can catch up, much like Owen Morgan in England's innings. He often takes his time to build his own platform, but he's so strong. Later in his innings, he can hit boundaries at will.
It's going to be on right to the end. This is an outstanding game, and it's poised.
Straight to the man, deep backward square. Yeah, Owen Morgan, what a knock, what a knock. And he was there, he got it, kept himself there to produce the fireworks at the end that they desperately needed. With Butler, 49 from 36. So that they are a handy middle to lower order. Morgan, Bapara, Butler. Stokes and Brisbane didn't have much to do today.
And Morgan showed brilliant game awareness as well. He picked up that the Australians didn't have enough fieldsmen inside the ring, went for a big slog, and then pointed out to the umpire when he was only on 1. It's the end of the over. Australia 2 for 67.
Well, you're obviously with Alinta Energy.
Yeah, of course. Especially with their great energy deal.
Shall we test them out?
Turn it off, mate. Join over 1 million Australians. Switch to Alinta Energy, supporting your home team.
They need 6.3 at the moment, scoring at 5.15. The Australians, Joe Root into the attack. One senses this might be an important part of the innings.
Yeah, big move, and Michael Clark will be messing around. He's 17 from 18, but one thing you know with Michael Clark, he'll be smart about it. He'll be pushing into the gaps. If the 4's on, he'll take it. Sean Marsh will just keep going steady as she goes, and this is the steady part of the Australian innings. Just momming up a little bit after the wickets, but still a good run rate.
Yeah, Robbie.
So explosive with Bailey, Maxwell, Haddin, Faulkner, Johnson.
Eased into the outfield where there's a big gap.
Yeah, an important partnership this for Australia. There is some powerful hitting to come. We mentioned Morgan in the first innings. When he was on just 1, he's gone for this almighty slog off Michael Clark's bowling. I think we'll get into it after this ball. He went for this almighty slog off Michael Clark and was caught out in the deep. He thought, what's he doing? But then he pointed out to the umpires they didn't have enough fieldsmen inside the ring. So it was brilliant match awareness by Morgan. Thought he'd take it on because it should have been a no ball. The umpires missed it. Morgan picked up on it. And he wasn't given out, and it was a no ball.
The only bad thing about that, Huss, was he wasted a free hit. He had a free hit in his mind, didn't he? And he didn't clear the rope.
Well, he thought he was going to get 2 free hits. A free hit before the no ball, and then a free hit after the no ball.
Clark squirts at the point. It's in the air and Root gets one.
Well, the gamble works, so Root, he can't believe his luck. The first over was like Maxwell when he came into the attack for Australia. He got one as well. And it's the big wicket of Clark. He slices it to the man just in front of point. Wow, that's a big wicket for England. And they should be really buoyed by that. Australia now 3 for 70.
Well, you see Michael Clark this time, having used his feet so well. And Brisbane and Darwin viewers rejoin us at a big moment in the match. Australia 3 for 70, the captain just out.
Yeah, Clark looked good, got another good start, couldn't go on with it. He gave himself a little bit of room trying to hit either through or over the cover region. Sliced it to back of point. And now George Bailey comes to the crease under a bit of pressure.
Yeah, and it's a good time to get Bailey out there because he's got to use the technique to get himself going. It's not one of the situations where he comes in towards the end and he can be the enforcer, which is, I think, his more natural go at this level. So now he's got to piece together with technique a good start to an innings, and that's a little more vulnerable than the other way.
Yeah, but he's been the best the Australian team have had. 55.3 he's average. This is his go. This is what he's been so good at. Can he do it again tonight in a record run chase?
Yeah, he's very good in this situation. Assesses the situation of the match very well. I think he'll look to be nice and busy, get a partnership going with Shaun Marsh.
Down the ground for a single to get off the mark. Joe Root, what a big moment for him. 1 for 4 from his first over. 3 for 71 Australia. Definitely more on the shoulders of Shaun Marsh now. He's 34 not out at the non-striker's end. George Bailey, new to the crease. Second ball, Tim Bresnan bowling to him. There's one slip in place. England would love to be able to attack even more. It's a solid start by them. 3 for 71 for 14 overs. And the big wicket first up was Aaron Finch, so 3 wickets to fall are Finch, Warner and Clark.
Yeah, this is a big start for England. My father used to always tell me, keep the ball on the ground and you won't be able to get caught. Our rule in the backyard was over the fence on the full is out, no 6 and out. But I've had plenty of arguments with people in the dressing room saying there's more room in the air. Australia have come undone by hitting the ball into the air tonight so far. 2 amazing catches.
Bailey right over in front of off stump. Bresnan goes wide. Gives him a cut shot, which is a 3. Bailey thought it was going to hit the rope right from the word go. Didn't.
Yeah, it surprised me that it pulled up as well. He timed that beautifully and making the most of the early width. And that's the
last one to fall. Sorry, Slats. The last one to fall was Michael Clark. Another good catch there from balance, and Joe Root, wasn't he happy about that one?
He's taken some big wickets, Joe Root, hasn't he? You know, in the Ashes series in England, every now and then. Oh, that's close as well. Is that pitched on leg or just outside leg? In the umpire's opinion, outside leg. But this is hitting middle, maybe middle and off. Where's it pitched?
Yeah, outside leg, I'd say heels. That's why the umpire hasn't moved, but they're challenging it, and why wouldn't you? They're on a roll. It's almost worth the risk. If they can snag another one here, get Marsh back in the pavilion, that's 4 for not many. And Australia in real strife. They're in strife now, but this could be massive decision if it runs England's way, and a lot has been running England's way today.
Yeah, I think the length of the ball depends on the length. It's quite full. The fuller it is, the more chance it is of pitching in line. The shorter it is, the more chance it's pitching outside leg stump. So it's going to be all about the length here.
Righto, we haven't seen a camera angle straight down. That's the hot spot, nothing on the inside edge as the ball hits the pad. Can't really see that. That's not straight down the wicket just yet. Identifying the lack of inside edge once again.
It's just no swing. It's just the angle that I'd be worried about. Yeah, outside leg. Yeah. That's why the umpire wasn't moved. But England, they've chanced their arm and unfortunately it didn't roll their way. 3 for 74 though, Australia. They're in a really good position with a further 227 runs required. So Marsh gets away with it. And the pressure on this partnership.
He's been really quiet since the run-out, the near run-out of his mix-up with Michael Clarke, Shaun Marsh. Whether there's been hamstring problems since then or not, but out of the blue there, he's just missed that. He hasn't missed a shot like that for a while. Brisbane not happy, but technology saves Marsh. Beautifully angled down to third man. He's pushing. The hammy looks all right there. It's still only just a single.
Such a mental game, international cricket. And as we see this replay again, it was just pitching outside leg stump. If it had been fuller than that, it would have been even closer. But I'd like to know what's going through George Bailey's mind. You should be just thinking about this game and this ball and trying to win this game for Australia. But he's got a lot to play for. There's been talk about his place in the team going to South Africa. Good shot. And you shouldn't be thinking about that sort of stuff, but invariably you do. When so many people are talking about it and speculating, it does go through your mind as a player.
Yep, put it all to rest with a great innings tonight. He'll be able to bash his way into this South African tour with great one-day form, because there's no first-class cricket for anyone to push past him or to convince the selectors they're going to be better than him. The team love him. Lehman says he brings more to the table than just runs. We'd all like to see him score more runs, he says, but he's slotted in well. They'll come, in the opinion of plenty. Now Shaun Marsh, Brisbane's last ball. Doesn't miss that one, but it's a good over by Tim Brisbane. 5 off it though, 3 for 76 after 15. Owen Morgan, the story of the day at the top of that scorecard for England. 106 he made, changing the commentary box here as Australia look to chase down 300. Brett Lee and Jamie Brayshaw are with Mark Taylor.
Thank you, Ian Hilly, and they'd have to create a record to do so. 284, biggest score here. To win a game, batting second. There's been a score of 306 batting second, but that was in a losing side. So some history to create, some work to do. Bailey, a little lapse, premeditated. Yeah, I suppose in a way, not dissimilar scorelines, really. England were 3 for 78 at one stage. Australia now 3 for 77, so it's got to be that middle to ladder order. It's got to do the job.
And they get a look at it too, which they didn't in Melbourne. All the work was done by the top order. So Shaun Marsh into the side and playing well. George Bailey didn't get to bat much in the game in Melbourne. Maxwell hardly at all. So they get a good extended look at a really good pitch.
Nice shot that for one. He's probably hit that too well, Shaun Marsh. Shot there just shows you why he made 100 on debut in his test match career in Sri Lanka. He's able to play the spinners pretty well. Plays the quicks also well. Look for two here, should get it. They were comfortable. Very hard to protect that side of the ground. It's a huge boundary, that. Now George Bailey now has pulled up a bit lame there. We've talked about Shaun Marsh maybe having a left hamstring problem. What about George Bailey here?
You hammer a groin it just as he turned. It's as though he's tweaked something or strained something. We hope not. So look at it.
Come, Brad! He wasn't really going that hard. I just wonder if that's something he hasn't done earlier in the day. There's Alex Contouris, the physio of the Australian cricket side. He'll be out there at the end of the over, I dare say. Nice job. But it didn't look to me in that running of a two that he pushed all that hard. I just wonder if he didn't do that earlier today.
That's him looking towards Alex Contouris, and it looked like a groin stretch he did at the end of the run.
That's 3 for 80. is Alex Contouris, as I said, on the right of screen. Xavier Doherty, the 12th man there, and George Bailey's just explaining to physio what's going on. What are you feeling? Something I saw him playing with the back of the hamstring, top of the hamstring. Maybe, there's feeling the left groin there. Maybe that's the problem. Bear in mind, no runners allowed, so it's not as if he can sort of say, well, I'll just stand here and hit them and someone could run for me. That's gone now. So he's either got to just keep batting the way he's batting at the moment, or he retires hurt, I suppose. Still take drinks out in the middle there. 16 overs bowled, 3 for 80, so the run rate's 5 and over, and Physio's still out there talking to George Bailey. James Bracey, you know more about this than me. What's going on?
Well, I don't really, but it's one of the great hands-off consultations I've ever seen. Alex has just stared at him for about a minute and a half, and Georgie's done a couple of stretches, and now a little pat in the rump, and all the best.
You could understand if it was a hamstring, but groin, well, we'll leave it there.
You wouldn't want to cop the bill at the end of that.
I think most people do, don't they? You go to the physio, or a little bit of ultrasound, 2 little thumbs, and see you in a week's time.
Got your health card number?
Come, Brad!
Give us a look at that on the way out.
Well, this is all said in jest for all those physios out there, because
exactly.
We may be needing one of those shortly, James. We'll be in real trouble. I can hear Errol Orcott, the former Australian team physio at home. He's saying, I know about you, Taylor. You're into me.
Patrick Farhart, big hello to him. Sydney Six will be watching.
How do you reckon the North Melbourne boys are going at the minute? Don't think about coming and lying on any of our benches in the near future.
I reckon they want us there. So you want some pain, do you? Righto. Here we go. Anyway, Ben Stokes will bowl the 17th over. 3 for 80.
Honestly, Sean Marsh is such a talented player. There are times when he makes batting look that easy, you swear he could just rip the leg stump out and that'd be enough. And then the next minute he's sitting down and out, somehow finds a way to get himself out. Tonight he has a great opportunity to make a big, big score for Australia. He's got mountains of time left. Good surface, he's got himself in.
Might look for 2 here. Although probably not with Stokes chasing the ball. Actually, Ian Healy, I think, touched on it with an LBW shout that was reviewed by England. It just has moments of, I think, lack of concentration. Sean Marsh, maybe because batting does, at times, come quite simply to him. Almost like there's a ball every now and then he just misses. He forgets to concentrate. Hasn't looked like missing a ball for ages, and then plays that shot. Now, it's not out, pitched outside leg, and rightfully adjudicated by umpire Naam Messina, but normally you'd expect him to hit that, no problem at all.
And let's not discount George Bailey's credentials coming into this game either. His one-day form over the last 12 to 18 months have been impeccable. His ability to make big scores, to accelerate the run rate when it's been needed, to get the ball to and over the fence. Now, he has gone from being a pretty good one-day international cricketer to an extraordinary player in 18 months. So, perfect situation for him too.
Right through. Nice timing from Marsh. Oh, gee, that's well timed. It's picked the gap between the 2 guys around point. Just the timing took it to the mountain.
Well, that's what happens when you grow up batting on the whacker. Anything short and wide, just dispatch for 4. Great balance. Just land on that. Bat do all the work.
Pull shot, the man out there. Just going back to George Bailey a moment ago, talked about his credentials. I'm interested to see how England bowled him in this series, because he's definitely, his weakness is that fuller ball outside off stump. But what happens in the one-day game is I think bowlers get a little bit straight to him, and he works the ball a lot to the onside. And even the last ball he faced, he worked to the onside. So you've really got to tell yourself as a one-day bowler, get it full outside off. That's better. That's the spot there. So 3 for 88. Don't forget, game 3 of this Carlton Mid One-Day Series continues at the SCG. That's on Sunday at 1:30 local time there. Tickets still available. Website down the bottom.
Nice, Ruti.
What does George Bailey do here? Does he head out and try to make the most of what he's got here today and try to get some rest, I guess?
It's going to be hard to get an LB from around there for Joe Root, unless it's really full.
Keeping in mind too that if he goes off and retires hurt and cools down, it's going to be a lot harder for him to come back and start again. Is that not out?
He's got to really turn that ball back a long way to get an LBW, to pitch it in line and then to get the ball straight enough.
Down, ready.
So well fielded. Bear in mind the ball can't pitch outside leg stump. Let's have a look, which it does. Now that may be hitting off. No, it's even missing off. It just shows you. Ball's got to do a lot when you bowl right arm around the wicket, to pitch in line and then to go on to hit the stumps.
I think there's some issues with the groin of George Bailey, but you're not allowed a runner in modern cricket, so he's got to just guts it out until such times he can't run anymore, and then he's got to assess whether he stays out there or not.
Is he better off coming off now to at least try himself right for the next couple of games, or is he better off to try and guts it out and keep banging trying with this match?
I suppose, provided he can still run okay between the wickets, you just keep batting here, I suppose. Not hindering him too much at the moment.
Nice, Joe!
But just be towards those latter overs when the pace of the game picks up. 3 for 90.
Great example there of, we're all sitting here watching this game thinking England are fairly well ahead in it, and yet Australia have got 10 more runs. Oh, that's a magnificent shot. Sean Marsh is dead set taking the mickey at the moment. He is seeing it like a balloon. Closing in on a 50 and playing terrifically well, entertaining everyone. So the perception is Australia really battling, and yet two things. Firstly, Australia is still right in this game, but secondly, just highlights what a huge finish England had. Beautiful shot there.
Well, I think often you come to the ground, you think, well, Australia chasing down 300s. Warner, maybe Finch and Clark, one of those three have to get them. Now, they're the three that are out. There's always this expectation, oh, well, maybe the game's gone. But if you ask Sean Marsh or George Bailey, Maxwell, Haddin, Faulkner, it's a long way from gone. You can see from Sean Marsh, he's a lovely batsman to watch. So look, see how George Bailey gets back here. Yes, he's okay. Just watch him, see if he pulls up. He pulls up a little bit lame, but not bad. So he's not at 100%, George Bailey, but okay to still do that, hustle that too.
Well, they breed him tough in Lonnie, Tub. No, there's no going off down there. You just stay out until the game's finished.
Ah, good to see, isn't it? It's good to see. 49 to Marsh. That'll do. That's 50. Well made 52. Only 60 balls and 7 fours in it.
Beautiful innings. Cricket at its absolute purest. Timing shots all over the ground today. It's a fantastic 50 there to Sean Marsh. Only 60 balls.
So the slip goes back in place now for George Bailey. Good move that from Alistair Cook. That's the spot to bowl. That's much better, I think, from England's point of view. They'll keep looking for the edge here, more so than that sort of back of a length line at the stumps, because that's the ball that George Bailey works to the leg side.
Keep looking to get him out. That's the thing. 5 for 100, Australia will find it very hard. Look at that inning, 7 fours. One of the first balls he faced, he smashed to the fence. He's looked great from the start.
You see there's a really good example, that shot there from Bailey, of how he plays. He bats on about off stump, so he takes guard on about off stump. He tends to walk across in front of his stumps. If you bowl short, he just works the ball to the leg side. Just watch how he plays. You can see he's batting on off stump. That ball's outside off stump, but it's short enough that he can work it on side. So you've got to be fuller on that length to Bailey. He'll do that all day to you. Eventually, if he's in and he's 50 off about 60 balls, then he starts teeing off. That's probably a wide, that one. A bit too short on that occasion. Yeah, and call.
You can take probably out of that sentence, Tub. That was definitely a wide. There's no proper cricket shot you can play to that ball. Just got it completely wrong, Stokes. Look at this. It's gone miles over his head.
Not unless you tremble it.
Steered away down to third. Man, that'll bring up the 100 for Australia. 3 for 100 off 19. And England with 3 for 100 off 22. So run rate's good, 5.26.
Go!
Joe Root doing a good job though. He's into his 4th over. He's got 1 for 9.
Good field too from Alistair Cook. Protection in all the right spots. Look at what Shaun Marsh is confronted with here. He's got long on, long off, cover and the square boundary protected. So anything he's trying to hit down the ground, he's going to have to be very careful. And there's not enough speed on the ball to get it to the rope behind unless, you know, it's an edge, really. So well set field.
And the good thing too at Marsh's innings tonight, he's kept the majority of the balls on the ground. He hasn't given any chances. It's been smart cricket, totally in control.
Looking for 2 again, but not this time. Just the 1 this time. Yeah, I suppose from an Australian point of view, Michael Clarke will be hoping that Shaun Marsh can bat out the innings, or at least get well into the 42nd, 43rd over, something like that. If he can be there in another 20 overs time, he'll be 100 or close to it. And a single there, and that's where you hope that your hitters down the order, your Maxwells, your Haddins, and your Faulkners, Johnson, Coulter Nile. You've got someone at the other end who's 100 odd not out, and you can go in there and swing freely. That's when you can score your 100, 120 off the last 10 if needed. 4 singles from that over. 20 gone. 3 for 104. Nice evenly balanced game, this one. 97 to win off 30 overs. It's a tall order, but not impossible here at the Gabba. It's a beautiful evening. Pitch is a ripper. It's good for batting. Outfield's quick. Good crowd in, 30 odd thousand, so crowds have been excellent. And I like what Alistair Cook's done today. He's been far more aggressive with his captaincy. Even this move here to bring Rankin back on. That's because Bailey's out there, I'm sure. They'll try and keep the wickets coming. Take that away. Probably get 2 here, Bailey.
But being it's important that Boyd Rankin gets it right. He's gone for 6 and over from his first 4. He's been brought back in, as Tubbs says, by his captain, and a real job to do here to try and get 4 and 5. He's got to get it right.
Well, he does, and exactly right. You know, he's there to take wickets. He'll try and crack open this middle order now. Hit his captain a wicket or 2 at the expense of going for a few runs, which is okay. If he gets, you know, 1 for 15 and 1 for 20 off 3 overs, he's done his job.
For 2 more here, and they'll get it. Same ball, same shot, 2 straight. Interesting looking at those comparisons there on that graphic we showed you. That what Australia will be hoping for is to do some damage here. They've got to make up for this last 10. That last 10 there. England 3 for 104 in the last 10 overs. Everything else 52 and then 38, 49 and 57. With all the 10s before that. Pretty consistent. 104 in those last 10 overs.
Just wonder if Bailey won't try and line Rankin up here. He's predominantly about 135 to 140 k's an hour, but it's that sort of back of a length. And he bowls here, and if you sort of in and you know you get yourself and you get yourself set. As we see the speed spot there, he's still warming up, mind you, but that back of a length, short boundary down straight could come into play.
Good run. Good running from Bailey there. Good hustling. Just going on to those last 10 overs in the England batting. They had 2 overs of 14, 1 of 11, an 18 over the 46th, a 16 over the 48. So there they all are. Look at that at the end there. A few wickets tailed off the innings, but before that, from about overs 35 onwards, were really good for England. Once again, that's too straight. It's far too straight for George Bailey.
Yeah, it's a fantastic finish to the innings by the English batsman, and also too highlights that how important it is to bowl at that depth. So important that when you're finishing off an innings bowling wise, you've really got to hit your lengths, you've got to hit your lines, and obviously set the correct field.
It's 21 bowled, 3 for 111. Sweeps well, just a single.
Good sign for Bailey if he's playing a sweep shot, because that does put a lot of pressure on that groin, sort of upper hamstring region. A good sign if he's doing that. It's obviously not too much pain out there.
Just going on to that problem that he's got, George Bailey. It's an interesting one, whether they know exactly what to do. Get a single there, misfield. So if he goes off, if he retires it, he can't run between the wickets any longer. It's going to be hard to come back towards the end of the game because he's going to really stiffen up. So at least at the moment he's warm.
Yeah, definitely. Look, the first thing that he would do if he goes off, there'll be a nice pack going straight over for 20 minutes. So it'll be 20 on, say 15 off, 20 back on again. So he'll have that period of time where he gets the ice in to try to reduce any swelling around that sort of region. But what that does as well is it actually it stiffens the muscle up.
Yeah! Oh, he's got him, has he? Little edge there, yeah, Marsh is gone. The bail's off as well, but I think this is a catch behind. Or did it flick the top of the off on the way through? Marsh has given himself a little bit of room. Let's have a look. Oh, no, it's hit the outside of off stump. He's got him. Joe Root has got 2 big wickets. He's got the Australian captain, and now Shaun Marsh.
Well, this is what we say about this unbelievably talented cricketer. He gets himself in, and then he finds a way to get himself out. He'll be so disappointed. He's done all the work, 55 from 69. He set up the platform for a massive innings, and now he's got to sit down and watch someone else do it. 4 for 114.
England back on top, 4 for 114, Australia. Glenn Maxwell. He's the new batsman for Australia. Joe Root's got some wickets. Not having a lot of luck with the bat at the moment, but he's got 2 big wickets tonight.
See Maxwell there coming in the big show. Just as likely to slap the first one over to the Aussie dress-up deck. Such a talented cricketer. A lot of fun to watch.
Oh, he's found the gap well there, George Bailey. Used his feet, backed away. Couldn't quite get the timing on it to take it to the boundary. 4 for 117. There's Shaun Marsh again. His demise was just a bit too close to cut. Just clips the outside of off stump. Boyd Rankin will continue. Maxwell clips it away for a single. Change the commentary box. Michael Hussey and Ian Healy are with Michael Slater.
Thanks, Mark Taylor. And Australia are in trouble. There's no doubt about that. 183 runs for victory. Shaun Marsh didn't need to depart after his half-century. But Joe Root, 5 overs, 2 for 19. Very good bowling from him. And it's the middle order importance now. Bailey and Maxwell. They're talking about the Australian side batting deep. Well, they've got to prove they can mastermind in the middle order, and two fantastic players to do so. Bailey, a little bit of a hamstring problem, but it looks to be freer now, Huss. It looks to have loosened up. 24 from 26.
Yeah, he's looked good, George Bailey, off both front and back foot. He's always a busy player, assesses the situation well. And I think Maxwell will be positive. He'll continue to play his shots, maybe give himself a few balls to get in.
Not quite, Huss. He'll slice away through third man.
Well, he plays his best when he is positive, playing his shots, clear mind, looking to hit the ball. It's going to give England a chance, but if he comes off, Australia are going to get ahead of the run rate.
He's a good character, Maxwell. He's I enjoyed chatting with the other night. He was in the foyer of our hotel, and I had a really good chat with him, and he's got a great attitude towards the game and life, and we're talking about golf. He loves his golf, but he really is a young spark and maturing all the time. But it's a day like today that he can really show a different mode. He's not the out-and-out finisher now. He's got to build to the finish, and he's certainly got the talent to do that.
Such a talented player. So we see another double hit. My very last one-day international was in Sharjah, and Maxwell came out when we still needed 65 to win. And Maxwell was hitting Ajmal against the spin, over cover for sixes and fours, and I could not believe it batting at the other end. It's just phenomenal talent and hitting ability. And he finished the innings off remarkably well for Australia to have a series win over there in the Emirates.
Yeah, and I remember the timing of that 50 he got when it was that short run chase, small run chase against the West Indies. Oh, that looks really out, and it is out. George Bailey favouring the onside once too often. Australia now reeling,
and Rankin confident that will do his series no harm at all. He's been really struggling, the big man, and he needs this. It's a big wicket. Bailey and Maxwell could have posted something big. That is plumb.
There is no doubting that one. That's a simple LBW decision. The only thing that could get in the way is a no ball. Not the case. George Bailey, 24, 5 for 120 Australia. So Rankin, the man, he finishes his 6th over with that wicket of Bailey. Now Root again. In the air. Oh, nearly to the man at mid-wicket. So all of a sudden, England, they're pouncing, aren't they? They're looking for a half chance. They think there's another wicket opportunity coming.
They've been in this position 4 or 5 times this summer. 5 for 120. That made it. Great length. Bad shot by George. Right across the line, and a lot of damage done. But here he is now in familiar territory, Brad Haddin.
Test match saviour, really, wasn't in the first innings. Gee, batted well. He's had the season that he'll remember, really. Just his contribution with bat, with gloves, leadership.
He's just done it all summer for Australia, and he has to do it again here tonight.
Go on, Richie, lovely boy.
Natural player. He doesn't get hamstrung by any game situation. He just keeps backing himself and playing this wonderful natural way. But tonight the pressure's on. He knows how to get out of it.
Well, and his approach is to be positive and put the pressure back on the opposition. He's done that all summer.
Down, down.
And he's away off the mark with a single to mid-wicket.
Yeah, you just feel, though, with Australia getting themselves into a pickle this evening, that at some stage England are going to make the most of it and really make Australia pay for early wickets lost. And tonight has to be their night. There's no other way about it. They have to win this one, and they have to keep forging ahead and go 1-1 in the series. 3 from the over, 5 for 1-2-3. Rankin continues, spring in the step. He needed that wicket. And it'll be a wide. The big fella, he's starting to steam in a little bit. That one not far below 140. Morgan, brilliant for the 106, and you felt that it was a match-winning innings at the time. Bell, 68, was run out, and then Butler hitting at the end. To a piece to Maxwell, Coulter, Faulkner, and the damage being done by Jordan. And Joe Root, who would have thought? He's bowling nicely. Now the man who's 201 centimetres, Rankin, is pounding in as you'd think a tall man should. It was very funny watching him in the huddle after the wicket. He's head and shoulders above anyone else out there.
Yeah, that will do his confidence the world of good. George Bailey takes his guard on off stump and then tried to play more across the line and was caught plumb in front. Rankin got the length right on that occasion. He'd been hurt when he bowled short, but he pitched that one up a little bit more.
Wait!
Hats off and some real applause for two long-serving scorers in their little dark room right next to us there. Judy Harris on the left. 27 years of full-time scoring, well, for a club Toombul and Queensland and these international matches. On the right, Brian Fitzgerald, 15 years. And tonight's their last international. They'll finish the state domestic season and their club seasons, and that's it. But Judy Harris and Brian Fitzgerald, well done.
Yeah, all the people that work in this fantastic game, and they've been around for many, many years, and we see them in the corridors, don't we, at the start of every game, at the end of every game, and they're always friendly faces and very important cog in the wheel.
Well, Judy is a scorer I talk about a lot. She does the scorebook at Club Toombul. This would be 27 years ago. Scorebook, then wagon wheel, then does a bit of knitting and watches the next ball.
Close to the outside edge. Yeah, it looks tough batting all of a sudden. What does she knit?
I got a couple of cardigans from her. No, I don't know. I don't know what it was actually, but yeah, brilliant. Time management is unbelievable. Long-serving volunteers of the game. A game which is built on volunteerism.
Just got to get the dictionary. I'm not sure volunteer and a little ism at the end works, but yes, well, it's a good word.
It's got a couple of extra syllables for you, Mick, hasn't it?
Yes.
Might have one or two too many there. But as the game becomes more and more full-time for the players, and the test players don't come back to state cricket as much, the state cricketers don't come back to club cricket as much, the volunteers are still, you know, tirelessly working and keeping clubs afloat.
$32,000 at the Gabba this evening. Capacity just above 40, so near capacity. It's been a good crowd, good atmosphere. And well, it doesn't matter whether it was an edge in the end because it was dropped by the keeper. I don't think it was. It just bounced a little bit too much. So 5 for 125 Australia. Oh, that can't be right. Surely you don't think that England can lose. Got to be favourites at this point. Batting to come, but got to win, don't they?
Well, those doubters tonight have just been hammered all summer by Haddin. Haddin, Mitchell Johnson, at some stage. Faulkner's done it before. Coulter can slam it. So no, they haven't got their trust at all. The English side, they've got to do this with hard work.
Oh, so you're a no as well. There's a twist, isn't there? It's down to the wire. 7 runs and over required from this point. And at the 40 over mark, knowing that England scored 104 runs in their final 10 overs, Australia won't want to leave themselves that. They need to be maybe knocking off 80. There's plenty of work to get to 220 and after the 40th from here.
Yeah, well, Australia have lost those 5 wickets. I think England, after about 35 to 40 overs, had only lost the 3. And that's a big factor.
Oh, there we go. I like it. The big show, something a little different. And why not?
The reverse axe. just chop this over the man at point. He's on the ring, so he's got to hit it well. Crack.
He plays this shot very well, practices it a lot too. Some people might think, what is he thinking, playing a shot like that now?
Nice, Rooty, nice, buddy.
Well, after you've played a shot like that, why didn't he do the next one like that? He played it so well. It's obviously in his head that he's going to play it before the ball's bowled. It's got to be a premeditation. Well, the execution, absolutely brilliant. Now the single. So I wonder whether a stroke like that gets Maxwell going. 5 for 132. A lot of singing going on as well as the songs are blaring. Bit of Neil Diamond. It's your era, Heels. You used to try and bring that into the dressing room, didn't you?
Got it in easily.
Easily.
Elton John. A little bit of Mariah Carey.
Mariah. You didn't play Mariah, did you? Nicely played. The man's very deep, so they'll push for 2. Settle for 1.
No matter how good a keeper you are, Heels, you probably wouldn't get a game these days. Bring that sort of music into the dressing room, you would have been barred for life.
Gone. Well, Josh Butler's having a little trouble or two himself, and I think it probably suggests it's a bit dewy there, and the wicket's skipping through a little bit, which is good for batting, but he's done this a couple of times. The ball's just wobbling a touch on the way through to him, and it's not making life very easy. A couple of little in-dippers as well. And he's got his hands full. I hope that anything that's nicked gets caught and doesn't wobble as much as the ones he's putting down.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, there wasn't a nick on it. There was sort of a half appeal, but it was above the bat. And his eyes were blocked by the gloves, and he expected it to bounce even a little bit more. So you think that's wobble?
It will be. That might have even, planed up on him a little bit. It seems to get to his gloves before he was ready, and he got into an ugly position.
So Jordan's got a big responsibility, and he's immensely talented. He's got the 2 wickets. We saw that caught and bowled. And Dave Warner walked off and could not believe jolly good. It's just a marvellous trip down under. Let's have another look, Charlie, at the caught and bowled here. It was just pure reflex. How good was that? Charles, what a wonderful catch. Jolly good.
There's the square boundaries at the Gabba. Very, very difficult to protect or keep things to 1s rather than 2s. Balance was very deep on the rope and doesn't probably need to be way back on the rope. Needs to be putting some pressure on that second run. But it's an easy way to pick up 2. Do it time and time again into these big expanses of the Gabba.
This is the big partnership for Australia. Already 16 off 22 balls. Been very busy. Haddin just getting himself going. Maxwell's looked good right from the start.
Again, there's good placement from Maxwell, and I wouldn't mind just... He's going to play that extraordinary shot out of nowhere, and you won't pick it, but just good quality shots for a little while longer. Nothing too outlandish.
Yeah, there's just so much time, Huss, isn't there? It's only 27th over. These 2 bat for another 13 overs, get to 40. That'll be their best chance.
It'll be a leg bye to finish the over. So runs a little easier that over. The last 2 have been okay. 23 overs remaining, 5 for 139.
For over 20 years, CommBank has been supporting women in cricket so that thousands more girls can. CommBank, proud supporter of women in cricket.
So Joe Root will continue. This is the start of his 8th over. Cook probably going to bowl him through. He's got good mileage out of him with the 2 wickets. And economy rate as well, outstanding. Faulkner, Johnson, Coulter-Nile, Mackay to come. There's a little bit there, but not a whole lot.
Yeah, these 2 batsmen have done well for Australia. Sort of taking 6 and 7 off each over without really taking a risk, but they can't afford a mistake.
Get it!
Root's been good. Hasn't been able to contribute with the bat so far in this series, but he'll be over the moon to be able to contribute with the ball. Pick up a couple of key wickets for England.
Catch!
It was hit quite firmly from Haddin, but it was in the air for a while. Yeah, a good contribution, isn't it? He struggled a bit with the bat of late. He got a good ball today. His feet looked like they didn't go anywhere, but he got a good delivery from Johnson. And now he's contributing with the ball and nearly gets another wicket. Gee, that was a little bit close. They might have even flicked the fingers.
Let's go!
Yeah, the interesting one about that was Cook was heading towards more the mid-wicket area. Here's the wicket of Marsh. Got away with that one, Root. But Cook was looking like he was just heading towards mid-wicket to cut that single off, and then wasn't expecting the hard sweep to come and had to head back towards the umpire to try and take the one-handed catch.
So it goes down as a half chance there from Cook at square leg. A toughie, 5 for 143. Jordan again. Australia need 158 runs from 132 deliveries. Yeah, that was a bit of a mow there from Haddin. Trying to slap that one through point that actually goes through the onside, but he'll pick up 2. Let's have another look at the missed opportunity. How harsh are we tonight, Heels? How do we judge this one?
Well, let's have a look at the momentum you talked about. He's going to his left. Look at that big skip step. Both feet are still off the ground. They've got to plant, and then he's got to find a way to get back. Doesn't quite do it. That's a half chance, as you called it.
Well, that's a big commitment to the left, though, wasn't it? I wonder what was taking him to the left.
Well, I think because the Aussies have been just knocking some singles into that mid-wicket area. He was anticipating. He was anticipating another single coming through that region. So started heading that way. So he's thinking that Haddin's trying to knock a single into that mid-wicket area. Suddenly the sweep comes and couldn't quite get back in time. If he had stayed still, we would have had an easier chance for sure.
Yeah, I think he would have been able to try and he would have been able to get 2 hands to it if he'd been able to keep the straight line to the batsman. But often in those positions, there are those who think you walk to the middle of the wicket anyway. I know Greg Matthews was very big on that. And fielding is about anticipation. And 3 deliveries remaining. Only 2 from the over so far. Hadn't yet to get going. He's faced 20 deliveries for his 8. Not really the normal strike rate, but again, we'll see him catch up if he's out there for any length of time. Another 2.
Gee, that's brilliant running. Brilliant running. Like that ball has gone, what, 30 metres? Just a bit less than 30 metres. And they've run 40.
Well, direct hit might have been a little bit tight there. It would have been really, really close. You see the sweat already piling out of him. So very muggy evening in Brisbane. You get used to that, though. Once you're out there for a while, yeah, it's a little bit sweaty, but you get into the groove. Just at the moment, he's overhitting. So the 2 shots that you've seen him drag through the onside is just simply because that elbow is not pointing up. And there he's practicing the shot. So the bottom hand completely dominates when that top arm goes weak.
Well, he's obviously looking, he wants to hit him back over his head for 4 or 6. Mid-off and mid-on are both up inside the circle. Just getting a bit frustrated with himself. He can't quite time one back over the bowler's head.
Just roll to the onside. That's with ease. So Maxwell sizing it up okay at the moment. And he's got a good batting strike rate. 29 overs down, 5 for 149. So Australia with a slight advantage. Not with wickets, but with the run rate, but where they are at this stage of the innings. And again he goes, Maxwell. He plays it so well.
It's an unbelievable shot again from Maxwell. I think you were right last time, Slats, when you mentioned it's got to be a premeditated shot. He's thinking, I can't be out LBW because he's bowling around the wicket. Everything's going to pitch outside leg stump. So maybe there's not as much risk there as what we think. The run rate for Australia is good. 153.
And again he goes, another boundary. Brilliant stuff from Maxwell. So you've got the men up on the offside, the men in the deep on the on, and he's favouring the infield and he's piercing the gap.
And Root changed his line here. This is outside off, or the original off. Didn't have to drag it. He went with it and got it just as well.
Well, the big show, he's putting on a show so far without putting the mocker on him. All of a sudden, he's got himself going. He goes again, and why wouldn't you? Well, that's all he should play. The rest of his innings, just play the reverse axe.
That's a sort of tomahawk. That's a little tomahawk, that one. Just put the bat there. Saw that it was a full toss, didn't go too hard at it, went for placement. Ching ching. Well, it's the hat-trick, 4-4-4. Does he go again? And Joe Root doesn't know what to do. It's not often you're bowling to someone who can play this shot so well and is insistent on playing it. So they've blocked it, so he's got more space on the onside if he wants it. No! Ooh. He wanted poor boundary. This time he was going over the infield.
Unbelievable. He's still thinking of that shot when there's three men from point and behind. Root's bowled one ball from over the wicket that also went for four. Now he's come back around the wicket.
Backing another? No, of course not. The 12 from the over. He doesn't need to do anything silly. Not that that shot's silly because he's played it in a controlled fashion, but maybe just get through the over now. We'll complete the 9th for Joe Root. I guess the full toss and gets one from it. So 13 from the over. Excellent for Australia, 5 for 162. The lights of Brisbane, it's a gorgeous night in Queensland, and this is a very close game. 5 for 162. Australia with the advantage at this stage runs-wise, but they've lost one more wicket than England had at this point. Changing the commentary, it'll be David Lloyd, Mark Taylor and Mark Nicholas.
Thank you, Michael. So there's confirmation for you. Australia 23 runs to the good, 5 for 162. 4 for 139 England, but look at that finish from England. 3 for 104 off the last 10. That's why Australia do need to keep some resources in the shed for the batting power play and the last 10 overs.
Next two are good. Faulkner, Johnson. Plenty of firepower there. 5 for 163, Australia 30. This is going to be close.
Yes, it's got that feel about it. Every time you think Australia was just about out of it when they slumped to 5 for 120, all of a sudden the last 43 have come to run a ball, and now they're back in the game again. With Faulkner, Johnson to come. Still think that one of these two have to make a big score. You can't keep having guys making 30s and 40s. Someone needs to make at least a 70 or an 80.
High, surely too high. Jordan loved it. What enthusiasm there is in the guy. But I think too high.
Does he play a shot at this? Seems to get out of the way.
Yeah, I'm with you, Mumble. It was a strange shot, wasn't it? Like he picked up the wrong line or something. Came back a little bit. Yeah, I suppose he's trying to hit it, but in the end, he thigh guards it down to third man for 2.
Owen Morgan got England out of a hole. 3 wickets had fallen, about 75 were on the board, and Morgan played a fabulous innings. An innings of great control and skill and temperament. And when he gets going, when he gets really set, he can hit it just about anywhere. He's one of the game's true 360-degree players, and one forgets what power he's got when he wants to hit it for 6. He hit an awful lot of them. 6 to be precise, which is equaling the best in any innings in Australia by anybody. 106 by Owen Morgan from 99 balls, gave England a total of 300. Just Butler did quite well with him at the end there, but it was really that final 10 overs that was so devastating. 104 coming from the final 10. Consequently, England with that period, that big blue line down the bottom, 41 to 50, making up for a lot of lost ground. Otherwise, Australia are ahead in each session so far, or each segment, each 10-over segment so far. But it was good for England morale and good for England supporters who've had a very difficult time of it in Australia, to see one of the England players truly play as well as he can play and justify the shirt, the badge, and all the rest of it. And that's something. I tell you what, don't discount this fellow. If he's on, he's as hot as anybody.
Yeah, we saw that against the West Indies a couple of years ago, and he was thrown into open the batting. He made 50 off about 30 balls. He can really go.
He's got a big reputation. Just got to hold things together. England, they're bowling a little bit short.
Nothing very orthodox about him, but there's plenty to admire in his confidence and his power. It's 5 for 171. Maxwell now 38, Brad Haddin 11. We all know the escape artist performances from Haddin during this summer of Test match cricket. Partnership worth 51 from just 48 balls, and that's a skill in itself, to make sure you dig your team out of a hole but keep the scoreboard moving at around a run of ball, so you don't get too far behind the rate. The present rate required to win the game, 6.8 and over, as Ravi Bopara comes into the attack for the first time. He bowls a mixture of just about everything, sort of medium, slow medium pace, swingers, cutters, clever slower balls.
Had a good Prime Minister's 11 match too, Ravi Bopara. 3 overs, 4 for 3 in that game, so good figures there a couple of nights ago. Now he's got none for 1. He hasn't bowled a ball yet.
To a start. He's not going to pace up. He'll take pace off Bopara. He's a clever bowler. I always wonder why the keeper stands back, and more often than not he does to Bopara. Big reputation, this Maxwell. I've not really seen him fire. He's got 38 from 30 with 5 fours. He's ticking.
Well, George Bailey was very much the star of that recent series in India, but Maxwell was good too. And James Faulkner, who's still to come, played some outstanding innings. So Bopara's bad start, a hint of nerves maybe. We have a game of cricket here. 128 from 113 balls. In the modern game, people don't even blink an eye at a rate of just a little below 7 and over.
Well, I thought, watching Australia's run chase, that they were hoping to get to probably about 220, maybe 230 with 10 to go. But they want resources in the shed. Now, at the moment, they've lost 5 of their wickets. It's probably 1 or 2 more than they'd would have liked to at this stage. If they can get to that 40 over mark above that yellow line of England's, only 5 down, they're in real chance.
Well, he's still got firepower. Sloppy. Faulkner, wonderful striker. Johnson, clean hitter.
I used to work on the theory that the run of ball off the last 10 was good. These days it's regulation, isn't it? Run of ball. 8 and over is about regulation these days. And 10 and over, as we've seen already today, is very achievable.
Of Maxwell's many talents is one to be unorthodox and quite hard to bowl to because of it. Look at those, the old reverse laps and reverse axe, as Ian Healy called the first one. But that's clever because too many off-spinners are getting away with bowling around the wicket at right-handers. And so he found a way to use the pace.
And the shots that he was playing there, these reverse sweeps, have got fast hands and it's smooth. It looks very natural for him to do that. Now then, this is it. Keeper up to the stumps.
I don't mind seeing the reverse sweep either. I've never been a fan of watching the switch hit. But I always feel it's a bit unfair for the bowlers when batsmen start changing their grips and their stances before the ball's bowled.
Perfect placement. Couldn't wish for better.
Well, this is real finesse. We'll talk about him hitting reverse sweeps, unorthodox shots, how he threads this through. There are two fielders there precisely for this, and he gets it through. That's lovely play.
Awkward over this for Ravi Bopara. The two wides in it means it's already an 8-baller. And in the end, Maxwell happy to let the game come to him for a ball. Playing it nicely, 5 for 178. England 8 for 300. Australia 5 for 178. At first look, you'd think England had the game in control, but Glenn Maxwell has 42, Brad Haddin has 12. And this is the moment that a batting power play is being taken by Australia. So earlier than they have to take it. It's not yet obligatory. They've chosen to go early with Maxwell now in and seeing it big.
And they've looked at the bowler and it's going to be Brisbane. Now, is this a target? We're going to go after you. We've got 5 overs. Fielding restrictions. Brisbane into the attack.
Yes, only 3 men allowed outside the circle for the next 5 overs. So it's not a huge change. Only 4 maximum allowed these days at any given time. So just go back to those reverse sweeps. And so I don't mind seeing these because if you'll watch when we show you these replays again, Glenn Maxwell does not change his feet or his hands on the bat or at the stance. You see, because obviously he's playing a sweep now to the offside, but you see he's still going forward with his left foot, and his hands are still the same way as they were when he took his stance. I got no problem with that shot. The switch hit is brilliant. Don't get me wrong, but I think it's unfair. I'm happy with this shot.
Your point is the switch hit turns you into a left-hander, whereas playing the reverse, you stay a right-hander.
Absolutely. So I've always thought if you maintain the original stance, because the bowler has to tell the umpire and the batsman if he's going to bowl over the wicket or round the wicket, whether he's going to bowl right or left-handed. But the batsman, when he plays a switch hit, can change all that, which I think is unfair.
Power play, 3 men out. Tim Brisbane. England made 34 from their 5-over power play and lost just the 1 wicket. That's about average. 7 and over from a power play on a good pitch. People expect a little more, but don't often get it.
There are the 3 that are out down at third man, deep long on and deep mid-wicket. 3 fielders outside the circle.
So the spaces over the top are offside from cover to mid-off and mid-wicket. Wideish mid-on. Well, that's bad ball. That's a bad ball. Players at this level.
There's a bye.
And that's a sweep shot off a quick. I thought for a moment he was going to get this wrong here. See the line of it. Thought it was full. Just needed to get it down a little bit, didn't he, Tim Brisbane?
The fine leg is inside the circle. You can't be near that line.
I think that's the point. It's not far off a leg stump Yorker, is it? We're only talking 3 inches, but with fine leg up, you've got to bowl the wide line Yorker, the Yorker that's about a foot outside off stump, because third man's back. The problem is your offside field, saving a single, can be penetrated that way. This is very difficult for any bowler, particularly against an unorthodox hitter. 3 they do.
Oh, it's dangerous, this batting power play. I'm just thinking if Australia were to get something like 40 or 50 in the next 5 overs, they'll make it very easy for themselves. They'll be chasing something like 80 off the last 13 if they do that.
And a great response from Maxwell. Had a good spell, last 6 or 7 overs, Australia. I'm going to change this. Looks as if he wants it, and this is the bowler, not the captain. The bowler wants third man inside the circle, drop fine leg back.
So now we've got an almost freak field of 5 men on the offside. They're all saving one. Nobody back on the offside. The men back are squarish long leg, deep square leg, and mid on.
It's almost the under 15s field. Well, sort of say probably the under 12s. You've got all the offside on the circle. Saying, all right, there, boys, just stay on that circle there. And on the right of screen, on the onside, you've got all the men on the fence.
If he bowls full here, he'll look to clear his leg to the leg side and go over the top of the offside.
Well, the sensible play here, that's good running too. Ran the first one so quick. So the sensible play is to use those big gaps on the leg side, because the run rate is not an issue for the Australians. 6.5 and over to win a one-day game with 17 overs left, that's fine. The only issue is the loss of wickets, so don't lose wickets.
I just get the feeling with England, they've got the tactics slightly wrong here. They're just thinking about saving runs. They're giving up a single on the offside, even with those 5 men. They're not thinking about getting Australia out, taking wickets. 10 from the over, 5 for 188. So Ravi Bopara is off after 1 over. He's bowled 1 over for 7. He and Joe Root have bowled 10 overs between them. So he's gone for Chris Jordan with the 2nd over of this batting power play. I was saying a moment ago, I just wonder this time as a captain, you know, take your foot right off the throat here. Just can't think, well, we're happy to go for a run of ball. This is a time you can take wickets. With Australia looking to hit boundaries all the time if you bowl well and field well.
Leg bye called, so Maxwell stays on 49. I just wonder if Alistair Cook is throwing the dice a bit here and saying Jordan's my man of the night, and I need something to happen now. Jordan's done it twice for me. He has a couple of key wickets, Warner and Finch, and I get him back into the attack. He's my striker this evening. I take a wicket here. If I take 2 wickets, I probably win the game. I take 1, I give myself a pretty decent chance. A lot of fielders up now. A lot of fielders up.
Oof. Yeah, a better field at the moment. I agree with you, Mark. I think it's good he's gone for Jordan. No problem with that. The field's better now. He's got his cover in saving 1. He's got his backward point saving 1. He's got his mid-wicket saving 1. So they're not all just on the rope now just trying to save boundaries. He's backing his bowler to bowl well here. And if Haddin gets it wrong, he gets out. That's the best way Alistair Cook and England can win this game. Bowl Australia out. So the field's better. They're not giving him a single anymore.
Man back at square leg. Is there 2 in it? There should be. They're back quickly. The running's been impressive. Maxwell is quick. Haddin is fit.
A couple of deliveries ago, a false shot, and Jordan came down and smiled at Haddin. Haddin didn't know he was there. Nothing, absolutely nothing facially from him. You get on with your bowling, I'll do the batting.
Good stroke, got away from it. The ball a little short. And the experience of an outstanding cricketer tells.
England are getting punished. Just in this spell. Took it early. That might have disturbed Alistair Cook. It's 5 over power play. He's usually taking 36 to 40. He's taking it early. It's disturbed England.
Yeah, it was a good shot. It was in the air, wasn't it? A few England heads went back as if they thought they had him there. From an England point of view, they're hoping one of those will go to hand.
Now he goes even better, really. He clears that left side, he has power, he has form, and he has all his self-belief back, does Brad Haddin.
He's just got a carefree batting attitude, hasn't he, Brad Haddin, at the moment? He said in the Test match that he felt much better about his batting. Just, he still wants to do well, but he's just relaxed out there batting. He's backing himself. That's a bit of width. He goes with it. It's a bit like Morgan. It's not premeditated he's going over there. That's where the ball was. It was wide of off stump, and he just held his shape and hit through the ball. It's terrific batting.
Cook's having to work here. He brings third man inside the circle, and now he's dropping point back towards the boundary where that last delivery went.
Certainly be another one in this, but it'll make 12 from the second of the power play overs, 10 from the first one. Excellent start, 200 on the board, 6.3 and over needed, 5 for 200. It's been a day that's held our attention from first to last. A day highlighted by Owen Morgan's 100. Then by a couple of fabulous catches by England to start the Australian innings off badly, and that was when one felt it might be turning England's way. But with this partnership between Maxwell and Haddin, now worth 80 from just 66 balls, it's turning back Australia's way. Here's Brisbane. Now that ought to be caught. The England captain's underneath it. He steadies himself, he holds on, he clenches his fists. He desperately wants to win here in Australia.
Well, they needed something. It's the captain at mid-off who pedals back and pouches a comfortable catch. This is a big wicket for England. Danger man and some, Brad Haddin.
Mid-on, mid-off up. Saving the single, extra bit of bounce. And that's the wicket England so badly needed. You'll see by Cook's reaction here. He knows how big that is. Australia only needed 100 from 16, but they're now 6 down. Haddin's gone at 26.
Do not miss the next Classic Ashes encounter. It's in the UK, of course. Register at cricket.com.au/travel right now. It ensures that you're kept up to date with tour information and booking details. I'll finish off on that in a minute. Tim Bresnan. Maxwell is off 49 at last. He goes to 50. The brightest light of this Australian effort at the moment.
He's played really well. He's going to kick on now. Well capable of that. Big danger to England. 50 from 37 deliveries, 7 fours.
Just come quickly back to that tour of England. Matches at Lords, the Oval, Edgbaston, Trentbridge and Cardiff. And lots to do outside of the cricket itself. Many of the Cato trips sell out in minutes. So make sure you register today at cricket.com.au/travel to be in England for the next Ashes.
Yeah, and Nathan Coulter-Nile at the crease. Up the order from what we thought he was going to bat about 10 after Johnson. Comes in, maybe because of the power play. Still 2.5 overs left. Yeah.
Little mistake, he needs a hit, he doesn't hit. God, this is classic one-day cricket confusion here. Fred Carno's.
Can't make a mistake now, Australia. 6 for 202. Is nearly a mistake. No ball.
What happens is that Bopara drops the ball and his hands disturb the stumps. Bresnan is just in the way. In fact, there are far too many red cooks spoiling that broth. He hasn't, has he? He has. He's done it. He's reverse pulled Tim Bresnan. Go the big show.
Bresna's down. He stumbled on delivery. Oh, they love that. Outrageous. Ridiculous. 4.
How about the Aussies' tactics here? They're just going mad in this batting power play. They've now got the run rate up to almost 6 and overs. They need to score at 6 and over from here on in. The wickets are the problem. England just got to try and keep getting wickets. They've got to try and bowl Australia out.
It's out. Maxwell's out. Whoa, now England are loving this. There's a little party here. They're all sprinting all over the place. They feel that's a game breaker.
Well, he didn't need to do it. It's high risk from Maxwell. Gracious, he finds mid-wicket. Did he have to do this? They got it down to a runner ball. England had been rocking, but they've got rid of these 2 dangerous players. Maxwell and Haddin. That could be the game, England.
Oh, these are strange tactics. 6.2 runs per over needed from here on in, but Australia are running out of batsmen. Haddin played well for 26. Now Maxwell for 54, but they're both out. I'm not sure the tail can get 100. We'll find out. 7 for 206.
The game is swinging every which way. It's back in favour of England as Brett Lee, Michael Slater and James Brayshaw take over.
Thank you, Nico.
Wait on!
Australia had got themselves into a position to win the game. In the last couple of minutes, they've got themselves out of that position. 7 for 206. So you can see Australia miles ahead of England at the comparable stage. The problem is how many white dots along that line. And those 2 in a row make it a pretty tough assignment now. That's wide down the leg side. Doable, 94 from 90. It's the 7 wickets down that are a concern. And Glenn Maxwell had done so much right prior to that ball.
Yeah, he was just trying to club that. He just couldn't hold back. He was obviously charged. He was playing the big shots. He was 50-odd and 30-odd delivery, so he just could not hold himself back. And misfired on that occasion, so he was filthy with himself, realising it was a rash stroke.
The meat of the thigh pad, they're going to pick up at least 1. That'll do.
Yeah, right back in England's favour. You knew that they were going to be tough to beat as soon as they scored 300. Australia back on track when you had Haddin and Maxwell going, but look at the anger. And the skipper, gee whiz, he's worked hard this tour for a win. And it's not that England haven't been in good positions in the Test series, and had their first win the other day down at Manuka Oval in Canberra against Brett Lee's team, the PM's 11.
We talked about being the fact that Glenn Maxwell did so much right the big show. Before that shot where he was dismissed, he hits the ball incredibly cleanly to all parts of the ground, impossible to bowl against and impossible to captain against.
He certainly is, and when you think that you bowled the perfect ball, the wide line Yorker or the heel Yorker, he'll lap you or reverse lap you, switch hit, whatever he might do. He's just such a talented batsman. Extremely hard to bowl to.
Good quick single taken. So let's have a look at some of the magic that is Glenn Maxwell. He dubbed himself the big show and backs it up with some of this. There's just some reverse work. There's 4, cop another one. And there's 3 in a row. I'll hit 3 of them for 4, thanks. And then a quicker one, and that'll go fine for another one. And then slapped over extra cover, helped around the corner. All premeditated, and then a fast ball. Well, you can go reverse with them too. It was 50 off 30 balls, Slats, and you said it well, he was charging.
Yeah, he's hard to stop, but sometimes the players like him can overcomplicate it because they've got so many options. And if he'd been able to just assess the game situation a little better, I don't know that he would have taken on that final stroke. Everything else had been right, and there'd been calculated risk. He's immensely talented. I tell you what he does do now, though. He makes it very hard for all the coaches out there with the youngster who are playing that reverse shot. And the coaches say, "What are you doing?" "Oh, I saw the Big Show the other night. He played about 6 of them."
Yeah, it's hard when they put the ball and the witches out and say just hit between the V there. It doesn't happen anymore.
Elbow up between mid-on and mid-off.
Pick up at least one here. And that'll do. And the other thing that coaches say to young kids right from the start, and it's a good thing to say, is don't premeditate. Play each ball on its merits. There's no way the Big Show hasn't worked out often before the ball's released what he's got in mind.
Well, kids certainly watch. Now, my son Preston's played a few lap sweeps, reverse sweeps. He likes to emulate David Warner. So kids certainly watch. They know what's going on.
Just keep the lid on Preston. Don't want to lose those new teeth of his.
Struck nicely, but straight back to the bowler. End of a pretty good over. 7 for 210. Acres of time in this game. 14 overs remaining to make the 90 runs required. Wickets in hand, the issue. Coulter-Nile and Faulkner at the crease. Coulter-Nile can strike it, don't worry about that.
Yeah, it's an interesting responsibility now for the tail. Both of them can handle the bat. But, it's all about belief, isn't it? And while there's 3 wickets for England, they're so close and they can feel it. And Australia want to make it as difficult as possible. 91 from 83 balls remaining.
Big man, and he can hit the ball very, very hard. We've seen that at domestic cricket level, Nathan Coulter-Nile. So let's have a look at the wickets that have fallen for Australia so far.
Finch, the first man, he was dropped in Melbourne, and this time the guy who dropped him takes him. Specky and Warner, equal fashion. How good was that? 2 wickets down. And then Michael Clark, Binger out to point. That was 3 for 70.
Back live as Faulkner slashes that one away. Oh, nice sinking there, jinx from you and me, Bing. And just a single. So the next one to go for the Aussies, Brett Lee.
Yeah, Marsh has tried to cut one a little bit too close to his body. And then Bailey, LBW there. We've got Haddin now just going for that slap shot straight up. And a nice catch there by Cook.
Live action here as Coulter-Nile goes hard over wide mid-on. Hasn't got enough of it to get it to the fence. They'll pick up a couple.
Yeah, so Haddin shot similar to Maxwell in a way, just the shorter length delivery, trying to bully it, and it's really not there. I mean, you see the finishing position of Maxwell, and it was not dissimilar to Haddin. Both of them knowing that they'd made the error, probably on the length and type of shot they were playing, and they were the 2 wickets that England needed. So they go slow on all of a sudden.
And in terms of bowling too, Brisbane, 2 for 36 with his 6.4, so he's done a good job. His experience now will come into play, and I think Rankin, 1 for 36 off 7, has also done a great job.
High and long and all the way.
Oh, it's a beauty there from Coulter-Nile. And he just needed to feel something like that to get himself going. It's the sort of pitch that once the batsman gets going and he starts to believe that he's got the measure of the bowling, it can be hard to stop. He gave it all.
He just changed his stick, and that's what he did. Almost a catch down there, but what a shot.
Last ball of the batting power play, 2 for 42, so it's been productive. That's a big boundary out there. Top edge, it's going to work. Safe. So they'll come back for 2 more. And the Australian slats?
It's 7 for 222.
Really is a beautiful evening here in Brisbane. Full moon. Looks like someone sprinkled some rock salt over the top of it. And we have 13 overs left in this game. They are charging Australia. Power play finished, so no more standard field now for Ravi Papari. Coulter-Nile's got to 12 from 9. Papara, I should say. And Faulkner is 2 from 5. I tell you, talking about Nathan Coulter-Nile, boys, if he bats well here, it will do an amazing amount for his mindset in this Australian team.
Yeah, they've just got to keep their heads, though. It's like they're batting for a bonus point or something. I mean, they just can pace it a little bit. They hit the 6. The next one was just a real windy wolf that he got lucky with. So it's fine to keep playing that big shot, but really wait for the right ball. In the meantime, there's plenty of space. Get your 2s. And it's a runner ball, 78 from 77. So that equation, they need to know that.
Little slip there for Faulkner, but he managed to regain his composure. Just the surrounding areas of Wollongabba. Mild, beautiful weather. Lovely night, and they've seen some unbelievable cricket, the people that have come to the ground tonight.
What's great about the Gabba, though, it's a balmy night, and the commentary box is, as it is out there, it's a real life experience, isn't it, as the players are. There's no air conditioning, and how hot is it in here?
Well, there normally is. What's happened to it?
Is this a new weight loss program?
I think I'm in heat training for tomorrow in Melbourne.
It's got to be 45 in here, at least. Look at Tubby, he's got the beads of perspiration in the background here. He said there's no air, no. You haven't got a microphone, you can't do the promo.
Well worked. Just a single.
Let's just say it's Australia's favourite air.
Well, I need to get it in here soon because it's very balmy. It's been exciting. It was an outstanding innings from Morgan for England. It was the way he constructed it, and then he just went for the big ones at the end. So successfully as well.
Trouble with a good throw. They decided to run on the overthrow, and I'm not sure that Coulter-Nile was on the same page.
It's all happening here. Ball of weight on. Yep. In trouble. Hurry. Just got there. So they're chasing 400.
They have for drinks, the red cordial or something. It's just chaotic out there all of a sudden.
Well, it wouldn't surprise me at all if that's why we've got someone out there from the Australian team at the moment, taking a towel or some gloves or just something, Xavier Doherty, in the middle of an over to say, boys, please, any danger of someone thinking their way through this? You just need to run a ball. It's not 10 or 12 and over, you know. It's a doable situation here if you think clearly. End of an eventful over, 7 for 225.
Should have gone to Specsavers. Book an eye test online with the test experts.
Johnson's still available for Australia. C-Mac at number 11 probably can't be relied upon as much. But Johnson next can bat.
Yeah, well, I would have liked to know if that was a message to say settle down and just think about it, because I don't want to go to the other extreme, just face dot balls, but just something in between, just somewhere in the middle ground and keep working it around. There are plenty of 2s. You only have to pierce the gap somewhere, and there's 2 with good running.
Straight to the fieldsman, so a couple of dots.
And maybe too, it's one of the first times that we've seen the Australia under a bit of pressure. 7 for 225. Certainly not cruising at this stage, but 76 runs still required. Just over 6.5 and over, so a lot of work to be done yet.
It's a wide. So we'll get a run there and an extra ball.
Yeah, and that's a bonus. Yeah, the problem has been the 50 to Marsh, and then he got out shortly after, and then 50 to Maxwell, got out shortly after. Morgan was the one that went and got 100, and that's not been the norm for an England batsman. There's only been the Stokes 100 in Perth, and he's the next one in the one-day game.
Oh, now we've got an issue. They keep missing the stumps and saving Australia in the process.
And something's happened there to Morgan. Either he's twisted his ankle or his knee, or something's happened as he threw that ball.
Yeah, he looks okay. He's just starting to get the feeling back again. Just in that throw, probably it's a twisted knee or something. He's really grabbed it. Yeah, knee. Let's see what happens. He looks out the front. It's when he lands there.
So there's some bat involved in that. Is it going down? The umpire's not interested either way.
Yeah, I think you'll find that it's a little inside edge on that one. Or was there?
Ball again, just a little fuller. And a single is what happens there. So we've got the end of the 39th over, 11 to come after this. It's a very gettable equation for Australia if they just think their way through it. That man on screen knows he's got to keep taking wickets. You can see that one's just going to miss leg, or it might have just clipped a bit of it.
Wow.
Faulkner gets that away into a gap. 7 for 229. Equation is 72 from 66. Wickets in hand, the issue for Australia. Alistair Cook will be praying that they can break this partnership. James Faulkner, the batsman. And they'll get a single as he knocks that into the gap at point. Just a reminder of what James Faulkner can do at late stages of a one-dayer. This is Faulkner, Ishant Sharma, Mahali. Just have a look at some of this carnage.
Now through the offside for four.
In fact, about 3 months ago, and he was really on fire. And once a batsman gets going, it is very hard to stop them. And this time, Faulkner, look at the shots back live. He was slapping them to all parts at Mahali. And it was powerful hitting. It's an interesting ground. It's got the low lights all the way around. And it's near the airport, so that's why the lights aren't the towers that we see in Australia, but he was hitting some of them above the lights. Terrific hitting.
So if you can dust off a bit of that, it'll be opportune. Big throw at the non-striker's end.
I like this move by Cook to bring on Bopares. Classy bowler. He gets the movement to go late. Reverse swings is key. Great subtle variation. It looks as though there might be a little bit of hint of reverse swing, which would be hard for the batsman to try to counter that.
Well, the bad news for England is Morgan's in trouble with that knee. He's limping around, and I'm not sure that he will finish the fielding. He's grimacing at times. He's in that really difficult point area where he needs to be moving at 100% efficiency. Yeah, look, he wants off. So Carberry will replace him.
Tell you, whatever that 12th man Xavier Doherty came out and said to the Australian batsman, it's had a reasonable effect. They've gone from trying to hit every ball for 6 to the complete opposite. Carberry ready to come on and field to replace Owen Morgan, whose night's done by the look of him. Oh, good shot. Get that into the break. They should, Gabba, I should say, they should press for 2. They don't. And there he is. He's really battling. He's coming off. Australia 7 for 233. That's the equation for Australia. England were enormous in the last 10 overs. 3 for 104. They smashed Australia to all parts. Tough for Australia to replicate that with only 3 wickets in hand and the best batting already done. But Coulter-Nile's a dangerous hitter. Faulkner, we've just seen what he's capable of. There's Morgan leaving the ground. Hopefully only for this match, because his batting talent's too precious to miss for the rest of the series. Stokes to bowl. Coulter-Nile goes now. They'll pick up at least one, and that'll do.
Well, Australia still with a chance here on Coulter-Nile, who's just pulled it back quite a bit. Now he's able to play what is a good shot for him, the pull shot. Anything short, then he's very comfortable rocking back. So somewhere in the middle, if they can just find medium ground when they can keep the scoreboard ticking over.
Yeah, exactly. But the thing that you don't want to do either is lose momentum. They've had a lot of momentum going the last 7 or 8 overs. We've seen the previous 2 overs, there hasn't been a lot of runs scored. There's been a few little dots and a couple of ones here and there, but it's as though they lost any momentum. So they need to get that back. They need to keep hitting boundaries. They've got 2 big power players here.
Yeah, the pad's lucky to get away with it.
Yeah, there's been a few there where it's been missed. The full length angling into leg stump. It's money for jam, really. He's just trying to overhit it at this stage. Just take a little bit of power out and keep the eyes focused. He'll make contact.
Bit of reverse swing happening out here at the Gabba. Stuck tail in now. Stokes has bowled quite well. He's getting the ball in the right areas. He's a good Yorker. As we see there, nice seam position. A little bit of angle coming back into the right-hand batsman, so that's going to aid the bowler.
The full ball on the pads is causing Coulter-Nile all sorts of problems, and that should be one that he handles comfortably.
Well, it does, but that's the reason why it's causing the issue, is because it's tailing in. It's quite hard to face when the ball's swinging quite late, and that's what it does. Reverse swing, goes late. You can see there, nice seam, as I said, and tailing in beautifully.
It's been a good over so far from Stokes, just 2 coming from it. And that's close and given to the naked eye. It looked like it was going to hit the stumps. Coulter-Nile doesn't like it.
Well, he's asking how he was out. If it was an inside edge, did it carry to the keeper? I'm not sure it did. It has to be LBW. And he was missing all those, so he would have been very close to inside edge. We'll have a good look here, tailing a little bit more, as Brett Lee's saying, and thunders into the back pad for mine. So whether he thought he was outside the line or got an inside edge, I don't think it was an inside edge. Straight on the pad, and I think that's a fair enough decision. He was having problems with that full length for some reason. And he's gone for 16. Australia only with 2 wickets left, or 8 for 235.
Just 2 wickets remain for Australia. Faulkner's one of them. Mitch Johnson just at the crease has made Test century, so we know that he can hold a bat.
Mitchell Johnson. Great reception. Big crowd in right behind the former Queensland-born boy. I love him up here.
Well, can play. There's no doubt about it. He's a very handy striker. And he's just got to let himself be who he is with the bat now. I just sometimes think, you bowlers, you don't want to overthink it, Bing.
No, you certainly don't, but I reckon what's cost the Aussies is that message that came out. Not sure what it was, but they sort of went to their shell for 2 or 3 overs, and Nathan Coulter-Nile lost all momentum. Yes, the ball's tailing in. Yes, he's a good bowler to death there, and he's hitting his lengths. Trying to release a little bit of pressure, but I reckon he's put the pressure upon himself through whatever message came out.
Going to need a beginnings now from either Faulkner or Johnson, you suspect. 64 needed. 5, in fact, to win. 4 to draw level. And they have 52 or now 51 balls remaining. So the work's ahead of them. Both of these boys capable. But from England's point of view, they feel like they're touching this first victory on Australian soil this summer. And the Test series started here. It feels like a year ago. For Alistair Cook, he has gone through the ringer for so long. Now he's got his side into a position where maybe, just maybe.
Well, it's not over yet. You know, you've got Johnson, Faulkner and Mackay that can certainly bat. This guy on screen now, Mitchell Johnson, can hit a big, big ball. But the issue that they've got there, they've got 2 bowlers on there that love bowling with reverse swing. Bopara and Stokes. Bopara bowled beautifully at the PM's 11. He 4 wickets, swung the ball both ways late in the innings. He's an absolute genius when it comes to this stage.
He's not that quick, but he's skiddy. And the ball really wraps into the bat. So he's a handy one-day player. Australia got themselves to a run of ball. I mean, that's the hard thing I'm trying to work out, that why Haddin and Bailey get it back to run a ball and then just kept going. They were trying to get there in 43 overs, 45 overs. They really had it under control. But England now, they need to feel what it's like to close a game out. They haven't had that feeling on this tour too often, and they're only 2 wickets away. 8 for 236.
Beautiful shot there of the Gabba in all its glory. 65-48. Stokes resumes. Faulkner, we've seen that vision of what he can do when he gets rolling, and one of these two is going to have to play an innings like that. Just go and hope that their luck's in.
Play one of those pull shots that one Brett Lee played the other night. How was that? Is that the best pull shot you've ever played?
I don't know how my eyes shut.
Gee, it went.
That'll be a wide.
Well, that's the issue you got when the ball's swinging late, reverse swing. Right arm bowlers with his action is going to get a lot of late swing, and you've got the issues with the wides.
Clipped into the gap, protection out there. They'll get just the one.
Well, that's the same delivery that Coulton Isle couldn't get away. And there you go. It's a single. You're up the other end. He just could not get bat on ball. So there was something that was troubling about that full length. Maybe he was just thinking too square and not watching onto the bat, but he missed about 4 or 5 of those. And then the pressure told, and he tried to play the bigger shot. And out LBW, it was a good decision. So now Johnson, left-handed striker, good technique, but you just feel if he can get a couple of good shots away, and he might believe. 63 runs required.
And what you'll see Stokes here, he will generally bowl the ball going away from Mitchell Johnson. But as we saw that one there, he has also got the one that comes back in. It's always hard though when you're bowling late in the innings, genuine right arm bowler, and it's a lot harder. I don't know the reason why, but it's a lot harder to swing the ball away. In this terms, into a left-hand batsman.
The issue for Australia is the run rate is starting to really creep up. It's 8.5 and over. I mean, you've only got one batsman left after this. That's the tough part of it. That worm's starting to pile back into the yellow one. And we've only got 1 wicket left. So it's been a good performance to pull this back from England. I reckon if you got into the head of Alistair Cook when Maxwell was out there with Haddin, he would have been very concerned. They've done a good job. That struck nicely, but protection there as well.
Well, you mentioned Alistair Cook, and for the first time in a long time, I've actually seen him. He's animated again. He's got that smile on his face. He's got that aggression. I noticed that when Maxwell got out, caught Bopara, bowled Brisbane, he ran in. He sort of pumped his fist. There's his record at the moment, but see that, he's excited. He knows there's a chance.
Yeah, and it's good to see the England captain looking like that. It's been dour all summer. So great to see Cook feeling like there's something happening. He believes. 8 for 240.
8 for 300. England did a really good job. What about the innings at Morgan? Incredible. And he had good support everywhere. Josh Buttler at the end able to give him the help he needed to get to that big total. So now Faulkner's out there with Johnson. Can they get the 61 runs required? 60 now it is from 41 balls. To tell you whether that's possible, Mike Hussey's moved in. Ian Healy's going to be with him, and here's Mark Taylor.
James Brayshaw, there you go. That's what Australia have done. It's been a strange innings, really. 50s to Marsh and to Maxwell, but starts for just about everyone, bar Aaron Finch. It's been strange how they've gone about it. They've either scoring at 9 and over or 2 and over. It hasn't been. They're back on the looking for singles at the moment, which is okay. They need 60 or 59 runs now off 40 balls, so they've got to get the foot down a little bit here. The run rate's dropped to 5.58. When I was on them half an hour ago, it was at 6, so it's fallen away, and that's been the strange thing with this innings. That Australia have found they've either got to hit boundaries or nothing.
No, this game's not over yet, Tubby. Faulkner is a great competitor, and he can find the boundary late in the innings. We've seen that in India. Fantastic competitor. Loves the fight, loves the contest. Mitchell Johnson's been in good touch with the bat this summer as well, so this game is not over yet.
Took one over for 30, didn't he? A 31 over there. 30. So, it'll come in handy now.
Yeah, if he does it now, it'll be all over pretty shortly. An over or two. Squirts that through point for a single only. England won't mind that. They'll know that these two will be after a big over shortly. As I say, Mike Hussey, you're right. They can still win this Australia, but obviously only 1 wicket away from Clint Mackay being out there, and he's the last man for Australia. You wouldn't want your last pair needing more than 15, would you really? So these two have to get another 40, I reckon, between them. That's a premeditated lap shot from well outside off.
Well, there's not much protection around that umpire, so that's what it was teasing Mitchell Johnson. Papara keeps it well wide, which is good bowling. Maybe better for Mitchell just to slam it down the ground over cover. Maybe there's a short cover mid-off on the right of the screen. You see those two men over that man at cover who's on the corner of the wicket square.
That'll be a wide, that one. Yeah, it's a good call in here. Johnson's a hitter of the ball, isn't he? And so is Faulkner, really. They're not manoeuvres of the ball. They don't play the lap sweeps and the runs down to third and all that well, but they're both good strikers of the ball. Out. Big edge. Papara's got him. Is that the last nail in the Australian coffin?
No, it'll come back to Faulkner. There's still Faulkner there. Mackay to hang around, but it is time to blast, that's for sure. The English side is so happy. Smiles on the faces of Jordan, Root. Wokes comes into the pack, and Alistair Cook is loving this sound.
Yeah, that's a big wicket. Clint Mackay, the last batsman coming out. He's going to have to support James Faulkner. Australia 9 for 244.
Further confirmation. It's been a strange run chase by the Australians. Johnson, 1 run off 10 balls. It's either been nothing or boundaries. Now Australia 9 down, 244. So these two need to put on 57 to win from here. It's all down to James Faulkner. Clint Mackay's at the non-striker's end as that wicket fell off the last ball of the last over. That's what he does pretty well. That's about 5 rows back.
It's a great shot there from Faulkner. You've got to think that he's got to make the most of these runs if Australia are going to get over the line. he can take most of the strike, find the boundary on a couple of occasions, purr over, and then get a single late in the over to get the strike for the start of the next over. Mackay can support him from the other end.
Bit too easy that from Stokes. It was right in the slot, the short boundary, and Faulkner's favourite hitting area.
250 up now. Goes again, that's huge. That's even better. That's 15 rows back, over square leg.
Righto, then he made the adjustment, got the length a little bit shorter so that he stayed away from Faulkner's favourite hitting area down to the short boundary, and he finds another favourite.
Just looking at the last 5 overs, there's been nothing but singles, and now we've got back-to-back sixes to start this over. As I said, it's been a strange night. It's either sixes, fours or nothings, the occasional single.
I don't think Cook will be panicking just yet. If there's a few more go over the boundary, he'll start to get a bit twitchy, but he'll be just thinking it's just one mistake. One ball to go up in the air and get caught. One bad shot, one good ball. That's all it is for England to win this match.
This is not the 30 off the over, is it, Huss? Surely not. No, down the ground. That'll be a single. They won't mind that. That's what they'll be hoping for, England. Get Mackay on strike. Get Faulkner away from it.
How big you reckon, fellas? That is a long boundary there. The wicket is not in the centre. It's closer to that boundary than in the middle of the square. But that's 30, 60, about 95 metres.
Yeah, well, Morgan hit one up there early today, didn't he? From this end, our Vulture Street end, in a similar area. And they've both got to be around that 100-metre distance. Now, what can Mackay do? Can he get himself off strike? Get a single? Maybe inside edge. Got far enough forward, although Tim Brisbane at mid-on, he went for the double appeal. He appealed to start with, then he went again because maybe umpire Damasuna just flinched a bit. He thought he had him.
So Tim Bresden's on the bottom right corner, a big inside edge. He comes running in. You might see him come into shot. The captain's on the bottom left of screen. He wasn't as enthusiastic. So Bresden, bottom right, ended up right in at the pitch. You think they want this victory?
There you go, Heels. What'd you say about 95, you reckon? Here we go.
No. 91.
Yeah, it was a good hit. Mackay's got to get through this ball. Stay on strike, nice solid defence, so Faulkner's got the strike for the start of the next over.
He does. So 13 from the over. 2 sixes a single, 3 blocks. 9 for 257.
And Bresnan into the attack for England. And he was the one that changed the game for England. Haddin and Maxwell were going very well, and he picked up both of them in 1 over, I think. Really changed the game in England's favour.
It's a good bowling. It's a sort of slower, shorter ball, and he gets a single. That's exactly what England want. They want Mackay on strike.
It's quite strange. Mackay had an easy single at the end of last over, and they decided not to take the run. And then Faulkner takes the single off the first ball of this over.
As I said, mate, it's been a strange run chase, this one. It's been strange right from the word go. And Australia have lost a bit of... Well, they lost some momentum early because Finch went caught at mid-off. And Warner went brilliantly caught and bowled for 18 off 14. They didn't get that quick-fire start. But there's been times where they've had the game, well, not in control, but they've been in front of the game, Australia. And then they've thrown it away. Particularly that spot there around this little area here where they lost Haddin and Maxwell together, Australia. You can see how far above they were in comparison to England's score at a similar time. They were well above where they needed to be. They both went together.
Handiwork by Bell. First of all, the placement by Alistair Cook to get Bell in there whilst Clint Mackay's on strike. It's been the type of chase we're talking about, that Mackay might just pop a 6 down the ground now. He might be the man that takes it on.
Well, he can't afford to take too many balls. Run rate required's up to 9.5 and over.
Pulls away, does well. He's kept that short of the man in the deep. He'll get just a single. Only 2 runs off this over so far. 42 needed now from 26.
Yeah, I think we can maybe expect some fireworks in these last 2 deliveries, unless Faulkner is eyeing up sixes batting from the other end, where he's attacking the shorter boundary. It's the only other tactic I can think of.
Well, you reckon he's got to be thinking 2, 4 or 6 here, trying to keep the strike. What does he do? Full toss, that could be a no ball. Let's have a look, see what the umpires say here. No, I just thought it might have been high enough. They may call a dangerous full pitch ball, but no, just a single.
Surprise value. Dropping under the waist by the time he played the shot. Surprise value, otherwise pity he couldn't just go with that. Nail it behind square, high and long. 90 odd metres the other side from his first 6. Now it's Mackay.
Just the 3 singles from the over. So either 3 singles or 4 sixes. At the moment, 9 for 260. So 41 needed by Australia, 24 balls left, just the 1 wicket in hand. So it's all down to James Faulkner, really. He's 29 from 28 himself. And England know that this game's not won just yet. 1 wicket away from their first victory against Australia this summer.
Now, there's a sign that, you know, not everyone's that comfortable with Alistair Cook's captaincy. You know, would you see 2 bowlers in there helping Michael Clarke when he's talking to his bowler and how to set the field? It's just not quite right just yet, but this is going to go a long way to making this England side a lot harder to beat if they have a win tonight. The confidence that the team will get, plus Alistair Cook.
I think the other part of that, Heels, is that they must be in front of you. You'll get plenty of advice as a captain when you're winning. When they need 41 off 40 balls and there's 9 wickets in the shed, you can't find a player. They're nowhere near you. Here we go.
Yep, this is the over. I think Faulkner will be attacking the shorter straight boundary here from this end.
Hammers it down the ground, but doesn't beat mid off. Take a single.
Well, there's massive scores already. Australia have chased down 270. They're nearly, you know, getting to 300 tonight. So the T20, what will they throw up? There's the 3 dates and venues. The first one, Blunston Arena in Hobart, January 29. Melbourne Cricket Ground, January 31. And then Stadium Australia, Sydney. So the chance of 2 massive crowds to see Australia play England. That last one on February 2. cricket.com.au/tickets to get what's available.
Don't forget the women's teams play before those games also, part of the Ashes series. Lead-up matches. He does well, but Kai gets a single down the ground.
Yes, that pesky Charlotte Edwards was into form again against Australia in the women's test match in Perth. Australia got themselves into a decent position and stumbled at the final hurdle. The English girls got them out for 123, I think, chasing 183.
Now they get 6 points winning that test match, the England ladies. That's what a bowler's got to find, though. Get at least 2 here. Yeah, so in that women's games, the limited over games, I think they play 3 one-dayers and 3 T20s. They're worth 2 points each, and the test was worth 6. So England are 6-0 up in that Ashes series. So all the one-day is very important now for the Australian women's side. Hammers that, Cook's there. Just needed to pick a gap there. Either side of Alistair Cook, that's 4. Mid off and cover up. Mid on back. Well hit. Is enough on it. Oh, that would have been a superb catch. I think at the end at 6. Joe Root's out there. It's a superb effort. But I still reckon it's going to go down to 6. I thought for a moment he actually had it in his hand.
I reckon you're right. Left hand, he's got it. Now he's got to cope with the rope. He's tried to flick it back and try to keep it in the field of play maybe before he slides over the padding. He's given up on the catch. He was trying to save runs, but it's 6.
Oh, no luck for Joe Root. He did have that. He had it in his hand, but you've got to control your own body as well when you're inside the arena, and he couldn't do that. In the end, that'll be 6, I reckon. He's dropped that on top of at best on top of that little pyramid down there that covers the rope.
Great commitment there from Root. I'll tell you what, he was lucky he didn't clean up the security guard on the boundary there as well.
Oh no, that's what Australia needed. What's this one going to do? He's got that fine, should be 2. He might settle for 1. It's the last ball of the over, and he does. So hang on to the strike, 9 for 271. Australia's still in the game. 30 needed off the last 3 overs.
Oh, good last ball from Stokes too. They did not need to go for a boundary there. So it's 10 from 3 overs. So Clint Mackay and James Faulkner discussing it. It went high. Heaves it a long, long way. Joe Root covers good ground, good skill to hang on to it. Can't do much about it from there on. And it is push the limit cricket.
He did right about the security guy. He wasn't even watching, was he? He was watching the field, wasn't he?
It's really good hitting from Faulkner as well.
Huss says that the 2 ladies, look, the lady in the red, the blonde, and the one on her left. You reckon this crowd isn't into it?
And you got Cook in the foreground going, no, surely that's out. He had it for long enough, didn't he? Thought of 6. Here we go, 3rd last over. Brisbane to Faulkner. Slower ball dug into the pitch. Just looking at that onside now for Faulkner. They've got 3 men in the deep, Faulkner. Mid-on, mid-wicket, square leg. There they are, 3 on your right of the screen. There's 2 probably anywhere in that leg side because they're a long way out, those 3.
So yeah, with this field, you've got to expect a lot of slower balls and bowled into the pitch. But the modern player doesn't seem to panic when there's 10 or 11 runs required and over for the last few overs. It's just patting a few back to the fielders and don't panic. We'll be able to hit a couple over the fence. I'd be petrified at this stage.
There's the work. Now, can he get 2? He's got to go, I think. Yeah, he'll get 2 there. It's very hard to stop the 2 back there. That's good play for Faulkner. I think he's got to almost do that every ball at the moment.
He hasn't been able to find that gap for the first 2 balls, so it's a great start to the over. Great first half by Brisbane. .2 when Australia need 10.
Yeah, but he has to find the boundary here somewhere, whether a 4 or a 6. So where's he going to find a boundary?
Yeah, those 3 men out, they've split the gaps. They've minimised the gap that they're leaving Faulkner to hit into.
Full shot. We'll get 2 more here for sure. Yeah, get 2, get back. Yeah. It's good batting, it's good batting. Isn't enough though. They can get a couple of 2s off the next couple and then 1 big over on this short boundary back towards us here at the Vulture Street end.
I think you're right, that's definitely the plan. Pick up your 1s and 2s from the long end and then really attack the short end. Faulkner, he's suffering from a bit of cramp as well. I saw him doing some stretching exercises. Been quite a humid day here.
Well, he's played well again, hasn't he, James Faulkner? That's why you got to say it was strange that Coulter Nile batted above him. He's now 43 off 37 balls, Faulkner. He's a good finisher in this game. He's running out of partners. 14 deliveries left, 26 needed. No, just be a single this time. Now, here we go. What do we do last ball here?
Oh, 2 maybe. Can he run something to 3rd man? Although Carberry, who's on the field, looks like he was heading down to deep 3rd man. They probably will be able to afford a 3rd man back on the boundary because Mackay might be able to just outside edge or run something down third man, given some width outside off. But no, that's Carberry staying up. And fine leg on the other side, going back.
What they don't need here, England, is a 4. But going to put third man back. Bear in mind they're going to need to have 5 inside the circle, only 4 allowed out. So we're going to have mid-on, square leg, fine leg and third man back. So the 4s are over mid-wicket or anything through the offside. That's where the boundaries are.
What about behind square? See on the where the umpire is, in behind him there's a big gap. You can get under something.
It's a bouncer. Is it too short? No, it's okay. It's okay. It's a dot ball. 2 to go. 9 for 276. The 2 overs left, or 12 deliveries. 25 runs needed. And this is the big over, really. Oh, those obviously both got to be big overs from an Australian point of view, but this is to the shorter end, or the shorter boundary end. It's going to be Ben Stokes to bowl it. He's gone from almost being one of the subs of the tour to one of the stars of the tour for England, and now he gets the second last over. So towards our commentary box end, which is we're right behind Ben Stokes. It's a short boundary, and that's what I'm pretty sure Faulkner will be after.
Yeah, he's got to steer clear of it, Stokes. He's got to bowl wide Yorkers, maybe wide of off. Like a stump or 2 extra stumps outside off Yorker. You can limit where the batsman can hit it, and he bowled it well at the end of last over.
Here we go. Hits him on the pad. It's going down leg.
That wasn't the ball. There's no one back deep backward square leg. So any sort of bat on that, Faulkner had 4.
I think he wasn't thinking 4, was he? He was thinking 6. That was part of the problem. He really tried to give it some. There, Tim Bresnan. You can see he's a deep mid-wicket there. There's no one to his right. No one behind square. Well, that's really well bowled. He's not going to take a single at all. So it's up to Faulkner. He's thinking boundaries only at this stage. If he gets 4 more of those, it'll be very hard to hit boundaries.
Yeah, well, if the bowler can execute that perfect Yorker, I don't care who you are, it's very, very difficult to hit. Can't get underneath it for a 6. So what can Faulkner do? Does he charge him and try and get it on the full, or does he hang right back in his crease and hope that Stokes misses his length? I think as a batsman, you've got to try at this stage of the game.
Oh, he's got that. He's got all of that. Oh, that's a long way back. That's over 100.
Yes, first tier. It's over the concourse into that first little KFC tier. 50 to James Faulkner. He says, righto, little quick high 5 and get on with it.
Don't worry about running down the pitch or going back deep in your crease. Just stand there, and as soon as he misses his length, gets onto that and absolutely hammers it over mid-wicket. It's got to be up around 100 metres.
Right, so 19 now, needed off 9. Where's this one going? Well hit again. That's gone also. Oh, it's up in the first tier again. That's back-to-back first tiers.
Oh, that's the second tier. That's the main top tier. It's gone over the mezzanine level that the last one landed in, right to the very top. Stokes under pressure. Cook's pumped. Faulkner's coming.
Well, my palms are sweating in here. I don't know how Stokes must be feeling. That is just in the slot for Faulkner to attack the short boundary. Captain Cook cannot be happy with that from his bowler.
Here we go, dot 6-6. Oh, he missed it. Missed everything. It was there to hit again. It was that right length. Well, it's, we said throughout this innings, it's either been a dot ball or a 6. Faulkner has got 56 off 43. He hasn't hit a boundary. He's hit 5 6s. No 4s.
I bet he couldn't believe that wasn't a Yorker, that last one. It was in the slot, the angle to go with the leg side. 6 again, here we go.
Here we go, a 6 would make it interesting. No. Well bowled, it'll be a single. That'll leave 12 off the last over, and Faulkner will be on strike. This game's a long way from over. Poor old Alistair Cook. He still can't work on his victory speech yet.
Who's the lucky bowler? Someone's got to be excited by this challenge, trying to keep Faulkner under 12. Just in the slot, just good enough to get up and under. That was earlier. Now these big ones from Stokes. He's been expensive. 1 for 74 from his 10. Damage late.
Australia, they're 9 for 289. You see there just how close this game is. Australia just short of resources, aren't they? Down to their last wicket. 6 balls to get 12 runs. Two more of those and it's all over. 110, one of them.
And the partnership is 45 off just 30 balls, and Clint Mackay has contributed 2 of those.
And he's taken 9 balls.
Well, that dressing room is probably thinking optimistically, but also thinking, well, we might have blown this. If all of us had done a little bit more and picked up the momentum a little bit better, which we're very capable of, we could have been in a much better position.
Right, what's the field? We've got deep backward square leg, deep mid-wicket, deep mid-on. And look, we're going to have a deep cover, I think. And what they really want is a single. Obviously, a wicket would be ideal to win the game, but absolute worst. They're happy to see James Faulkner off strike here.
We've got to think the slower ball into the pitch, shorter balls have been successful for Brisbane from this end.
Edge over the keeper. Will it go all the way? Yes, it will. It's 4 off the first ball. We've now got 8 off 5.
And it was a good ball. It was delivered well. It drew the miss hit, a big miss hit, but handy for the Aussies.
Right now, 8 off 5 needed. It's a good slower ball. That was the plan. You can't have set a field for that. That's the problem. You've got to have your fine leg and your third man up because you need men square the wicket deep. Ball number 2. Well hit. It's in the gap. That's 4 more. James Faulkner gets Australia to 297. They now just need 4 off
4. If he gets Australia home, he is an absolute genius. He has not panicked at all throughout this run chase. Even when Australia were 9 down and Clint Mackay came to the crease, he just looked so calm. Captain's pretty happy.
I think it was 57, wasn't it? They had to put on 57.
Right, what do they do now? 4 needed, 4 balls left. 1 wicket, that's all they've got though. That's the problem for Australia.
They've got to pack down the field, haven't they? They've got to pack their fielders down their bowl full and have him hit down the ground, put away the square of the wicket shots, but they're not doing it. Mid-off stays up. That's Alistair Cook himself, and he's putting another one to reinforce the leg side. There's 4 of them out there.
Right, he really can get 2 on that leg side, although they're moving in a little bit now. The men on the leg side boundaries have just moved in a little bit to try and stop the 2. That's what they've got to do. You can see them there just moving in a bit. Because the worry is, if he chips it away to the onside and gets 2 and hangs on the strike, Australia are in a superb position. Game right back in the balance now. Ball number 3. Goes through the offside. Beats him. He's got it, James Faulkner. You're a star. 3 fours to win the game for Australia from nowhere. And the last 2 have put on 57.
That is great finishing. Faulkner, you are a champion. England cannot believe it. The Aussies are running onto the field. Congratulate Faulkner. What an innings.
Johnson, Warner, Coulter, Nile, out they go. The crowd cannot believe it. He was 14 off 23 when Clint Mackay came to the wicket. He finishes on 69 from 47. He's dragged everything to the leg side, leg side, leg side, leg side, 4s and 6s. Then he finishes it with a cover drive.
That's just superb finishing. It's cool finishing from James Faulkner. 25 runs from the last 7 deliveries to win the game. 2 6s, 3 4s, and a single to hang on to the strike. There's the moment. his third boundary in a row to send Australia to a 2-0 lead.
Right, so 270 wasn't enough in Melbourne, 300 not enough in Brisbane. And once again, England, Australia on the ropes, and they don't land a killer punch.
Look at the Aussies. You can hardly believe it. They came together needing 57 to win, these two. It's a record run chase for this venue. They've ended up with getting the runs with 3 balls to spare. James Faulkner, that's a superb innings. 5 sixes, no boundaries until the last 3 balls. Now, Slats, can you grab hold of him down there, mate?
Yes, I've got him. Look at this. Oh, how are you feeling, mate? Unbelievable.
Yeah, it is unbelievable. Anytime you chase down 300 plus, it's obviously a good feeling, and to do it in Australia, it's brilliant.
Listen to this crowd, mate. That is one of the best finishes I think the Gabba have ever seen. In fact, it's the biggest run chase to win.
Yeah, look, that's the main objective. We're here to win, so thanks to everyone for coming out. Hope you enjoyed the afternoon and another Australian victory.
I've got to be honest with you, I think we all thought that Australia were going to lose this one.
Yeah, it was looking that way at one point, but look, I thought our middle order batted exceptionally well, and we had the opportunity at the end to try and take it on, and we won the game. That's the main thing.
How did you compose yourself? There's the coach. How did you compose yourself? It looked like you were really thinking it through at the end.
Yeah, look, obviously I only had 1 wicket left, so Clint, with all his experience, was trying to talk me through it as well, and we helped each other, so yeah, look, we won, so you beauty.
Mate, you did this only a matter of months ago in Mahali, so you knew you could do it.
Yeah, I knew I could do it deep down, but yeah, it's always nice to get the boys over the line. I think we had a really good team effort today, so like I said, thanks everyone for coming out. It was a great day.
We're just having a look at the finish here. Some of the shots, were you in control, or were you just thinking, I've just got to hit it out of the park?
Try and hit it out of the park. Keep it pretty simple.
Mate, the boys have just rushed straight out. There were some nervous faces. Could you sense that from the dressing room?
Yeah, definitely. I saw one of the boys bouncing a beach ball over there at one stage. I think that was George, so obviously everyone was nervous, but like I said, it's just great to win.
And what were you saying to Clint? Just play the forward defence, mate. Don't get out.
He's got a beautiful forward defence, so yeah, look, he's solid as a rock.
James, you're the hero tonight, mate. Well done. And I think the Gabba appreciate what you've done. Over to you, JB.
Oh, thank you very much for that, Slatsy. I've got Glenn Maxwell here, the big show. Now, mate, when you got out, it looked pretty grim. Did you give yourselves any chance at that stage?
Well, James Faulkner has done it before in India, and tonight, mate, I just don't know how to describe it, mate. That was incredible. He's done it again for us, and hopefully he keeps doing it for us as well.
All right, so you're down to your last pair, and you've got something like 30 to make off for 18 balls. What chance at that stage?
Well, the way Jimmy was playing, it was every stage. He was defending balls, he was taking ones, not taking ones, and just hitting balls over the rope. He was awesome. Mate, I'm still speechless. I don't know how to describe it today, truth.
It must be an unbelievable feeling. You can't lose at the moment, the Australian team. Hey, great for the middle order too, because all the work normally done by an unbelievable top order for Australia, but tonight you guys were able to deliver.
Yeah, it was nice to show our depth tonight, so hopefully the top order gets back to form next game and does the job for us again. We'll be always there to back them up.
Is there nothing you can't reverse sweep, Maxi?
I'll try and keep doing it for you, mate. Keep it entertaining.
All right, the big show. You're a superstar. Go and enjoy it with the boys. We're going to get to a break, I think. No, we're going to get straight over to Nico for the presentations.
Not quite yet, James Brayshaw. We're not quite ready down there for us for the presentation. Look at Michael Clark. Why wouldn't he be happy? They're all waiting there, actually, the Australian. They're waiting for James Faulkner to get off the ground. He's done an interview with us. He's done an interview with, I think, one of the radio stations here, and now the Australian players, all the crowd are on their feet. Why wouldn't they be? What an innings that is.